termudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on. 오케이. 나와 게이다.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome every day.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
Buat upgrade skin baru.
jika seringan nggak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam santai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We
datang di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Senang sekali di sini Bude Clara Monster kembali hadir bersama kalian yang menantikan seperti apa perjuangan 9 tim yang sedang tarik-tarikan untuk ke atas dari klasemen sementara. Kita melihat betapa kuatnya setiap tim yang beradu kembali di minggu yang kelima dari 2 hari pertama. Dan tentu saja hari ini akan ada 3 match yang menanti. 6 tim akan beradu kembali dan akan mengubah posisi klasemen kah? Karena kita melihat betapa kompetitifnya di season ini. Semua tim ingin yang terbaik. Tapi sebelum kita menyaksikan pertarungan dari tim-tim, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua yang sudah hadir di MPL Arena dan juga yang ada di rumah. Dan tentunya kepada para sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan juga ada partner in esports, ada Dunia Games, GamesMax, Ora Imo, Telkomsel. Bersama dengan partner in esports, ada Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturdays. Last but not least, our government partner, PBSI. Hari ini hari yang begitu spesial dengan 3 match. Dan tentu di sini Bude ingin mengucapkan pula untuk wanita Indonesia yang hebat, selamat Hari Kartini. Semoga kita semua bisa memberikan kontribusi yang baik dan semakin berkembang. Dan juga saling memperkuat satu sama lain untuk wanita Indonesia. Let's go. Dan betapa baiknya hari ini banyak wanita-wanita juga yang ada di MPL Arena. Para super fans juga hadir di sini. Sudah hadir ingin menyaksikan seperti apa match pembukaan di hari Minggu ini. Namun kalau kita lihat ya, semua tim bisa menggeser satu sama lain. Kita akan melihat seperti apa sih klasemen sementara untuk minggu kelima. Let's go! Dan kalau kita lihat sendiri ya, dari 9 tim yang beradu ini cukup mengejutkan. Berbeda tentunya dengan season-season sebelumnya. Dari season 11. Kita melihat kalau minggu-minggu ini, biasanya minggu ketiga per 6, jadi half season berlangsung, Onic selalu berada di atas bersama dengan RRQ. Dua tim ini nggak tergoyangkan. Namun season ini, lihat dari match win-nya saja udah sangat tipis. Biga Nova dan juga Aura Fire berada di pucuk, berbeda dengan season-season sebelumnya. Namun kalau kita lihat mungkin di tengahnya ini ya, dari Onic, Alter Ego, Dewa United, GeekFam dan juga EVOS, mereka memiliki game win yang sama dengan 4 kemenangan. Dan ada RRQ dan juga Rebellion dengan 3 match win. Namun kalau kita lihat yang di atas itu bisa banget dikejar. Dan yang di bawah pun bisa untuk bertukar. EVOS hanya membutuhkan 1 kemenangan untuk menembus top 6. Dan Rebellion RRQ mereka cuma butuh 2 kemenangan untuk menembus top 6 sementara. Jadi kita melihat banyak sekali pergerakan dari semua tim yang fluktuatif. Dan kali ini nggak ada yang bisa dibilang mendominasi. Betapa kuatnya setiap tim dan ini membuat bertanya-tanya tentunya akan seperti apa. Half season sudah menggemparkan, sudah menggoyang klasemen dengan sangat-sangat luar biasa. Dan di sini Bude penasaran bagaimana dari penonton kita, mereka berpikir siapa sih yang kira-kira bakal menjadi top 2 dan juga siapa yang bakal menjadi bottom 3. Yuk kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol bersama dengan super fans yang ada di sini. Ini boleh dong langsung yang ada di Samsung Zone. Halo, namanya siapa nih?
Yohanes.
Halo, Yohanes. Di sini kalau ngelihat klasemen sementara ini, kira-kira nanti di akhir ya, siapa yang bakal jadi top 2?
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to MPL ID Season 13, week number 3, the last day of this week. You are now watching the English broadcast here with Eterna alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And we are so excited to get you through the last day of this week because it couldn't be any more competitive than this. But before we begin the discussion on that, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, our official e-wallet GoPay, our official gold partner UBS Gold. We'd also like to thank our partners in esports, Dune Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Falcomcell, our suppliers Inamart, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Super Smart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course, thank you so much to our government partner PBESI, for without your support, this would not be possible. So back to the topic here. Week number 5 at MPL ID Season 13. If we take a look at the standings that I think you guys can actually peek at the back right now, it is so close that we have absolutely no idea how this season is going to close out.
No idea. I mean, we have a clear idea right now as to who is the half-season champion. I mean, so far, I mean, come on. This is why Saturday sponsors us, Eterna. You need to see, bro, right? Because Big Eternal Alpha, #1 currently. And just want to put that out there. No bias whatsoever. I'm an Evos fan, you know. If you know, you know. Anyway, no. But seriously, yeah, it's been crazy this season. It's close all around the board. Like, before it was also close last season, but it wasn't close in the same way. It was close for everyone except Onic last season. Or the last 2 seasons, actually.
Right. I mean, everyone knew that in the end there will be one guy on top, even though some matches do get swung back and forth. But this season, it's actually so close. And now, even a single match result can just really tip the balance and move someone, not just 1 or 2 spots. You can even like dip down like 3 steps in the standings, which is very, you know, for the faint of heart, it's quite the exciting, also scary situation. For the Arashis out there, obviously it's not been the best of seasons just yet, but remember, there are still some matches that we have to, wait and see.
Of course, and it also reflects, right? One mistake, one mishap in even a single game can lose you the standings 3, 4, 5 places. And what you're seeing on screen is the differences, the contrasting between MPL ID Season 11 up to Season 13. And you guys can take a look at the match rate alone. Season 11, 7-0. It's super far from all the rest of the teams. If we take a look at Season 12, it's a lot closer, but the disparity between the top 4 and the rest of the particular teams, there's quite some numbers. But if we take a look at Season 13, like Arashi mentioned before, one loss in a match can lose you so many places in the standings.
And it really felt like in Season 11, Season 12, Season 11 it was clear, right? I mean, 7-0 start. They went on to almost finish the season undefeated in the regular season. But then in Season 12, they did lose a few games, but it's almost like when they lose, it's like they're testing things out. Now, they have been saying the same thing, but it doesn't feel the same way. The aura that Onic had in Season 11 and 12 is different from the aura that they have right now. It seems like they are struggling. They are actually trying with their new strategies to pull it off. A victory, obviously, to stay on top. But now it actually looks like they're beatable.
The aura of like invincibility.
And aura too, they're pretty good.
Yes, exactly. Usually we see Onic and we're like, okay, they're losing, but there's gonna be a one moment here that's gonna turn everything around. Now, not so much.
Exactly. And that's why I kind of thought when they lost to EVOS, I was like, okay, maybe they're experimenting. I think I said it during the cast as well. But after looking at EVOS Glory's performance yesterday, it looked quite convincing. It feels like they're on a momentum right now. But let's see if the other blue team can capture that same momentum as they are going to be playing against Alter Ego in the first match of the 3 matches today. Geek, Onic, Dewa, and Aura. I can't even tell you which would be my highlight match.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I think that's the big takeaway from this season. Previous seasons, you would always be able to pinpoint which one is the highlighted match.
Yeah.
Now you're like, Huh. Which is the highlighted match, man?
Because even matches that we kind of count out, that we thought will be a bit more direct, in this season in particular, we haven't seen crazy upsets. And even when things do go as predicted, at least the games are always so much more intense. There are moments around the Land of Dawn where we're like, whoa, hang on, this might go the other way. But like we mentioned, for now, still, no clear definition of who's going to pull ahead of the pack. So a lot of teams, you can say that they have some space, a window to which test new strategies out and try and do something crazy. But at the same time, they want to be a bit more careful now.
That's what I'm really worried about for our second match of the day when Onic will be playing. But let's start with the first match of the day, Alter Ego and Rebellion. The last time they met in leg number 1, it was Alter Ego who won 2-1. But there were so many things that were quite different at the time, right? We had, who was it? Was it Rasi playing? Yeah, Rasi was playing. I'm wondering if they're gonna swap it out this time around. But it looks like Rekt is on the poster. Is this hinting that he'll be playing today?
Oh, he might, man. We saw him play once, I believe, this season, and he did perform quite surprisingly well. Even though some people were counting him out, saying that the inactivity has just disqualified him from making a comeback into the MPL. But here's the poster. The veterans ignites, ready to retaliate for the losses to the newcomers' might, right? Against Audi, that's a relatively new face. People are saying that Audi is the clear winner when it comes to roaming and how aggressive they can be. And now, the fate of the Tiger and the Kings hangs in the balance of the Bull's horns. This is a very unique situation we have here.
Exactly, right? Because they're not even playing. EVOS and RRQ are not even playing, but their fate hangs in the balance of this particular match. Why? Because if Rebellion are able to win 2-0 or 2-1, so just, win the matchup, they are going to put EVOS and RRQ lower down on the standings at RRQ on number 9. So let's see who they are going to be competing against, because it's Pi, Taz, Krite, Rekt, and Nino. So this time around, they are going to be playing Rekt, not Rasi.
Rekt showing up again in the current meta with the flexibility. With the healers kind of coming back into the meta, that might be the right choice. But against them today is Cars, Vincent, Swaylo, Audi TZ, and D.
Still with D in the lineup after a win on that Moskov. A stellar performance from D. We remember exactly how they were able to utilize the Moskov with D in the lineup. They destroyed their competition. But for Rebellion, one problem stands in their way. Winning back-to-back in a week has been tough for this organization in the history of their matches in MPL ID. Looking to enhance their record to 2-0 in week 5. It's the Blue Bulls, Rebellion Esports.
Can they change the course of their momentum this time with a... Okay, I have to ask Arashi about this. What's this reference?
I'm not quite sure, actually. They've been so creative. I've been at a loss myself, even though I really feel like I should know some of these references.
Because last time it was...
Magnetic,
Elite. And then now, we have failed to guess 2 times in a row. We need to do better.
And Alter Ego have done better with the 3 new masks, the 3 new faces in their lineup. All ex-EVOs, all ex-world champions. WCG for Krite, the IESF for Taz, and the glorious M1 for Rekt. The 3 new faces brings a new era for the 3 faces of Alter Ego. It's time for them to reclaim their glory of the early weeks. It's Alter Ego!
The main 5 here stepping up on stage with a little bit of a twist in the roaming position. Will his experience, will his veterancy be enough to win another game against the Blue Bulls and push them further down in the standings?
That will depend on the designs coming from the brains behind the entire operation. Coach Chico walking in, ignoring Coach Nafari. We'll see if the mind games really begin all the way here from the fist bumps, along with Dainang, our marshal. We have to see, man. What can they bring up to the table, especially with so much flexibility in both these teams?
Yeah, that's what we were going to get at, right? The highlight of both of these teams. The fact that, for one, Coach Aldo, he stepped in to Alter Ego, and he's been able to push Alter Ego to 42 unique heroes so far. I don't even know, Krite, how many heroes can he bring up? And with that flexibility, with that possibility, will we expect cheese perhaps from Alter Ego like we would expect from Rebellion?
We might. I mean, Alter Ego has all the right tools to really set up for a surprise cheese pick. Looking at the team head-to-head right now, average KDA very heavily favors Alter Ego. They are the brawlers, the more aggressive style. But Rebellion has shown that it's not only about aggression, it's about control, it's about speed, how they can be all around the map, especially with their very unusual roaming or rotation-centric playstyle, and especially with Audi on a pick-off hero, they can really throw a wrench in a proper front-to-back or proper dive teamfight composition that Alter Ego might bring.
Yeah, Rebellion have been really good at actually finding solutions to questions that have been asked from their opposing teams. I mean, for their last match as well, a very, very interesting way to take the game, and they just got it. With the Luo Yi ban, chip ban, no problem.
Well, here's the victory by Samsung Galaxy for Alter Ego. Don't be too active to be creative in the draft. Yes, you have all the tools and all the flexibility. It does not mean that because you could, you should. And with Rekt, blue side can be the key that they can abuse right here. Getting the prior heroes, knowing that Rekt can perform really, really well, but only on select heroes. He's not nearly as flexible and as diverse as Rasi has been. So if they can try and curb that flexibility, along with getting something good for Rekt, that can be their solution. Here's the victory by Samsung Galaxy for Rebellion, on the other hand, is to punish Rekt's hero pool, limit all the healers, limit his signature picks, and maybe then they can get a huge roaming impact advantage in Audi TZ. And along with that, you can optimize the counter setup in that closing pick. That means that the last final pick, if they go second here, it can be so beneficial, but they have to have a vision. They have to have all that planned out from the first few picks already. They can't just wing it and expect it to be as impactful.
I'm curious, actually. When we're talking about Rekt's hero pool, do you not think that perhaps with the architect himself, Coach Aldo, that he might just be hiding some heroes?
Hiding some heroes? It's possible. We haven't seen him in a long, long time. There is a chance that he has picked up even more heroes that, as you can see on the poster right here, Alter Ego can bring to just confuse their opponents. But again, Rekt has a reputation, so that is why, at least for now, the public opinion is that he is a bit more one-dimensional, and there are some heroes that he's gonna shine on, and the rest maybe will be just okay. The question is, will just okay be enough to go up against Audi TZ?
I think it might be. It might be enough. The thing is, for Rekt, he has a very okay hero pool too. They kind of have a similar style here in a way where, I mean, their gameplay is different, but they have a similar weakness, which is their hero pool. Audi, even though he's been amazing, he has played the pick-off-centric kind of gameplay really, really well, but he's only really found success with those heroes. When he doesn't get the Kajas back in the day, the Francos, he doesn't perform. And now it's kind of the same thing, but just on different heroes. The Minotaur, mainly, for Audi. And for the other side, for Rekt, it's Grok, Angela, and Mathilda. Those are the three you expect from the M1 World Champ.
So let's take a look at the drafting phase. Ladies and gentlemen, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Xborg instantly taken off the board. Luo Yi respect away from Rebellion. Understanding that that is a potential that they could pick up. But the same thing can be said by the Blue Bulls here. The Matilda gets eliminated, taken away from Rekt. Nolan is the other option, limiting Taz and Kaja also. So this is literally a banning phase full of respect alongside with the Veramis.
They're trying to force the Angela open, right? I mean, we kind of spoke about this in the Keys to Victory too. They want blue side, they want to abuse that blue side to open up heroes for Rekt, and they've done it. Angela open.
Angela's open, but so are a lot of other options, like the Joy that's usually banned away. And I do wonder if the Chip is going to make an appearance right here. It's been a bit of a hit or miss kind of situation. For now though, Alter Ego will start things strong with an Angela and a lot of heroes available to call the way through. But it's going to be a Baxia. The Joy is going to be left available potentially to be picked up by Taz.
And that is a problem, is it not? I mean, Taz on the Joy, other than kill pressure alone, his objective play has also been quite phenomenal, despite going against the tank heroes, the signature tank heroes like the Baxia, like the Fredrin, and so on and so forth. So that is a big threat. But Rebellion should know that. Rebellion should know that. And maybe they're looking for a counter. What possibly could the counter be?
The counter to the Joy Angela? I mean, for RBL, like you said, the chip is up for grabs. They could go for that later. I don't think they want to go for it now. I think they're trying to take a page out of Evos' book with leaving the Joy open. You know, these crazy mobile heroes. They can go for a last pick Franco. They go for something crazy to lock the crazy damage and the mobility from Joy.
Yeah, when you're against a huge mobility hero like the Joy, that suppression coming in from the Kaja and Franco is usually the go-to solution. Rebellion can leave it up to the final pick, but that also means that Alter Ego has a chance to ban it away as well. For now though, with a Baxia and a carry, it's more of a pick-up strat coming in from Rebellion, and for Alter Ego, they're getting all the mobility and a bit more tankiness. It's gonna be a bit of a showdown in the gold lane, but the jungle pick, you know, still being hidden by Alter Ego technically.
Yeah, the Roger still flex. Last time Alter Ego played, they did put the Roger into the jungle, but I'm not sure they want to do the same thing, so it's still flex potential that they can work around. But we do have a comment from Audi TZ against Rekt. We're going to let him have his Angela. I mean, he said that in the interview last time around. He said that if we do meet Rekt, we are going to let the Angela go. They do that, and we'll see. We'll see if they're able to, you know, counter or beat Rekt at his own game here.
Yeah, I mean, that's just some confidence coming in from Audi. We've known the guy as such a confident player for such a long time. Even as a rookie, he was already trash talking in the interviews. And he actually, that's why the grudge match, this is why it's a grudge match between him and Rekt. He said last season, after a win against Alter Ego, that it doesn't matter if Rossi plays or Rekt plays. They're both equally bad. He said that in the interview. So we'll see if that carries on to Season 13.
Shots fired indeed. We'll have to see what the strat is though for Rebellion in particular. Like you mentioned, Eterna, because they are willing to let go of the Angela and they know that Alter Ego would love to have it on their composition, this means that they have a bit of an insight to how the composition is going to work. And if they have a way to deny the one-man dive with all the mobility, and this could be something that Alter Ego will be playing into. They ban it with the Franco though, so will Rebellion just ban out the Joy, or do they really want to just leave it open?
I mean, technically if the Joy gets let go, there are other options for Taz to pick up, right?
This
if
could
we're
be
talking
Roger
about
jungle.
Assassins. Exactly, and it's also still a flex. I mean, Fanny could still pop up at this point. I think it would be really great for kill potential, especially towards the back line, seeing how infamous Novaria has been lately. So that really is still something that's on the table.
The safe choice is Joy ban.
Yeah, exactly. I think. Right, there we go. I was thinking that is Rebellion the one that's gonna be a bit too flexible, but no. Joy banned away, and now Alter Ego will have to be thinking about some way to get to the back line. If Rebellion secures two really strong frontliners right here, Novaria and Carry, it's a good mix of all kinds of damage, and there's enough issues for Alter Ego to not be able to really dive in towards the back line. And of course, you have to talk about the macro pressure that they have. If Alter Ego wants to use that Angela for that macro playing, then they have to also adjust the composition accordingly.
Wait, do you think it's possible that they... Okay, so the chip gets banned by Alter Ego. Is it still possible for Rebellion to pick up something like the Selena, maybe?
Ooh. Yeah, that could definitely be an option to go for them. That's why I think they're really just trying to leave the rogue position to that last pick.
Yeah.
A safe choice would be a Minotaur. It's still a hero that Audi plays really, really well, and it's great to combo in with the Baxia and a Novaria for these neutral objective takes. Aside from that, though, they can also just go for someone who can actually hold CC in the side lanes. They can go for Paquita or just an Arlet if they want more team fighting presence to set up for the neutral objectives.
The Arlet able to 1v1 against a CC somewhat makes sense, but no, it's gonna be the Minotaur. They are going for the more teamfight centric, objective centric setup. And with a Novaria, you have to remember that the ratio, the radius of the Minion Fury is extended. So Alter Ego will find it a lot more difficult to just walk in through, especially with all the follow-up available. And with all the security available to allow D to be aggressive on this carry as well.
Technically, your Uranus could still pop up for Rebellion, right?
Right,
I mean,
right.
Cars hasn't picked it up this season, but we saw that it was quite effective against the CC in the EXP lane, if that's what they're going for. But if they do go for the Uranus, there's not much setup that they can rely on other than, of course, Minotaur. But even that itself might still be lacking against Alter Ego now, who pick up something like the Charizla, Fortai, and a Vexana. So it is going to be a Roger in the jungle.
CC gold, first time in Season 13.
Oh, you're right.
Wow, man. We'll have to see how that works out in the lane. You're aggressive, but it's usually because your opponents are also melee range that you can kind of kite around. Against a carry that's more mid-range heavy, there is a chance that he can do fine, but that'll be the CC Angela combo available. And Rebellion don't really have a lot of heroes that can go 1v1 that are independent and not working along with the team.
What would you choose last pick for Rebellion?
They have a solid 4 to hold team fights down. I think they should try to split them up with a Paquito or Benedetta. I think both can work, but again, if they just want to bank on the team fights, the Arlet would be a good choice. A Lapu, if he's more comfortable on that pick, but they go for a different option. They go for more team fighting presence, but it's the Yu Zhong, some sustain as well.
Strong laner to get some prio, especially later on in the neutral objective takes. And now a lot of tools that can use to really zone out. The Black Dragon form can push everyone away, and so can the Minion Fury. They can alternate how they start the fights with these two tools. And for Alter Ego, it's a bit more of a straightforward approach. Mainly, it might just be the penalty zone coming in from Terizla, most likely in the hands of Pi.
Then we have the kill pressure coming in from CC as well, but for the Yuzong Black Dragon form, clear target would be Vexana.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that's it, right?
Technically, it's the brawls. I mean, when you have a brawl, it's good for Yu Zhong.
Yeah, you can hit multiple people with your spells, and even if it's only the Vexana, denying a whole hero from a team fight, especially when it's so impactful like the Vexana, damage and crowd control, that's not the worst of situations, especially to let the carry have space to really operate in the fights.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see how this works out. Debut CC in the gold lane by Alter Ego. Another crazy pick we expect from Coach Aldo, the architect, as we get into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1 in this best-of-3 series between the 3 face masks and the Blue Bulls.
Early on, I think the clear will favor the Baxia. That's usually the case, but Taz doing it pretty well. We'll have to see if an invade does happen. Rekt is usually really aggressive on this Angela. Going with the focusing mark as well. He's going for pickoff as the audience kind of releases a battle cry. Kind of caught me off guard there.
They're having fun. They're having fun with the Indonesian casters, and it's great to see always the passion coming in from the audience. As we now jump back into the game, 1 minute has elapsed, and finally we get to see the emblems.
A lot of inspires here. 1 on Suelo, 2 on Nino and Rekt. They know that the spells, how often they can spam out all these abilities, will be so important. Rekt going for the Bargain Hunter as well. He wants to go and get that photo power spike so much earlier as possible and try and turn it around in those big team fights. Krite, though, is going with the Impure Rage, so he's going more for a bit more mana sustain, a bit more poke damage, not going for additional burst with something like a Lethal Ignition, for instance.
Okay. But if you take a look at this lower third right now, Nino, debut pick on the CC in the gold lane. It's so refreshing to see Nino going back to the fighters. I know it's not the same fighters that we used to see him play on, like the Yuzong and so on and so forth, but finally back in...
Whoa!
Oh, wait, what?
Krite gets demolished, still able to flicker out though, just barely, but that'll basically give the prio for turtle number 1 over to Rebellion. Crazy aggression from the Blue Bulls.
That's a single target damage that Rebellion has at their disposal, man. If only Cars is able to trigger the passive, right? That the damage over time passive coming in, the Shy Energy from the Yu Zhong, that could have been a kill. But now Cars tries to zone everyone away.
That's the power of the hard guard though. He just jumps in, but Vincent wins out the red tree battle. Audi, Minas Fury and a flicker. He gets all 4. And now it's Pi in the midst of it all. Caught again by the dive, but Taz is doing a whole lot of damage. That's 1 for 1. Krite on the board for Audi. A roamer for the mid lane. Taz trying to get them low. Rek trying to tie him up as well. That's the Astral Echo connecting onto two with Taz. Just keeps on scratching him down. Cars looks for another trade back, but Taz is running away. It's another re-engage and way low with a flicker.
Cars.
It's an all-out win for Rebellion.
What? What is that passive, man? Cars came back in, re-initiated, and was able to turn that entire team fight around in favor of Rebellion. So I guess that's why they were so confident with the Yuzong choice.
It's a lot of damage and you don't really see it coming. Cars did a great job there, outputting the damage, knowing when to back away when his spells are still on cooldown. With that play, it's going to be a turtle and a kill advantage secured for Rebellion, but Alter Ego did get the first blood, so it's still relatively even, but I think Alter Ego got a taste of that early game presence that Rebellion has.
Definitely. And because they've utilized this CC in the gold lane, does it mean that they're on quite a timer this time around, or is CC more of a late game hero?
I think they're on a timer for sure, especially compared to a carry. And to make things worse, Nino can win in the lane, as in win in prio in trades, but afterwards, I think he's going to find it quite difficult to really secure a kill, unless of course the whole team rotates to try and facilitate something of a dive. Looking at the items, you can see that that's a lot of warrior boots built on the side of Rebellion. 3, including 1 on D.
Corrosion side rush also from the carries, wants to go at it. Cars on this Yuzong, man. Cars has been popping off this week on the Yuzong. Like, for some reason, this guy's... We haven't seen Yuzong a lot from Cars, you know? It's not like a hero we would usually expect from him. We usually think of the Arlet, the Benedetta, the Paquito, and for Rebellion, right now, they're going to go straight for the second turtle of the game. Taz is right there, but Audi just flickers on him, zones him away from the turtle completely. And now to re-engage is Pi getting to an Eternal Guard as well on top of the knockup from the penalty zone. Alter Ego trade 2 kills for the turtle. Cars all alone. I don't think he can fend off against 4 members and a big Eternal Guard zoning him away. They'll give the full turret goal and maybe even a whole turret towards Alter Ego. But no, the turret will still survive. Rebellion sends some of their members. Cars is low. Vincent can't hold this on. Shield Unity to the back. Cars again with a swing. But it will just be them focusing on the minion waves and then backing away. That turret is really low though.
Initially, really good, well played by Audi TZ, going to be able to zone Taz away from the neutral objective, but that trade 2-0, how is that looking for Alter Ego? Was that a good trade? 2 kills for the turtle?
I think it's something, right? It lowered the goal difference as well, so definitely Alter Ego would be happy to take that, try and get something in exchange for that neutral objective. Audi was able to actually secure it by surprising Alter Ego, forcing them to react, but afterwards, they have to understand that they already used a Flicker Minion Fury combo. They lack 1 ultimate in a big fight, and Alter Ego has a lot of follow-up damage, especially with Krite on the Vexana, so now Pi zones everyone away. Might be just a turret taken by Alter Ego.
A free turret down below, no trades on the board actually. They're looking for the top side and it's Ret, who's all alone. 2 fighters, actually 1 tank and a fighter takes the girl down.
So it's so sad to see.
It is, man. You know,
so sad to see.
Just a little girl just trying to, do her own thing.
Trying to do her thing, exactly. But they
She
do
got beat
get
up.
the turret in the top side, so that was a good mirror play coming out from Rebellion. Understanding that they might utilize Rek to confer the far lane, and they were able to find an advantage over it. But now the next neutral objective has spawned. Taz, as well as Vincent, should be starting to open up the map, and they do. Do they want to do the exact same thing they did before?
They have that neutral objective control. Taz already knocked up again. That's a flicker from Audi and Eternal Guard to help heal right now. But Taz is still in the midst of it all, still with the help of the hard guard. Cars. Oh, Furious dive to the wrong side, and Audi TZ will pay with his life for that mistake. Alter Ego take control of the neutral objective. It's another turtle towards Alter Ego this time. And Rebellion don't even get a turret trade. Carry in the bottom lane D can't get that turret down.
See, that's twice in a row that they went for the team fight in the exact same way. They went for the neutral objective contest strategy the exact same way, and that Eternal Guard time and time again has been such an issue for the setup from Rebellion.
I mean, it's great when you're playing Vexana and someone else will take the heat, take the pressure away from you. Because you have a great way to really start a fight, but following up on a big initiation, that's where Vexana really shines. And once one of the members gets caught, gets taken out, the passive does an extra bit of damage, and that is a danger whenever you're fighting against a Vexana. Not to mention, in that fight, Nino was able to just set up so well by pressuring, pushing D away, and pushing the wave so far up that he can join the fight, make it a 5v4 decisive victory for Alter Ego, and yet no real trade was even attained by Rebellion. D was pushing as hard as he can, and the waves barely reached the turret. That is the macro that Alter Ego is just executing so well right now.
It's unfortunate, and you can even see in map pressure that Alter Ego hold all the cards here. Look at them starting to go for a take onto Vincent. Let's see the counter engage coming through from Rebellion. They don't necessarily commit onto it just yet. So back to that particular team fight, would you not think that it would be Karsa's homework to really secure Krite in his place, to deny him that opportunity for the Eternal Guard?
I think it's a difference in the setup as well. And you have to look at Rebellion. They've been engaging onto Taz. Every single time they're trying to knock Taz up, try and deny the retribution, and then afterwards they're trying to follow up on the initial play already. But because of that, they're grouping around Taz, and that's where Krite can just, follow up and counter-engage with the Vexana. So I think if they want to go for the strategy, they want to use cars to really dive in the backline and disrupt, they have to do that earlier and make sure that Krite is not even in the picture before the fight even begins, instead of scrambling to try and do so in the middle of an engagement.
So let's see if they're able to adapt to that, right? I mean, 2 times in a row, it didn't work out. Are they going to go for the exact same strategy 3 times, despite it not working time and time again? This is the first Lord of the game, so we might see some differences here, but they won't engage on it just yet. Rex still in the bottom lane, looking to push in, play the macro game. And this is where Rebellion might be lacking.
And I think for Rebellion, right, the main reason they were able to get control of the neutral objectives has been because they started first. They get to dictate how the neutral objective gets taken. The third turtle that went to Alter Ego, it was Alter Ego who was in the river, in the pit first.
And because of that, now we can see Alter Ego, they're the ones dictating. And earlier, when this Angela on the far side strategy is implemented, Rebellion were able to actually counter it and pick Rekt off. And now, everything's set up so well. Alter Ego still even pushing deeper. Pi moving into the jungle of Rebellion to get even more information. Now they see Suelo on the bottom side. They can pull the trigger, but they can just wait.
They need to do their housekeeping. The global pressure coming in from Angela on Rekt has been a problem for the past few minutes here. And it looks like Alter Ego also have an advantage in the jungle. Taz is level 14, meanwhile Vincent is level 12. So that's a 2-level difference. So even if, let's say, the housekeeping, the global presence wasn't there, Rebellion is still at a disadvantage here.
That's Taz getting all in and shot down like it's nothing. Cars jumps to the back. That was a late hard guard from Rekt, and Vincent will take it, but now it's a re-engage onto the back. Vincent still with the poison stock, but now gets shredded down by Nino. Rebellion have got the Lord. They can move back, and they will. They will back away from this fight. Wow.
That was a weird turn of events. I thought Alter Ego had all the cards in their hands, but Taz gets picked off. Rebellion do have an insane amount of single target damage. Technically, the Yuzong counts, the Novaria, the carry as well. They have a lot of ways to really surprise burst a single person, not a full team. And they were doing that to Taz. And in the previous fights, Taz has been always able to survive. But there, he bit of a bit more than he can chew. The healing wasn't enough. The hard guard wasn't used. So Alter Ego, they try and do the best and try to punish. But overall, I think that's still very worth it for Rebellion.
That was so well played. Because as we were setting up for that Lord Dance, that shouldn't have been in favor of Rebellion, yet they played that so well. They went for a little bit of a different strategy there. They didn't opt to start with Audi TZ on the Minotaur. They actually started with Vincent first, and then luckily Suelo already opened up his ult, utilized the Meteor Sphere as well, and then was able to one-hit him. I mean, at this point, Suelo is already doing damage. And he will be dealing a bit more because earlier on, he was already able to secure the Divine Glaive too. So the members of Alter Ego now need to start respecting that damage output coming out from Suelo.
Yeah, the Divine Glaive definitely bumps up that damage. But here's a game fact by our application GoPay.
CC from Nino makes CC's debut as a gold laner in MPL ID Season 13 after previously being played in MPL Malaysia Season 13 by Ruff from Monster Vicious.
Well, history repeats itself, and in a way, logically, the CC pick does make sense. I mean, you're seeing how Nino is playing right here, always threatening and always kind of kiting. If you look at where the ability's range really ends, the range isn't quite as short as you would expect. In fact, it's quite similar to Carry's range, even though it's not exactly the same thing. So it's a bit of a pseudo marksman situation. And in fact, Nino will have better kiting and more survivability with the Vengeance as well in these fights. So depending on how Altrigo play it out, that'll be great. But I think that also means that the Vexana, Krite on the Vexana, will have a lot more to do to supplement that damage, the lack of damage, because there is no marksman. And Vexana is a great pick to do so, but like already mentioned, she's a bit vulnerable, especially against something like a Yu Zhong when she's not running the Purify.
There's actually a Brute Force breastplate in the 13-minute for Taz. It's an interesting build. Now he's going for War Axe and the Thunderbelt into Endless, so yeah, we've seen a variety of different builds from the Roger. And this is another one, it's another variant of the Roger build. Bro, if I had a penny for every time Roger has a different build, I would have like 7. It's not a lot, but you know, it's 7.
It is 7. Number keeps showing up, huh? Well, yeah, it's a proc-heavy build coming in from Taz. A lot more burst damage, technically. A lot of true damage from the Thunderbelt Endless Battle combo. We used to see it a lot more popular with marksmen that have spammable abilities. But on the Roger, also gives you more sustain, more mana. So it's a great option, but he is a lot squishier and he doesn't have the same kind of DPS. So it's ability-based and he won't be basic attack heavy in the middle of these fights.
And now we're back to square one again. Another Lord dance, a Lord tango between both of these teams. And Vincent is still a level below. He's not quite caught up to Taz at the moment. And now is the question, are they going to go for an all-in once again onto Taz? They need to blitz this because the Lord is very low already.
Oh wait, they move back. Renus Cars pops into Black Dragon from Taz is completely zoned away. Vincent just gets in the back pie as well. Jumps in, but he's isolated, so D just takes him down. Audi next to the chopping block though. Vincent terrified, and they are just retreating back, trading 2 members for Pi and the Lord. I would say it's still worth it for Rebellion, but Alter Ego, they don't want to stand at just a 2-for-1 with the Lord. They want to get some turrets on the board. Enhanced Lord at the bottom lane. Rebellion still have their 2 main damage dealers, and Suelo will try his best to try to zone Taz away. It's Taz and Krite. Zone from the Lord. Nino now jumping forward, tying D up, but D's doing a whole lot of damage. Cars doing the same thing, but Taz jumps forward again. Cars gets that passive healing. And the Lord is slowly but surely getting towards the base of Alter Ego. But Alter Ego are holding it down.
How did Vincent get the Lord?
It's a contest at that point. It's a bit of a 50-50. But the fact that Rebellion were able to push away Alter Ego is definitely not within their calculations. The fact that their jungler just is a lot more vulnerable and has been picked up once already makes it so difficult for Alter Ego to really stand there and try and go for that risky 50-50 on the Retribution. Only getting 2 kills, by the way, for the Lord, I think it's definitely still worth it for Rebellion. The map pressure and the extra bit of utility and the fact that Alter Ego themselves can't get the push, I think it's so value. Let's look at the replay here from the previous fight. It's Vincent and Cars all going in. Taz tries to return back in with the hard guard this time, but it's just a bit too late. It seems like Alter Ego has control over the macro game until it's the right moment, until it's the decisive moment to take the Lord, and then Rebellion just immediately take over because they have the better ultimates for that situation, the Black Dragon form and the Minion Fury.
On top of that, I mean, despite the performance coming in from Rebellion so far, they are number 9 at the moment on the standings, but Vincent has been such a reliable jungle. He was a level below of Taz earlier on and was still able to secure that Lord away from Taz. So underrated, so reliable. That's something that you can highlight here from that particular team fight as well.
I love the call though from Rebellion, right? They get the Lord and you can see Suelo, Cars, and D. They knew. They were happy sacrificing Vincent and Audi. It's like they made a call and instantly they just worked on it. It's already a very different Rebellion and honestly a very different Alter Ego. Even Alter Ego, super disciplined in how they took that think there was a mistake, obviously, because Rebellion took back the turtle or the Lord aggro, but still, really good stuff from both teams.
I really feel like Alter Ego should have been the ones to aggress there, though, to try and maybe, feint and engage, to try and burn some ultimates down. Because for Alter Ego, a lot of these ultimates aren't really game-changing, decisive. It's way low, steals that purple. That's going to be a value situation. More spells, more mana to really shoot out those Astral Spheres. And at this point, with the Ice Queen's wand, he's having a good deal of sustain as well. He doesn't have to go back to base for the most part unless he gets really, really low.
Oh, he built the Ice Queen wand? Oh, I mean, that's a big deterrent as to how Alter Ego want to set up for these team fights, right? Because every time they go for a team fight, we see that Suelo opens up his Astral Echo first. And then I guess that can also cause issues other than with the hitbox and so on and so forth, but also causing issues when they want to go for a setup because of the immense slow coming through.
Yeah, especially with the fighters, right? If Alter Ego are trying to move in and out the way like Nino would want to do on the CC, he's a lot slower now. And same thing about Taz. He hasn't been going all in these fights. He's been going back and forth. Well, look at Nino though.
Oh, Vengeance already used up hard guard too. They baited out a few skills and Audi still has the Minion's Fury. Vincent can regen. This is a... Well, Alter Ego also baited the Black Dragon form out. But I think the Vengeance has a bit more value for Alter Ego. Now, I think it's Rebellion with an advantage.
Especially with the Minion Fury available, it's still a massive team fight ultimate. But this means also that Krite doesn't have to be fearful of the Black Dragon form. They have no way to really push Alter Ego away from the Lord the same way that allowed them to get that value in the previous fight. So Alter Ego, they might feel like that's enough to really get an advantage and push the issue.
This is the calm before the storm once again. They've actually opted to send Suelo to deal in with the far lane. And it looks like Rekt isn't going to commit onto it, but Suelo, here's the opening.
That's the 4-man. 20 seconds on that Vengeance. That timer is going to be important. It's going to be back. Looking at how both these teams are just resetting the aggro.
They don't commit.
I'm quite surprised that Alter Ego has not been using Rekt to really go for a push on the side lanes. They do know that Suelo can clear it eventually, but now, once again, the aggro, the Lord is kind of semi-resetted back, and both teams are just content waiting here, doing this exact thing. In a way, it favors Rebellion because Suelo can continuously poke everyone down, but with an Angela available, maybe that's why the Angela can't really rotate to the other side. They need him to really... They need the Angela to keep dispensing out this regeneration for Alter Ego to stand there and take these Astral Spheres.
There's also a possibility that they're not really sure, perhaps, of the positioning of D and Cars. Maybe they're afraid that that movement might be read out. Suelo opens up another ult here. Doesn't connect onto anyone. Is he just using it for information?
I think so. And if you look at the wave on the top side, though, it's kind of balanced. I think it's going to start pushing for Alter Ego, though. That's why they're waiting for the moment.
Another Vengeance popped in. That's a 3-man penalty zone to the back. D actually flickers forward. Pops in over to Nature. And now tries to kite over the Pi with the help of Cars to peel away. Furious dive once again. Knocking Pi up as that's going to be D. Still free hitting in the back. As Onic TZ will be taken down, but Pi is very, very low. Cars have been deep into the back line. Taz with Lycan Pounce. And Immortality gets out just in time. Nino dodging away from the spin, but now Cars gets pulled down. And the yo-yos from Nino is lethal in the 21st minute. Wow, Suelo almost getting that shot. Nino now running him down, knowing he doesn't have the Astral Recall again. But he finds the cooldown once again, shoots it down. Only to Rekt, who can heal back up. Alter Ego with a 3-4-0, and Alter Ego with a wave up top and a freed Lord.
Pushing on every particular scene and scenario here. Does Suelo want to look for a steal? He's not in range for it. I think he was planning onto it, but Nino was able to zone him out so well. Alter Ego picking up the pace, picking up the momentum in the 21st minute of the game, a 4K gold lead. And they have everything in their arsenal at this point.
I hope we get a replay. D flickered forward. I think he mistapped.
Perhaps, man. And even so, it's a crazy sequence of events because Alter Ego, they let go of the Lord that is just, I think, 300 or 400 HP away from retry range. So they immediately figured, you know what? We have to fight first, right? Our composition has no real siege. It needs everyone to really dogpile onto the backline, and they just decisively just leave it out like that. Looking at some of the items right here, Nino going in for a full damage build, except for the Brute Force Breastplate and the Oracle. You see, the Oracle gives him a lot more regeneration, but he doesn't protect him as much from the Astral Sphere. Now, Rebellion, can they try and defend right here with all that beef? Remember, all the meat shields in the front. Altrigo might go for an end right here.
Black Dragon form, Nino has the Vengeance once again. Eternal Guard is already used up towards the base. The Lord now is in the base range. Cars jumps over the Furious Dive, gets terrified. Two of them now as Nino gets knocked up twice. But Taz is able to get out. Pi has lost his life. Cars zoning the front. Alter Ego still trying to poke them down as much as they can. But this is the advantage of Rebellion fighting in their base. They can constantly go back and forth. Suelo lands a shot on Rekt. And Rebellion will defend for now. Alter Ego have built a 5,000 gold lead. But in the 23rd minute, is it still a relevant lead?
I think it's relevant when it comes to item swap potential, but right now, counter-engaging onto Vincent, and Nino tries to capitalize.
I don't think this is a good fight for Alter Ego to take, and they recognize it too. They don't have Pi. It is going to be a tough fight to take with no Pi and no Vengeance on Nino, so they retreat.
Best case scenario though, they lose the inhibitor turret in the mid side, they didn't lose it to the far lane, so that won't be something that can be capitalized by Alter Ego. But of course, an inhibitor turret is an inhibitor turret, and they need to work around it. Taz now picks up the BOD. How will that change the course of this game at this point?
I think it's going to give him more damage, but the thing is, he is struggling to really burst, or not burst, but melt through the front line of Rebellion. In the previous fight, I think Vincent was in the front tanking Taz's basic attacks and his Endless Battle and Thunderbolt procs, but even then, it's still a very slow process compared to D, who immediately just shreds down the Lord and shreds down Pi, who was trying to zone him, who was trying to exert pressure to try and potentially go for the end. I feel like Alter Ego has to, in the end, go for something like a 50-50, because if they can't get to D, I think it's going to be a very tough situation for them to try and get a victory there somehow.
I mean,
24 minutes.
Yeah. Me and Arashi were actually asked backstage of what we think is the weakness of the two-fighter composition. And I said it's the end. Like, even if you have an advantage, it's just really tough to end, especially up against a composition with a normal comp. You can defend so well. Navaria carry, right? And for Alter Ego, technically the only guy who can hit the turret is Roger. So it's tough for this composition to end the game without a wipeout.
Or, I mean, they have to try and go for something crazy that can result in them getting wiped out. It's just a very risky, high risk, high reward strategy, this double fighter strat. And Alter Ego, this is like part of their style, but now they're struggling, and we've yet to see if they'll be able to do so. Rebellion now, though, they're controlling the pace, and they have the mid lane pushed out.
They do. The top side is pushing as well. Rekt was able to go to the bottom lane as well and push some minions in. But the Lord is already really low. Who's gonna pull the gas first? Alter Ego, last time they went in for a team fight, it gets resetted, actually.
I feel like Alter Ego are the ones who really want to go for a fight first before anything, but now Cars gets jumped on.
He has an immortality. He also has the help of Auditizi with that photo, but he's forced to use the Black Dragon form. Incredible resource burnt out, and Alter Ego have the advantage. The Vengeance is still up. Two big ultimates, or actually make it three with D popping it as well. Lane up top, pushing Taz. Very aggressive into the front. Great calculation. He knows he has a Heart Guard to help him. And the bottom lane is actually building up to Alter Ego's favor again. Let's see what Alter Ego, what they do with this advantage. Looks like they don't want to reset it. Rebellion are forced to take or make a decision in this moment with the lane shoved bot, but Alter Ego decide to reset it again here. They do not want to go 50-50 against Vincent, but they've done enough to actually stop that from resetting. Back and forth once again. 5 men. Astral Echo now cars with the Black Dragon form again, and Auditizi is in the back. Caught in the penalty zone. D melting him down. Now Retry battle. Vincent very low. Has the help of the photo, but they're not going to go for the Lord just yet right now. They're going to go for the full team fight as D still able to kite away for now, and that is the Lord focused down by Alter Ego. It's Vincent for Pi, but it is an evolved Lord in the 27th minute of the game. for Alter Ego.
So unfortunate. Vincent was so close to stealing the Lord as well, but Alter Ego was able to shut him down before he was given the opportunity to. And now it's a full push. The siege potential from Alter Ego with the Lord marching down in the mid side.
Ooh, hard guard already used up by Taz here though. Yeah. Without the penalty zone, there's no real decisive way to start the fight. Rebellion, they're going for the clear, and Alter Ego, they're just watching it happen.
3-man Furious Dive, and D has just cleared out the Evolved Lord. Cars lose the Immortality, buys him in a truncheon, pops it in time, very low. He should still lose his life, and he does, but the mini waves here are getting dealt with. Oh, what? Where did Suelo get that kill from? It happened from out of nowhere, and Nino is down. Taz, he needs this base turret to be taken down to find a bit more value, but Rebellion denies it away from them. They defend quite well. Another wave, though, will ensure that they get this base turret. 3 base turrets to 0 for RBL. Oh! Vincent's back up, the base is open, and Alter Ego pull the trigger. Straight for the base they go. Disciplined, composed.
And here it is, Alter Ego gonna be able to lead the series against the Blue Bulls. So far, AOI statements has not reigned true. They wanted to let Angela go for Rect.
I mean, it's true, they did let it go.
But they didn't win.
Yeah.
You know, mess around and find out. That's the quote that everyone's saying these days. But man, both teams were doing so well. It seems to be such a well thought out game plan. You're seeing discipline from both these teams. But I gotta say, I have to give a special shout out to Alter Ego and how they were able to be so decisive in such chaotic moments there. The Lord, the pickoffs, the HP bars all ticking down at the same time, and yet they seem to just know, all right, we're going with this, and that's it. And I do wonder if, we were talking earlier about the veterancy, right? Experience is what usually ends up giving you that kind of knowledge, that kind of calmness in the chaos. And Alter Ego are looking terrifying, man. It can be explosive, but they are so disciplined and so synergized together.
Can be explosive, but it also can be calm calculation from Alter Ego now.
Exactly.
What a game. Like, even the discipline with the resources was really on point. I mean, during that Lord fight, they didn't want to push the gas until the hard guard was up. As soon as it was up, that's when they really pushed the tempo and pushed that team fight on it to Rebellion in those final moments, despite Suelo getting a really good ult in. But there was nothing that they could utilize it with.
It's kind of anticlimactic that such a chaotic game, such a crazy game ends up with the minions really taking control, right? Because I don't know what it is for Rebellion. They were trying to defend the base turret in the bottom lane, but they completely forgot that there are minion waves that are going to crash to the base, and that's why it was so low in the end.
I have to, again, give credit to Taz and wreck that situation. The fact that they were going for the base turret, and then they saw, hang on a minute, we can go for the end right here. Like the awareness, right? Or maybe someone else on the team informing them, like, guys, the base, just go for it. We got this. I mean,
the base.
Wait. The base. Man.
The base, Eterna.
The base. It's a base.
Such a base.
It's a base?
It's a base.
One of the bases of all time.
One of the responses of all time.
Yeah.
That is a base.
All right. So, is that the first time we saw... I wasn't on duty yesterday, but that wasn't the first time the double fighter strategy actually worked, right?
No, it wasn't. Alter Ego played it as well. Game 1 yesterday up against Aura. That's the game that they won against Aura, and then reverse swept by Aura. So we'll see if that happens again or if they can actually find the rhythm of this 2-fighter meta.
But let's find who is the player of the game for that first game of the Best of 3 series. And it's going to go to Nies. Because it's not it's Nies now. CC, Gold Lane, the debut of CC in the Gold Lane for MPL ID. And they were able to make it work.
I mean, initially, it seems like the pick was a bit lackluster.
Yeah.
The fact that you don't have a huge, big ultimate like a Black Dragon form to try and make plays of. But towards the end, I feel like his impact just became more and more impactful. Player of the game highlights by our official gold partner, Ube as gold. And in the early game, despite the fact that they are going with the fighter strategy with more aggression in the early game, Rebellion did a great job utilizing the tools they have at hand to really get an advantage. And for the most part, with Altrigo always late to the party, kind of scrambling through, right? It seems like Rebellion, we're gonna take it. We're gonna keep scaling, and then eventually just outmaneuver, outplay Altrigo. But this is one of those fights where everything gets turned around. The big combo in the back line, the fact that everyone Rebellion is stuck in such a small choke point, taking AoE damage from the fighters, from the Vexana passive. Everything just went, and everyone surviving with such a small sliver of HP. Taz with the insane aggressive playstyle, you know, still going in back and forth even though he's 1 HP. That just is all that high risk, high danger that Altrigo went, and it paid off for them.
Really solid. The way that they were able to play these team fights. These were super long team fights because of how much sustain they have. D has the Brave Smite. On top of that, the healing from the Minotaur. On top of that, Kars with the sustain as well. And for Alter Ego, obviously, they have an Angela. So they also went for Oracles. It really helped, you know, the entirety of their composition for the healing from Rekt to continuously just be pumped out and get them to value. But this is the moment. The minions, dude. They were so occupied by the heroes that they forgot the minions could win games. W minions. Those are winions, bro.
Those minions are dangerous, man. We've seen them take out heroes in the Land of Dawn in MPL ID. But yes, it's such a long, drawn-out fight, and yet usually we see one breaking point, one moment where either team just loses control, loses focus, and then it all goes sideways. But even when one team does get the momentum, the victory in the big team fight, it still seems so close. And Nino, by the way, gets taken out by the damage from D, and then I think the burn from Sway Low. That's how that CC got taken out in that base defense. If you look at the items, there's the Nuggets of Durance as well, respecting the healing potential. And I think that Angela pick ends up being so beneficial because, again, not because of the big hard guard moments, but the constant supply of HP. Usually whenever there's a Navaria, we're like, man, the poke, it's over, they have to back away. But in this game, again and again, they just kept standing there.
Spectacular stuff. I honestly, like, I mean, for the itemization too, we mentioned this kinda in the game, but the Roger going for Thunderbelt and the Endless, it just worked out so well because he needed the true damage in the kit. He needed the slow, the utility that you get from the Thunderbelt too up against this composition. Just look at the damage taken. I think for the damage taken, it's probably number 1 Vincent, and then number 2, actually maybe it's Pi. But then we have Kars and AudiTZ probably following super close behind Pi for taking that much damage. And yeah, the Thunderbolt and the Endless Battle just worked out really well with the Malefic Roar too. So technically it's like a full penetration build almost.
And it works great because the way Taz was playing it, he wasn't standing there just basic attacking again and again, just standing there. He was going in and out of the fights. And so he's making the best use of all these procs coming in, the extra true damage. And you have to mention that even though AudiTZ technically can heal his team as well, if there's a stat here that shows the healing, I think Rekt just has a lot more healing done because Audi is also serving as the main engage tool to try and go forward with the Minyu and Fury. So it's, you know, it's a double use.
That's how she accepts the analysis. When she nods, you know you've done a good job.
Yeah. I really like listening to them when they're talking about items and stuff.
Which item in particular?
I was like, oh yeah, so that's what Thunderbelt did for the team. I'm like, oh, okay.
Wow.
You learn something new every day. My mom likes to say, you don't stop learning until you die.
Okay, that's true. That's
what
true.
doesn't kill you makes you smarter.
Yeah. Isn't it stronger?
Yeah, stronger could work too, but in this situation, if you're stronger in real life, does it translate to the game?
I don't know, does it? I think we'll have to think about that during this short break, ladies and gentlemen, as you are going to get right at it. It won't be too long, so don't worry. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. You're watching MPL ID Season 13.
Wait, it's Season 13?
Season 13, yes, right? It's not 12, right?
Iya, itu
Mau juara, tapi aktif sekali kalian ya. Kayaknya nggak pernah absen loh buat ngedukung Alter Ego.
Bener, ini aduh hari ini gembira ya hari ini ya. Coba senyum dulu, senyum.
Iya, gembira sekali.
Itu loh guys.
Ya, jadi alasan kenapa anak-anak senyum hari ini itu adalah kita sudah unggul 1-0 dan sudah pasti 2-0 juga sih Wir. Ya, jadi kita santai-santai aja pasti hari ini gitu loh.
Ini yang kemarin sepede ini juga tau nggak?
Kemarin pede cuma nggak tahu comeback mulu.
Oh gitu.
Gitu loh Mas.
Nah,
Ya.
itu yang masalahnya ya. Tapi kalau hari ini senyum, kayaknya dari Alter Sam juga kayaknya makin senyum-senyum. Banyak acara kalian ya, denger si Bude dengerin nih ya.
Iya,
Alter
Bu.
Sam semakin solid, semakin besar, semakin
Alhamdulillah.
ramai.
Alhamdulillah,
Wah,
ya Allah.
masa depannya juga semakin cerah.
Amin.
Karena ada
Amin.
sesuatu ya, ada kegiatan ya kalian
Iya,
ya.
benar.
Kasih tahu Mikel.
Kita setiap minggunya itu ada kegiatan Champs Sport. Itu ada futsal, ada badminton. Dan malam ini jam 7 sampai jam 9 kita ngadain futsal di
Iya.
Elang Futsal.
Diwajibkan pakai baju Barcelona ya Wir.
Bukan.
Oh, ya? Salah ya?
Salah.
Oh,
Nggak
salah.
ada
Oke.
dress code kan? Benar, ini kalian tuh ngasih tahu kayak gini, mau ngasih tahu kalau kalian akan lebih strong lagi di Alter Champs atau mau ngajakin semua orang nih buat
Lebih
join?
sehat sih Bu deh, lebih lebih
Biar kita
segar,
sehat ya Bu ya,
fresh.
Mikel ya, biar kita nggak apa ya, biar ada aktivitas lah buat kita olahraga setiap
Biar
harinya.
teriaknya makin kuat juga nggak sih?
Bener. Biar menjaga silaturahmi juga antara yang di sini dan juga yang ada di sono gitu loh maksudnya
sama
Bude.
sama biar bisa nyelengkatin tim lain lagi Bu deh.
Nah, itu,
bentar
itu.
nih ya. Bude penasaran, berarti ini nggak cuma buat Alter Champs doang atau semuanya bisa ikut? Bude bisa ikut nggak?
Boleh Bu deh.
Boleh.
Dengan senang
Boleh.
hati.
Kalau super fans lain boleh nggak?
Boleh,
Oh, boleh.
ayo ikut.
Boleh.
Nah, tapi dikhususkan Alter Champs dulu.
Oke,
Ya.
caranya gimana nih? Alter
Caranya,
Champs mungkin yang di Jakarta kepengen join
Kalian
gimana?
yang terutama di Jabodetabek, cek IG-nya alterchamps.id.
Mahal Mikel, mahal banget, kelas.
Atau kalian cek sorotannya, klik link WA atau Discord, kalian bisa join dan temukan info-info di sana.
Kelas Mikel, kelas.
Keren.
Kelas
Iya,
boleh.
kelas-kelas doang ya kayaknya ya.
Kayaknya dia aja deh jadi talent, jangan gua.
Gitu ya?
Iya, kayaknya udah bagus.
Nggak apa-apa, kalau Hazelnut Bude mau tanya, ini kan nanti mungkin kalau yang mau buat futsalan atau mau datang ke MPL Arena tuh pada kepengin pakai merchandise-nya Alter Ego.
Iya.
Tapi kok di depan tutup ya?
Iya, jadi yang di depan itu katanya sih info terakhir dari Ko Anu ini banyak yang pesan lewat online. Ya, jadi di depan sementara kosong dulu karena nanti diambilin sih kalau kalian pesen gitu. Dan Ko mau ngasih info ke kalian lagi sama yang seperti kemarin Wir ya. Kalian kalau mau beli jersey atau alter match dan lain sebagainya macam spesial nih ya. Setiap match day-nya Alter Ego kalian dapat potongan harga sebanyak 50%. Kelas nggak Bude?
50%?
50% Bude.
Hari ini juga bisa dong?
Hari ini juga bisa.
Ada
Udah lu diem ya
maksimalnya?
No, udah aja No, fokus aja ya No.
Kamu juga fokus promosi dulu.
Oh iya benar, 50% ya Wir, langsung aja dicekot-cekot di e-commerce Alter Ego Merch. Begitu.
Begitu.
Ya.
Kalau beli emang tambah keren?
Pasti, sudah pasti tambah keren sih Wir. Ya, dibeli ya Wir. Dah.
Dibeli ya Wir, udah. Promosinya gitu.
Udah. Ya.
Kalau sekarang kan ini depan matanya Hazelnut ya, sudah ada player-player. Mau ngomong sesuatu nggak buat mereka?
Intinya untuk teman-teman player ya, terutama nih 5 orang yang ada di sini, tetap enjoy aja, bermain seperti biasa. Gak perlu banyak pikiran, lawan kita terlalu easy untuk hari ini, jadi bermain santai.
Asik.
Ya.
Mahal lah,
tenang
tandain ya,
Pokok
buat tidak
tenang
tidur.
saja, enggak usah terlalu banyak ini itu dah. Ya.
Udah nggak usah ya.
Sampai untuk yang lain Bude, ya penonton online jangan lupa nonton MPL ya.
Uhuy.
Lu pada semua karena Alter Ego udah pasti 2-0. Sip. Gitu.
Akankah
Ya.
terjadi seperti yang Hazelnut
Itu
katakan
udah
dan
pasti.
Alter Champs inginkan? 2-0
Ya.
kah atau 1 sama?
2-0.
Kita bakal langsung aja ya
Langsung ya.
lemparin kepada caster. Suruh caster.
Caster kerja.
Shalalalalala, Alter Ego.
So we've discovered that it is stronger, not smarter.
No, I never
Yes,
agreed to this.
We
You're
did.
making your
You
own.
said that you agreed.
Dude, this is
Why
literally
is he
the
gaslighting?
the media manipulation.
Dude. Wow.
Internet, have you not seen the edits on TikTok?
Wow.
So far, like, I am the only guy in
Just
the world
wow.
who just doesn't make mistakes. Really?
Guys, it's coincidence, okay?
You see, I predict. What did I predict this match?
I don't know.
2-1 RBL. We got that one. Now we just need the 2.
Okay. Because last leg, it was Alter Ego winning the first game, and then it was Rebellion, but then Alter Ego were able to come back. So that still could happen again. And
yeah.
then you could be wrong.
Never say never.
Never say never. And then stronger, not smarter.
Okay.
But till that moment happens, Eterna, I ain't taking that.
He's doubling down.
Okay.
He doesn't take that standing down.
Fair enough.
We'll have to see, man. Rebellion. I do wonder if they're going to try and bring out something new. It seems like whenever they hit a wall, they usually just come out with something even crazier. That's how it feels to me, at least. So with Ultrigo taking the first game, I do wonder, are they going to try and go back to something a bit more default? Or are they going to go the exact opposite route and go for something that we haven't seen?
I mean, that's a possibility, but Alter Ego have been dictating the drafts quite well. I mean, in the banning phase, again, right? Luo Yi taken off the board once again. If they want to go for something crazy, they might be able to pick up Chip, perhaps in the first phase, but that would let a lot of priority heroes go. It really depends on Coach Chico at this point. As we enter the drafting phase for game number 2, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Kaja once again taken away. Nolan, Matilda, if nothing changes, it should be a Faramis, but from that particular game, will they go for an Angela ban this time?
Maybe they will.
There you go.
But I'm surprised that, you know, both teams are starting with the same order though. I was expecting a bit of a switch up, but Alter Ego, every time we see a very early Roger pick, we've been saying it's a bit too premature, but Alter Ego says no. We can make it work. We know how to play this. Let's go for it. Now Rebellion, right, they have options like you mentioned, Eterna, the chip. They can go for it a bit earlier if they do want the same kind of confusing playstyle. But Alter Ego now, I do wonder if they're going to leave Rex pick for the end.
I honestly really like the Roger first pick now. I mean, it's so flex too, right? So it's kind of like what the Arlet was before, what the Ruby was before, but it's more value now because in the jungle it's great, in the gold lane it's great. Natan though, with the Baxia, whoa, early Natan. This is also the same response that Evos, I think, did yesterday. I think also for Dewa, the Natan early. But yeah, Natan has been great in this meta too, and hey, you know what? He's also technically flex. You can play this guy in the jungle.
Oh, you're
Why
right.
you look at me like that, Eterna?
It's so exciting.
Yeah, but they already have Baxia. I get it. Okay, that's why you gotta be smart, not strong.
Hey, Baxia was used as a roamer way back. I'm just saying, man. Old metas are making a comeback left and right.
Revitalize.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe Rebellion gonna roll back the clock. Chip!
Literally invented
Oh
one.
man! Oh my! Okay.
Oh man!
Oh man! It's Natan. Have fun, brother. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. This
That is terrifying.
like imagine going for Natan, right? You're like, all right, I want to farm, and then you see a Masha Chip Roger. Oh,
Is the new skin out?
they walked into it, dude. No, the new skin's not out
Oh
yet.
man.
Then it'll be fun actually. I would go up against a Masha every day.
Okay. Okay. But there you go. Already very aggressive and counter picks coming in from Alter Ego. Rebellion took a risk, took a chance, and now it's back in their court. How are they going to respond with this Masha and this chip pick?
I feel like either they go for some kind of protection or they go for more aggression to really burst down these heroes. They do, you know, like the Masha roam, yeah, it's dangerous, but it does take a while to ramp up because you don't really farm. So I think Rebellion are going for the more aggressive route here. And with the Paquito, she is quote-unquote a bit of a signature hero for cars as well. You have to see though, with so much macro pressure here, what can they do with that? They're banning away the Terizla, then they're trying to limit the catch potential from Alter Ego because they have a lot of damage already.
Wait, but you're assuming that Masha is going to be in the roam,
Right.
right? If
Exactly.
I mean, is it not still possible that Masha could go in a different role, like an EXP laner, chip
Right,
roam?
because there's a chip. Yes, exactly.
Roger Gold, Chip Jungle, Masha Roam.
Oh, okay.
Masha XP, Chip Roam, Roger Gold.
Hey, Keys to Victory says don't be too crazy with the flexibility.
I mean, they were a little bit crazy with the flexibility in game number 1, and they won. I mean, debut CC Gold.
Well, you know, outliers do happen, Eterna. Doesn't mean you have to like keep going for
Masha
it.
Mage, Chip Go. No, okay.
Okay, relax, buddy.
We're getting a little bit too crazy. But we did have a comment from Rect earlier on. Vin and Lemon are back in our Kyoshi. So now he believes that he has to perform as well. I mean, so far, earlier on, it was Audi that said that they would leave the Angela open, but then they were like, okay, maybe
They backtracked. I don't know if you want to go with the pattern, Rec. Vin Lemon, they played one match, they won, and then the next 2 matches they lost. You know, Rec, I don't know if you want to go for the same exact pattern here.
I mean, technically,
Drian?
Like, Drian's a veteran.
Oh, he also did very well with his first game. To Vin and Lemon, right? So
that's
the same exact pattern as Vin and Lemon. That I hope that doesn't happen to Rec.
Again.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're rolling back the clock, right?
Okay.
All the way. But now with the Vexana ban, along with the Terizla, again, all these counter engages that were making these fights so difficult for Rebellion. But now it seems like the exact opposite. Rebellion are going for a bit more of a big team fight kind of deal. Alter Ego, they seem content not going for a fight and just going for these pickups, for the split push, the chip plays.
So Florin gets banned out here by Alter Ego, denying that away from Audi. And if he wants to go back to his identity, if he wants to go back to his power, he would go for a hero that is pickoff. But against Alter Ego's composition right now, would it be valuable? Are they going for team fight?
Technically, with the pickoff, it also works both ways, right? You do get a way to pick someone off aggressively, but you can also lock down the Masha when she's diving in towards your Natan. So something defensive, you know, like a Kaja. Well, Kaja's banned out, but like the Franco, I think works earlier. But Ruby will be the option that they go for. And against so much dive, it does make sense. But Alter Ego have a chance to just go for like a mage that can really... A mage with good AoE here will be quite the problem for Rebellion to deal with as well.
For Alter Ego, I think you can just bank on this dive a bit more. Again, I'm trying to figure out still where these 3 heroes are going, because you can't really predict what's coming next if you don't know where these 3 are going. I think they'll certainly need a mage. That's the only one that we can say they kind of need here. And I guess if they want to go for mid... Oh, they go for full dive. Okay, they go for... What? Hold up. Roger Gold. Kai Jungle, Masha XP, Chip, Rome, and then mid Kadira. Okay, that should be it, right?
It should be it.
Okay.
Capital, bold, underline, Italian, should.
Italian.
It's italic. Italic, my
bad. The words just started making pasta for some reason, you know?
The Italian should. We'll see. Rebellion now, though, also requiring a mage that is going to be so vulnerable. Something with self-peel, something that with a lot of crowd control. It has to be something of that nature.
I mean, if you want to talk about like the ability to weave in, weave out, I would say Lilia.
Right.
But crowd control, I guess there is a layer that the Faramis can go, and we've seen that the Faramis has been used as a counter towards the Kadita because of his ultimate, because of how he can use a cult altar to create miscalculations. Interesting drafts coming in from both of these teams. What do you think about the Kadita coming back? Is it a good option?
I think it always had value still. It's just with the playstyle, with everything slowing down, you don't really require, you would much rather have someone that can help check out pushes, have some more control, teamfight impact, instead of pickoffs. But especially with how Alter Ego are playing right now, the Kadita I think fits right in. And you're also less vulnerable to getting bursted down due to your passive. So it's still very good. And I feel like Rebellion now are going to be concerned on when to really use the Faramis Nether Realm. Is it for the Kadita or is it for the Masha? Now you're stuck thinking.
That's true. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome you into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between the 3-face masks as well as the Blue Bulls. You can see here Rebellion are trying to claw their way out. Their final chance in game number 2 here to make things happen. And unfortunately, to force a game number 3. And if they win it, that does push EVOS and RRQ further down into the red zone. And the one thing that was kind of what I really would like to see is the pickoff potential that Alter Ego has with Rect on the chip. as well as the Kadita on Krite. Will we be seeing more of that later on?
I mean, technically, right? Rebellion kind of, they should be able to actually withstand this early game from Ultra Ego. The snowball really happens when Chip can actually TP, right? So it's all about how they lane. I'm actually really curious to see how this Masha plays out in the XP, because we're used to seeing him in Rome. We're seeing him in XP. He's still going to be very active because of the chip teleports, but it seems like Cars is doing a good job already at taking a few hits onto the turret.
You know, Pi is on the Masha. The Pi won't be as teamfight heavy, so it's going to be a bit more 1v1 duel heavy against Cars. And looking at the emblems, Bargain Hunter compared to the Festival of Blood, so sustain-wise, Cars will have a huge advantage, and you can say for mobility as well, that will be the case. I think it's all about the ganks here, man. It's whether or not Ultra Ego can find full value from the chip ganks. If Rebellion can thwart those ganks again and again, it's going to be a bit difficult to get rolling in the early to mid game.
That's why they're banking on getting Krite to level 4 fast, at least, before they go for this neutral objective. You can use that to hinder the movements coming in from Rebellion, but Taz here already getting chunked quite low, actually, from the damage coming through from Cars. As long as Suelo is there, he shouldn't have that much of a issue against Krite as well as Pi.
Taz recalls, Rekt has that TP though. So that's why it's going to be big. Those are the teleports coming in. The portal's right there. Up top, solo kill Nino. First blood. Down below, it's going to be Vincent very, very low to Poison's Cars with a big shot back. But now, the Pyramid pops him in another realm. A bit late to save Vincent, but Rekt is going to be low too. Cars gets one final shot to take him down still. At a lot of HP, but Rebellion have lost so many members. Audi locked back up again. Cars with one punch, looking for another. The knockout strike home back again, and another! It's 2 on the board for Cars, trying to make it 3. One more shot, Taz, 1 HP, wants to go and get through the wall! Cars gets 3 early on to recover for the Blue Bulls.
What is with Cars and the early game, right? Because in game number 1, he did a similar thing on the Yuzong, and now he's replicating that on the Paquito here in minute number 3. But it is going to be a turtle given to Rebellion without the presence of Taz. And it's a 3-3. They've completely equalized it.
It's almost like they overextended after getting initially the value, because you have to remember Paquito in the early game has always been a menace, especially with all the built-in extra damage, extra shielding, and the machine, man, just strikes again right there. Showing again that with the right picks, with the right aggressive picks that he can use to really exert his dominance, this man has always been a fearsome player to behold.
It is one of his comfort picks too, right? It's his signature picks from back in the day. And now we do see movements coming in from Rebellion. I'm wondering where the ganks are going to come through for Krite and Rekt, or is it a different strategy that they're going for?
I think they went for it earlier, but just didn't get the same kind of value. And I feel like they need Krite to get a few more items to be a real threat, because he hasn't really solo killed just yet. Oh, Vincent just aggressively faking the roll in towards Nino.
Taz is around though, so Rebellion cannot actually go for that dive. But yeah, back to Cars, I think. Oh, down below. There's a dive, there's a thunderclap. Cars gets a shield, but it's not enough. Pi picks up a shutdown, and that will technically level him back to the equal standing now in that XP lane. That's a heptaseas for Pi. And yeah, in that gold, only 200 behind. He should be able to get a few shots on the turret, but Vincent actually denies that away.
It's such a confusing kind of playstyle, right? For the longest time, if you're not together with your team, you're in danger. But with Chip in your team, right, it's almost like the opposite. If you're gathered around every single time, then you're losing value from this hero. So, of course, for Ultra Ego, it's a different feel when you're playing the game. But for Rebellion as well, it's a different feel on the receiving end of this kind of different playstyle. I think Cars wasn't really expecting that kind of two-man gang, but oh, D!
Oh, that's a good bait actually, but still way too low to stay in lane against Roger. Rekt putting it down once again. They're waiting for it. Krite joins, Taz joins, heavy spin, but Vincent still finds it. And Suelo just holding on now. Pi jumping to the back, pulled back again by Stampede. And those are a lot of HP bars just gone, decimated, depleted, and that is a breath of the ocean. But Sway low, perfectly timed there with another realm. Rekt running for the hills, but what can he do against a boxer who can take him down with one last jab? RBL with a solid win. D, aggressive entropy. And ODTZ walks in, I'm offended. Not ready just yet for now. Nino gets away. It's still on cooldown, but it's crazy how Rebellion got a turret in their weak side lane too.
And now Cars is going back as well to get another objective. So already a neutral objective on the board. They were able to get the turtle. They were able to get 2 towers. Already catching the mid tower quite low as well, as Rebellion pushed their value to a 2.5k gold lead in the 6th minute of the game. 1v1.
TP. It's never a 1v1 with Chip.
You're right.
It's never a 1v1 with Chip.
That is unfair, bro. That is dirty. Cars was squaring up for the honorable duel, and he just gets dogpiled. That is tough, but hey, his life for the turret, I think Rebellion will take that pie now.
Yeah, they'll take that, especially if they are able to get this kill down too. 2 thunderclaps, but the I'm offended comes in to peel him away. And they are layering these abilities so well, Rebellion.
Going back and forth here, still getting the edge, even though there's so much a lot of aggressive heroes on the side of Alter Ego. For Rebellion, it's great, but I feel like Alter Ego, their late game isn't necessarily awful, right? The Masha will scale really, really well, and the Kadira, with I think 1 or 2 more items, will start being a real menace. So Pride is only standing on the Lightning Truncheon, so 1 more penetration item, I think, and then he'll be a real threat for anyone, and he can operate alone instead of trying to facilitate ganks.
And this is where things get really interesting. Oh, a Purify already used by Nino earlier on, so that's a big resource baited out before they go in for the neutral objective take.
Heavy spin onto Vincent, it's D! Who finds it now with the entropy in the back as well. Rekt putting down the teleport as Pi tries to go deep onto D. And that is still going to be ODTZ trying to provide some peel, and that's a full dive to the back, but there is another round to save, and they're all going to be clumped up, and Swaylo, with the help of Cars' last punch, executes them here. The neutral objective to fight, and Cars again with a triple kill this time on the Paquito.
What is he on in game number 2? He slept for a bit, woke up and chose violence. A second triple kill of the game. 4 members taken out from Alter Ego, and Rebellion keep reaping their rewards. A 5k gold lead doubled since the last time they won the neutral objective contest. It looked like Alter Ego committed to the dive on to D, but he was able to withstand the damage, and unfortunately they had to lose Nino in the process.
It just seems like they're confused on how and who they really want to focus on in these fights. Unlike the first game where it kind of made sense, they were kind of synergized. Now, look at how they're playing these fights out. Someone's targeting D, but at the same time, if you look at Krite, for instance, he used his full combo onto Cars instead of D or Sway Low. So they are trying to do a lot of things at the same time. And when it comes down to that, I think Rebellion has the advantage. And without a gold lead, now Alter Ego are going to be forced to play more conservatively, to stick around each other. This chip pick is almost getting completely neutralized by how the game is going.
It's all about how they were able to play around it. Swaylo is so disciplined, so patient with that Netherrealm, and the team too are so conditioned to trusting Swaylo with that Netherrealm. D was so low. I think a lot of players would just entropy out. They'd try to save themselves, but he knew Swaylo was going to be there when he needed him to be there. So he just trusted in his teammate, and now it gets scary because he has a win of nature on top of that. Pi up top, Cars very low, gonna give it thunderclap, and picks up the shutdown now with the DPs as well. They might have gone for a bit too crazy of a fight here. Still though, the Netherrealm helps him, and the damage from Swaylo, my goodness, the Ghost Bursters in the back. Audi trying to chase them down. Rebellion, they've lost 1 member, but why does it look like they have won the fight? He picks up the chip that is isolated from the team, and it's a win again for Rebellion despite Cars falling.
They've spent the whole early game bullying Cars again and again. And yet this man has been killing, but look at Nino diving in. Look at this chaos coming from Alter Ego. Are they gonna go for a fight?
Uh-oh. Nino in the back, isolated. Cars is running him down. Vincent too, just stopping him from getting anywhere here. Krite jumps in, Breath of the Ocean into the rough waves, cancelled out. No, I'm offended to cancel it once again. Entropy, and Cars there to back up with the damage. He will get this kill. Audi's low. Nino looks for the execute. Now it's Krite who's down, and Rekt who's up. But Suelo has respawned back. The passive doing work for him. Cars putting some damage down on the Taz, who's forced back. The TP coming again once again, and that is another beautifully placed NetherRealm. Cars knocks the Akai out. Vincent will be taken down by the Thunderclap as Nino tries to go for the execute on the back, but D is dealing so much damage with Cars and Suelo. Overwhelming Alter Ego and taking Lord from their hands.
Beautiful, beautiful team fight by Rebellion. The targeting, the timing from the way they utilized their resources in that team fight was brilliant. Alter Ego were left thinking, what do we do here? What do we go for? Initially, it looked good as they were able to take Suelo down, but unfortunately, the timing wasn't quite right, and Krite had to be taken off the board before they committed. And they didn't have that potential, the damage, the burst, and the combos coming in from the Kadira to be able to take down their very important backliners that were dealing all that damage.
Oh, they picked up Suelo, and that's a big mistake right there.
Big value
Never
play.
mind, he has passive. He can come back.
It's a lot faster, and it's a bit underrated of a passive. And in this game, the Faramis is just such a good pick because it's aggressive. The death timers being that short is going to be a huge value, but hang on a minute. Whoa!
Right, jumps in to the back, wants to get that entropy. No Suelo this time. They have to respect it, but they don't. They end up falling here. They give up one. Suelo, they need to wait for the NetherRealm, right, for Rebellion. But I guess without the Lord there, they could afford losing Vincent and Suelo. That's it. They cannot afford to lose more.
I was about to say, I mean, lower death timers, you do have the NetherRealm as well, of course, but then with Alter Ego's composition, everyone, including the chip even, is going to be clumped up. That's a lot of damage.
Now it's Taz a bit too much than he can chew. The NetherRealm comes down, and that means that Alter Ego cannot deal with their HP bars, but they certainly can! With the entropy, with the power spike, Natan is disgusting!
That's a Natan with 2 HP bars. 2 HP bars, and also the Divine Glaive instead of the Holy Crystal. Has all the penetration. Now, 3-man defense.
Oh man, against a Natan though, the 3-man defense is already weak in itself. With a Natan, with Suelo waiting for that NetherRealm to come back. Taz and Rek will respawn. So, I don't think Rebellion can end, but it looked so risky, and now 2 base turrets down. Alter Ego.
And that's a 7.8k gold lead for Rebellion. Already a lot of value coming through. I thought that Pai was going to go for an insane play, but there was no follow-up, so he didn't go for the commit. But that's definitely something that he can think of doing, perhaps. If they overcommit, if they see that all the resources are already used, like the NetherRealm and so on and so forth, then maybe Pai can look for a vantage point that can take down the backline. That's Natan.
It's so tough for him as well, because he's an XP laner. Usually when we saw the Masha really work, it's because the Masha is a roamer, and you really lose out when you're forced to use a lot of resources to take out the roamer. But now that Pai is an EXP laner, it's almost like Rebellion have no issue, and they're not losing as much, spending, let's say, 1 or 2 ultimates to make sure that the Masha does get taken out. And on top of that, right now, the issue is B is just so secure in this situation. Usually, of course, when you have a Natan, it's all about whether or not you can protect the Natan and let him carry. Well, now, only against a Kadira, a Roger, and a Masha, he has the Wind of Nature, and he has the Purify. So, for the most part, he has all his bases covered when it comes to trying to survive in these big fights.
And that's on an individual level, right? It doesn't even put into consideration of the other resources that his team can utilize. So it is a big issue. Rekt gets caught in that bush, actually.
It's never a 1v1, but this is a 1v5. Rek can't even pop the TP, and even if he does, I don't think... No, Alter Ego do not want to take it. It's an instant man disadvantage if they do. Rek got eaten up here by Rebellion, got charged down, and Taz is next to the chopping block, who's now going to be chased down by a boxer. And a girl with a scythe. Cry in the back. A desperate play. Audi not seeing Cry, not finding him. Oh, the Cry doesn't pop the Petrify to CC Vincent, and now gets gunned down by D. Absolutely denied.
He just took the knockup, and he knows he has a Purify, but it wasn't necessary. He just looked at Cry on the way down.
1v1. Cars versus Pai. That's 1 HP bar. He doesn't want to get the other HP bar down because he gets a reset on the Thunderclap, but he can find some reinforcements. Sway low, very low now. Nino jumping forward, NetherRealm baiting it out. Cars right there to save him. Nino also running for the hills. Doing some damage out of Incidents. The TP comes down as well, but on the other side, it's going to be D. 1v1 against Pi, and he finds the solo kill. 1v1. Taz with a heavy spin onto D, but he does pop an Entropy just in time now as Taz won't be able to shred down to Natan. That's not how you do it, D! This guy comes back, the Lord! Game 1, it was the Minions. Game 2, it's the Lord!
Whoa! What were they doing? They tunnel visioned on that team fight. Rebellion! And the Lord claims the player of the game.
Man, what is that? The high tempo, high pace from both these teams. But then Rebellion comes out on top. A bit of deja vu. The fact that the lanes were just completely ignored. Both teams, it's personal, man. They want the kills. The objectives be damned.
The Blue Bulls are angry in game number 2. They are angry and they are feeling each other.
I mean, I guess they thought they would not be able to withstand a siege of Natan with the Enhanced Lord, so might as well try to take the gamble in the bottom line. High risk, high reward. Didn't pay off, and it ended up with the Lord. The Lord! Taking the game away from them. MVP Lord? Question mark?
MVP Lord.
Oh, man.
For game highlights, Suelo's NetherRealm extends Rebellion's life to game 3, but wow, that is such a confusing end.
What happened there? From Alter Ego, I mean, desperate times do call for desperate measures, but who did they leave to clear? Was anyone at the base?
No one. The minions were left to clear. The MVP of game 1 versus the MVP of game 2.
They kept trying to send more people. The guy is there like, bro, send more dudes. We need to win this fight.
Up, man. The portal's up.
Keep going, keep coming. And before they knew it, the base just crumbles.
Oh, the highlight's gonna be fun.
The base,
it's gonna be a good highlight.
Oh.
But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Alter Ego have not successfully gone and taken a convincing win against Rebellion this time around. Again, it's Rebellion picking up the second game, equalized now 1-1, forcing a game number 3. And the MVP, or the player of the game, presented to you by the tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, is Cars on the Paquito in the early game. Again, I feel like the early game is his zone, man. I mean, Yuzong, and then Paquito, and then plus the point where you made where the Paquito is really great early game with his base damage. And then he did a triple kill twice.
Yeah, the early game, great. The mid game, great. And the late game, he just finds a way to make this pick work. The Paquito is a signature pick for him for the longest time for a reason. I recall the days where it was constantly banned away and he was just not allowed to get his hands on it. But here's the highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Early on, this is the very close. You would think that neither will have an advantage, but it was still very, very close. And afterwards, you extend the fight again and again. Cars just finds the value here. Getting that first triple, Taz stuck in the pit. And afterwards, Alter Ego just weren't able to win a fight, even when the quote-unquote combo does land.
Because of Sway Low.
NetherRealm just denies everything. And even there where, okay, the NetherRealm was all expended, it's enough for the rest of the team to get a bit of a lead. And you keep in mind, I mean, keep your eyes on the Theramis, right? Not just the utility, but also the damage. It's so subtle, but every single time Alter Ego seems to be gaining some kind of advantage in the fight, the Ghost Bursters comes in and just swings everything in favor of Rebellion.
That's why for me in this particular game, it was actually quite difficult for me to choose a player of the game, because honestly, I felt that Sway Low also contributed to a lot of the success that Rebellion's esports were able to gain for themselves in these particular team fights. Like time and time again, the cover, the moment where he uses his NetherRealm, that was so value, and it turned the entire team fight around.
Look at the base. There we go.
The base.
Oh, wait. Krite was at the base earlier, and he took a portal.
He took a portal.
He took the portal.
Like we said, they wanted reinforcements. They got reinforcements. Arashi, it's as planned. It's as they predicted. It's the prophecy, okay? But yeah, no, I think it's also, it was a dilemma, right? I mean, Is it Cars? Is it Sway Low? For the most part, towards the later stage, I think Sway Low definitely took the spotlight away from Cars. But it's all about that early game. If the early game didn't go as smooth as it did for Rebellion, if Cars didn't single-handedly save the first 2 fights, Alter Ego would have snowballed, and that NetherRealm, though it was going to be useful still, won't be as valuable as it was in this game. Cars set that up.
And don't forget about D. And look at the itemization, man. No Holy Crystal, but against all of this, all the beefier members, including the Roger, by the way, when we say beefy heroes, he went for the Divine Glaive instead, and he went for the Blood Wings to get more of a survivability in this situation, knowing that he is going to be the main target. If you're talking about giving credit, we have to give a shout out to D as well. Actually doing well in a losing lane, technically, and afterwards, just outplaying again and again. There's a Kadira, a Chip, you know, a Roger, and a Masha, right? I think none of us were expecting him to come out of this game with 1 death.
No.
Exactly. So, I think as a whole, Rebellion Esports, everyone were just doing really, really good. Even Vincent on the Retribution. You can see that he's lesser of a, he has a worse Retribution compared to Taz and all that. But the fact that Taz was just not confident going for the 50-50s, and even with the heavy spin in his arsenal, Vincent was still able to get a lot of these neutral objectives.
I'm actually quite curious to the comparison of retribution takes between Taz and Vincent, because Vincent is not notorious for bad retributions. He's actually notorious for really good retributions as well. So I wonder what the comparison is. Because if you compare like Kyrie and Vincent, I would believe that Vincent still holds a better retribution rate compared to Kyrie.
Yeah,
but with Taz, I'm not sure. I would love to double check with production.
I think this game shows
on.
it. He won all the retries.
But there were a lot of moments. Oh no, not this game.
Yeah.
It was the last game.
Like this game, Akai was heavy spinning too in one moment, and the 50-50 was still Vincent.
And then D stole one.
And then, well, one time D was like, I'm the retry.
Was there a level difference?
I believe
Because I do believe
so,
Vincent was ahead
but heavy
this
spin.
game. Right, true.
HS.
HS, high school.
But yeah, I mean, I knew this was going to happen, A-Turn. I remember the prediction. You know, like.
I mean,
this
you are one more away.
You know what I said? You know what I predicted? You know, like, I mean, yeah.
But let's see your prediction for the player of the match.
I think that one is like more of like
He said mid lane.
I could have just gone
debatable.
I could have voted Sway Low to get my thing, but I'm a fair man.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Fair point.
Okay. We are gonna go to a short break before the conclusion of this match to see whether or not.
Ganti muka dulu dia.
Ganti wajah dulu. Kan ada 3 ya, Alter Ego. Tapi menarik. Gimana kalian ngelihat pertarungan tadi tuh? Kok dicuri sama mafianya nih?
Sengaja aja sih biar nggak ngantuk lah game-nya.
Waduh, pembelaannya keren ya. Katanya gitu, ini dengan sekarang konsepnya lagi para mafia yang mau mencuri poin ya. Kalian berhasil mencuri game kedua, tapi game pertama kalian yang dicuri loh.
Iya, mungkin ngebaca dulu ya di awal. Ingat ya, yang menang kedua selalu menang ketiga, Bude.
Ululu, pede dong.
Pede banget.
Pede banget. Nah, kalau kita mungkin boleh bahas ya, ada satu hero yang menarik dari kedua tim ini. Ada yang kemarin juga sempat dibahas, Angela. Satu hero yang unyu-unyu, tapi kayaknya impactnya besar banget. Apakah gara-gara Angelanya dilepas jadi kalian kehilangan poin?
Sebenarnya nggak jadi faktor sih kalau saya lihat ya. Balik lagi, sekelas Audi aja udah percaya untuk ngelepas Angelanya. Mungkin game 3 lepas aja lagi sih harusnya.
Nggak takut?
Nggak takut kita.
Kalian bertiga sama-sama setuju? Lepas aja Angelanya?
Nggak takut karena udah pasti easy game lah.
Aduh, tuh.
Game 1 tuh pura-pura kalah aja kita, pura-pura kalah.
Pura-pura ya. Semoga pura-puranya nggak keterusan ya tapi ya. Nah.
Jangan lock IG saya please.
Aman ya, aman semuanya di sini. Kalau mereka kan bilangnya pura-pura kalah, kalau kalian biar seru. Angelanya kalau nggak dipakai jadi nggak bisa menang kah?
Sebenarnya bisa Bude, cuma emang tim sebelah nggak punya air kali makanya minum ludah sendiri.
Bentar ya, ini menarik ya. Tapi menurut kalian kalian tuh pengennya mending dilepas, dipakai atau nggak apa-apa, nggak apa, kayak Angela juga bisa.
Terserah sih Bude, soalnya Rek masih muda kan, masih bisa bantai-bantai pakai hero lain.
Wih, mudah sekali ya.
Mia Roam juga kayak enak Bude.
Mia Roam, bisa?
Bisa pakai Dire Hit.
Ini menarik lagi nih, tambah-tambah ya. Emang sih dari tadi Alter Ego pakai hero yang unik-unik. Tapi menurutmu bebas aja. Kalau yang lainnya berpikiran yang sama gak sih? Ini Angela ini jadi hot topic banget nih.
Rek bisa hero lain sih, jadi santai aja.
Santai aja.
Aman-aman.
Apa? Bukan Mia juga kan?
Contohnya kayak Matilda belum lepas. Jilong Roam masih ada.
Lanjutin aja. Sampai apa nih? Apa nih yang mau dijadiin Lancelot Roam mungkin ya bisa ya. Bisa
Uranus.
loh.
Saber Roam belum keluar Bude. Saber Roam.
Belum. Oke, jadi memang kalau dari Angela dua-duanya merasa nggak ada masalah. Tapi masalah terbesar kira-kira apa nih untuk game ketiga, untuk Alter Ego? Supaya bisa ngedapetin game, buat kalian apa sih masalah terbesarnya?
Masalah terbesarnya ini aja sih, jangan kebanyakan ngelamun.
Oh, ngelamun ya?
Kayak Pai kebanyakan mikirin ini deh, cicilan KPR Bude.
Oh, harus disadarkan ya.
Stop ngelamun gak sih Pai? Udah semangat ya mainnya.
Stop ngelamun, kalau dari tim Alter Ego ya, itu satu. Kalau dari Rebellion, ini apa nih kendala terbesar untuk Rebellion biar bisa ngedapetin game yang ketiga?
Kita mau ban Uranus aja sih, soalnya takut Rek pakai Uranus Roam lagi nanti.
Wah, itu ya.
Iya.
Rek bisa jadi masalah berarti nih ya buat Rebellion. Ngejegal Rebellion bisa ini?
Bisa banget, 2-1.
Wah, berarti Rebellion pede juga dong untuk ngedapetin kemenangan?
Wah, pede banget, nggak usah ditanya.
Dua-duanya sama-sama pede, dua-duanya sama-sama pengen menang, sama-sama ingin ngedapetin match kali ini di game yang ketiga. Siap untuk meraung-raung?
Siap.
Ngaung-ngaung, coba.
Siap banget.
Weh, udah rame nih, bentar. Daripada ini bakal yuk ramein.
Aum.
Alter Ego, aum. Kalau Rebels?
Ini sundulan banteng aja kali ya, banteng biru.
Kasih.
Oke, kasih. Dream.
Oke, nanti
Bantengnya belum makan Bude.
Iya, akan dilanjutkan kalau menang ya. Dua-duanya akan, siapa yang akan bersorak di game ketiga? Lari kita buktikan ke Land of Down. Let's go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that short break. And finally, we get to ask the important questions. What sounds do bulls make?
Moo, I think.
Do they actually moo? Like cows?
Like moo. Bulls are like male cows, right? Yes.
I think that's true, but I don't think
Yeah, it is. So
that's what they mean by bulls.
if
what do they
if a
mean?
female dog woofs, the male dog also woofs.
True, valid.
So female cow moos, male cow moos. Eterna.
Yes, I
I
don't
think you need to Google it.
I mean,
Go search it.
I would much rather just ask AI that you can get from Samsung.
Okay, you can do that too.
Yeah.
There's AI in Samsung, Arashi?
Yeah.
Duh.
Oh my god, can you explain it to me?
Well, it's just so high tech.
Okay.
Right? And to begin
HT.
with, and that's before even considering the fact that you have it's all 5G ready, right?
5G
And you have the
ready.
Exynos 1480
Exynos.
processor and a 20 gigabyte RAM capacity with up to 256 gigabytes of memory. Dude, you're gaming with that, and then you can, use AI to help you out when you're thinking about metas and strategies. It's a done deal.
And I've been hearing the battery capacity is pretty good too.
Pretty good.
Ooh.
It's really good, Eterna.
It's awesome
and awesome is
for everyone.
absolutely every one of you can access the website Samsung.com/ID and your nearest Samsung store to get the new Galaxy A555G and a Galaxy A355G. Gani actually got it, and he's been telling me all about the installments. 400,000 rupiah starts from there, and he's been getting so much value because he gets deals that are awesome that are worth up to 1.8 million IDR.
Wow.
Up until April 17th. So it's 21st. That's why Gani got it like 2 weeks ago.
I got it 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. You got it for him?
Yeah, as a present.
There you go.
W.
Guys. Did you also get
W.
him like the GoPay app?
Of course.
Why?
Because it's cheaper for me, honestly.
You're right.
It's
That's pretty
cheaper for me.
financially responsible of you. That's
Thank
very
you.
adult of you.
Thank you.
It's almost like you guys are old.
Hello? Why are we getting slandered?
I did not see that coming. Did not prepare a comeback either.
Well, what doesn't get old is the free top-ups and transfers
Timeless.
on GoPay, man. You have 100 times a month. It doesn't get old. You just keep making all these transactions, no fees. Because come on, sometimes you feel like you're trying to do something and then you just lose. Like it's small, but it adds up. You know?
Definitely. And you know what adds up as well?
What?
Defeats.
Oh. Why you gotta take the negative part, man?
Okay,
I thought
fine.
you could say
Victory.
wins. Yes.
Hang on a minute.
It can work both ways. Like, which way do you swing?
Glass half empty, glass half full. Which one do you swing by?
I'm neutral.
The glass is just half?
Yeah.
What? It's just a glass?
It's a glass with half of whatever.
Whatever?
Yeah. It's like, you can say,
Even point cool like coffee?
oh, I love Poinku coffee.
No, you don't. You can't drink coffee. Ah,
But
you like-
that's what it's called.
Got him. That's true,
It's
that's
called
true.
point coffee.
That's true. You get the
It's
tea.
not point tea.
What's pointy?
What?
What's pointy?
What?
You said pointy.
You're saying pointy, right? What's sharp? What's pointy?
The wits of Auditizi.
Now that reflects age.
What? Oh yeah, that's a pretty dad,
Yeah.
dad kind of joke.
Yeah.
Arashi, are you a dad?
No. I'm single.
He's single.
Ready to mingle.
Wow.
Okay.
An announcement to all the ladies out there.
Wait a minute.
Get your phones ready so you can DM him, ladies. But
Man.
let's focus as we enter the drafting phase for game number 3, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Absolutely no changes so far from the bans from Alter Ego, and they've opted again to stay on the same side. I do believe an Angela should be banned here.
That's a bit fascinating, honestly. The fact that they're just going with the same kind of thing. Alter Ego now just respecting the combo and adding an X board, the same ban from the previous game.
Yep.
Now without an Angela, I mean a lot of fans are making noise about it. Like, hey, bro, you said you're gonna let the Angela, leave the Angela open. What happened to that?
And Rebellion's like, I gotta make money, man. I'm sorry. We tried, okay?
It is what it is. Everything is fair in love and war, they say. But Roger, making an appearance again as a first pick, we were a bit concerned about this. Maybe thinking it's a bit too flexed. I think in game number 2, like we were discussing in the keys to victory, it's exactly what we were talking about. When you're a bit too flexible and hiding everything a bit too much, now they should kind of streamline it a bit.
Okay. Do Rebellion want to go for the same decision they made in game number 2? It was Baxia and a Natan. They're taking their sweet time, and it still is. The
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly. The age-old saying by Mirkotron. From
If it ain't broke, don't fix
seasons and
it.
seasons and seasons and seasons and seasons ago.
Yeah.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's like when you have a perfectly good A555G, you don't need to upgrade.
Your team is picking.
Well,
true.
Alter Ego though are certainly upgrading. Ruby is still there, but now Novaria. I think I said earlier that in game 2, a different mage I think would have been better than a Kadira. Now, I'm not quite sure if they're going to go for a chip though, right? I don't think that's going to be the case, but maybe that's exactly the kind of curveball they're trying to throw at Rebellion.
And this is the unfortunate disadvantage when you have Rekt in the lineup over Rossi. The Ruby pick, we would always just be like, okay, it's a flex pick. Now it's also still a flex pick, but it's not as strong of a flex pick because Rekt on the Ruby, we haven't seen it in a while. Meanwhile, for Rossi, he's been performing super well on the Ruby. Fair miss pick for RBL though.
Man, Faramis pick already, and earlier we saw in game 1 the healing becomes a big benefit against a poke hero like the Novaria. So we haven't seen a lot of Rafaelas, but you can always hope that something new might come up. We'll see though. For Rebellion, they're banning the Terizla again. They want to make sure that no one can really punish them for corralling together, grouping as 5 for the Nether Realm.
I mean, essentially, a Ruby can punish that in a way, but it still can be worked around, I suppose. But it's already a risky pick, picking up a Faramis against the Ruby. The Paquito gets respected out, taken away from Cars.
They gotta ban Xborg, man. Alter Ego. They already did, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, didn't see it. There was a glare.
I was, I was thinking like, oh, Rek doesn't play the usual supports. Hey, can he play a Novaria role? Because usually Rek's kind of deal is that he doesn't do a lot of crazy mechanical plays. He makes good decisions. He has the experience to try and pick the right choice in the middle of a tense situation. Technically, Novaria kind of falls into that category.
Make the whole world
Frontline though, if that's the case.
Exactly.
Florin ban though. By Rebellion.
Rebel.
Take away the healing capabilities, but now technically for the healer department, we still have that Rafaela. We've seen MPLPH actually, and the teams in MPLPH utilize the Rafaela. So far in MPL ID, 0 Rafaela picks. Maybe the first time this season from Rek. The safe choice would obviously just to be a Grok role signature pick for Rek 2. For the bans here, what do they want to go for? I think just getting someone sustainable. Oh, they get the Benedetta. Ooh, okay. I was actually thinking that the Benedetta might be left open because they do have the Ruby that can do okay against the Benedetta. They also have like some, but for Rebellion now, Arlet, Lapu,
Yuzong.
They're going for a Roamer first though, it looks like. Oh, Minotaur would be good, just here, right?
Ooh, Minotaur here. Taking it away from Alter Ego as well, definitely works. There we go, as predicted. Now Alter Ego will be forced to explore and expose what exactly they're gonna go for here. Right now, it still can go for, it's like a single target dive kind of deal with Novaria supplying extra damage, or they can go for something a bit more normal, right? I think it depends on what gets thrown in the hands of Nino.
Where is this Roger going to go?
Exactly.
I think we need to answer that question first. Is it a Roger in the jungle for Taz, or is it a Roger for Nino in the gold lane? What would be best in this scenario?
Oof. I think it depends on the final 2 picks, man.
I wouldn't put Ruby in the EXP though, would you?
Gold. Oh, gold, Ruby.
Yeah, gold Ruby.
Oh, wow. Good call, Mirko. Lapu in the hands of Pine, that's also a bit of a signature pick. And it can definitely punish the grouping up. But now you're dealing with the Minotaur though, right? That's the main problem right here. Unless they really chain down the card control with the Grok, with the Lapu, it won't be as straightforward. Rebellion now suffer from a big issue though. They don't really have a catch, right? They have Minotaur and Boxia. They can't really force Alter Ego to stick around if Alter Ego aren't willing to engage.
Yeah, I mean they can, at this point Rebellion can go for more just all around, like with the Yuzong, they can go for Yuzong. They can also go for Arla. There's a lot of CC to combo together. I think both choices could be very, very good. Yuzong's a bit safer though because popping that Black Dragon form, you already have a Minotaur plus the box just so crazy for the neutral objective. But they actually go for an interesting choice, a CC.
Ooh, man. I think Rebellion are going to be very strong at holding their ground against aggression. But Alter Ego are going to have so much more advantage because they're the ones picking and choosing what exactly they want to try and go for. Unless they really get hard baited into trying to go for some neutral objective contest, I think Rebellion are going to struggle to really find the kind of snowball that they want to have against Alter Ego, that kind of aggressive style that they really love executing.
That's the thing. Maybe they're looking for more backline pressure to punish the Novaria. But there were other options.
I guess the answer why they go CC is because they just want to tie these members up. Alter Ego, especially the Novaria. If the Novaria gets caught in that ult, you can't be astral recalling through the walls. Like you're gonna be tied up with someone. You better be ready, brother.
Okay, so it's still pressure for the Novaria for the backline. Will it work? Is the question as we enter the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. For the final game of this best-of-3 series, will it be Alter Ego winning yet another 2-1 against the Blue Bulls? Or can they make a change here? They surely need it, remembering that they are, once again, number 9 on the standings. Rebellion, either or. It's a make it or break it point here in week number 5.
Looking at the emblems though, 3 Brave Smites in the hands of Alter Ego. They want that front line to hold desperately, man. They need to give space to Taz and Kride to be able to output that damage. Kride going for a Rupture, so a bit more early game presence. Auditizi knows that it's not about utility. He is front line in this composition. The utility will come from Suelo. That's why he has the Inspire, and Audi is just going for all the defense he can get from the emblems.
Ooh. Racket's jumped quite low here, getting damage in the mid lane. Forced to retreat at this point, but actually cancels that out. But that does give the side lanes a little bit more room to breathe, understanding that he needs to go in for a recall. Again, Kride, for the past game, has always accompanied Pi in the EXP.
This is what the mid laners have been doing now to get the roamer and the mid laner both to level 4.
Before the turtle.
Yep.
It's part of their strategy, and level 4 power spikes are going to be so powerful. In particular, I think for Alter Ego, because the Netherrealm will be strong, but it won't give damage, right? And unless you also have a team full of fighters, the Netherrealm does pale in comparison to something like the bravest fighter or a huge wall charge. So we'll have to see for now. And I think Rebellion are going to be trying to engage it, but I don't think they can go for a full-on 5v5.
Suelo pulling Pi back, looking for that level 4. Will be able to clear it first, so Rebellion have priority on this turtle. Audi defensively pulling back, resetting. Rebellion need to make a move here, and that's why the CC is so annoying, right?
Wow.
Right and Pi tied up together there. Suelo just gets a big hit. Rek jumps in with the wild charge, and that's right! Even though he was slow, he finds a shot down, and it's all set up by Rek with the wild charge.
Nova diff. Nova diff. I mean, Suelo on the Nova didn't have that much of an impact in the neutral objective takes, but we've seen Kride time and time again when he picks this hero up. It's always super, what do you call it? Not effective. What's the word? Not effective.
Scary?
Scary, not scary. It's like when it's vulnerable. Very vulnerable to take.
Oh, the neutral objective is vulnerable to being stolen. I gotta agree with you, but that's, the wild charge also has a surprisingly huge amount of damage. So the fact that I'm pretty sure planned that was very sneaky, man. Dirty move by Alter Ego to steal the first turtle that really seemed guaranteed for Rebellion. Now it's back to the slow game for now. And I do wonder about the effectiveness of this Ruby, right? If this is a full damage Ruby that gets to stay alive and do a lot of damage, ooh.
Good chunk of damage right there. Good damn offended, forcing D to use the entropy. But yeah, something that we need to note is, wow, oh, whoa, Audi's prediction after game 2. You would expect Rebellion to have a little bit more, support, but no, 93 to 7%. Wow.
Full faith from Alter Ego right now. But as I was saying, if the Ruby can get a lot of damage items and he doesn't get bursted down in the middle of a team fight, then Ruby can output a lot of damage in the middle of everyone clumped up for another realm. So we'll have to see how effective this Ruby can be, or whether it's just used to try and be a gank threat to ensure that D can't really farm freely in this mid game.
And he should be reaching the power spike a lot earlier than Natan though, right? So maybe that's something that they're trying to utilize to their favor in the mid game, perhaps. But again, both teams once again on the turtle. It looks like Taz is ahead in the levels. Can Vincent once again utilize his retribution?
Oh no, he can't. Not this time. Good wild charge by Rekt. He predicted that jump. Went straight for the wild charge, and Taz had an easy road to that retry.
So that's another 2 turtles, perfect turtles for Alter Ego so far.
The game plan is just working really well. For now, I think Rebellion will be waiting for a few more items to try and go for a fight, but now D, once again, forced to pop this entropy again and again. But Vincent, are they gonna go? No, they won't.
He's not having a good time against this Ruby, we gotta say. He's being punished time and time again by Nino, so it actually could work. That's something that maybe teams can take note of in the laning phase.
Yeah, Ruby is great in lane. So much damage, it's deceiving how much damage she does.
sustain as well.
Yeah, sustain is also a problem.
That's why the Ruby is a really good choice in the gold lane as a fighter choice. That's why it was also banned out by Rebellion. They need to respect that. And this time they didn't. It was first picked. Ooh, good Astral Echo. T's 1 HP now. Forced back completely. Vincent tries to clear it out. Should be able to do so with the help of Audi Teasy and Sway low up top. Sanam offended onto Audi. Still has, another shot. Taz doesn't want to go for it though. This is still too risky. Rek doesn't have wild charge, but Rebellion concede. They will give away this turret up top to Alter Ego and actually trade it out. Interesting choice by Pai to leave his lane.
He rotated over to try and clear the mid lane, but as a result, that's going to be free turret taken by Cars, and he has been as impactful whenever the objective is near his lane, but in that situation, he just makes the best out of the situation.
They're trying to weather the storm, I believe, Rebellion. They're waiting for Natan to reach that power spike. They're playing as patiently as they can. They don't want to overcommit. They're letting these early neutral objectives go. You can see from the way that they're playing, they let the turret in the top side go. They let the turtle go. Vincent should be able to go for drive-bys, but they don't want to commit too much. We'll see what happens here in the third turtle.
Lane top already, Rebellion don't care. He will just concede it. Alter Ego take 3 turtles in the game. No contest in the third one. Rebellion will send Natan down below. D's just on the usual Natan farming route.
7 minutes, 0-1. Literally only 1 kill so far between both of these teams.
Both teams are really going for a lot of fights. I mean, I think Alter Ego will be very happy to engage, but if they spend too many spells to try and force Rebellion into a fight, then they risk getting counter-engaged on by the Minion Fury and such. So they're also playing it for the objectives, and despite how it looks, I think Rebellion are still keeping up in gold, but D now...
Very scary stuff here. He pops the Entropy. The Purify as well, and Alter Ego do not layer their resources properly, giving Rebellion an opportunity to go for it, and they do! They pull the trigger. This is the time that they go for a fight, and Rek's gonna be pinned down, isolated, and taken out. Vincent running away, a Bravest Fighter to the back. But there is no more follow-up. CC up top doing work too, by the way. This is a 4v5 for Rebellion. The fact that they got a kill is so much value for them.
All they need to do was counter-engage as well. They just needed to wait for Alter Ego to make an aggressive play, and they were able to get something from it. And again, the gold lead has just been a ping-pong game, back and forth, back and forth.
Well played, beautifully done. That's a charge down though. Vincent with a stun under the turret. Audi taking the Astral Sphere. If he didn't take it, I think Vincent would have fallen as well.
I mean, the Roger is such a deceptive turret diver. I bet he can just drop aggro after going in aggressively. Whoa!
On the Sway low. He still has the Stampede and will use it to get out.
Wild play by Rekt on that Grok. And now looking at the turrets though, it's kind of equal, but with the mid turret falling, I think that's the most important part. That's how Alter Ego will definitely be looking for pockets of danger in the jungle. 1v1 though.
Cars. Oh my god, Nino, I don't think you win this one, brother. That's a CC. That's why it was picked to hold on of the Ruby, and man, this is Nino just trying to survive. Oh no, even with the Astral Echo, it did not save him. He pops into Vengeance. This is a 2v1, and Cars is probably going to win it out just like this, but Nino is waiting for I'm Offended to come back in. Cars now again onto Krite. My god, that's a 2v1 that he won. Krite is half HP, forced to use the regen, and now it's a 4v5 on the Lord.
That's not good. It's already a big, big win here for Rebellion having the man advantage, but the Lord does get restarted. Cars goes in very aggressively, zones out Taz here.
Rekt in the back looking for the wild charge to cancel it out. Vincent gonna be locked down, and that is a retribution from Vincent early, and T capitalizes on it. Taz wasn't able to pop it just in time. Spectacularly done by Rebellion. Audi with a body block too. Holy moly, Rebellion!
2-for-0 trade on top of that play as well. Rebellion reaping all the rewards at this point.
All began with that play by Cars, and that's just so unfortunate. I think Nina was trying to go for the boost, the Hurricane boost as well on the map.
Yeah.
But when he flickered, he didn't get it, and that allowed Cars to catch up. And just like that, he just bought so much time. And now with that neutral objective, the one that really matters when it comes to map control, Rebellion take full control, and they're the ones now that are aggressing onto Alter Ego.
The mid lane it does get cleared though. There's still a Lord in the top side as well as the bottom side. A contest for the purple buff.
Yeah.
He gets it.
And Holy Crystal right after the purple buff, so double the value there. Mid lane taken down as well. Alter Ego, they put their resources earlier to save the tier 1. They lose the tier 2 up top, down below as well as CC waits for the wave to crash even in the mid lane. Lord number 1 for Rebellion. So much value for them. All the tier 2s down and they're still building. They're still hovering over. Vincent's gotta be careful here. He does pop in the Poissons defensively. Taz tries to shoo him away from his own jungle. He's still ahead in level, but that 2.3k gold lead for Rebellion is looking very scary.
Looking bleak for Alter Ego right here. I mean, we talked about the reverse sweep pattern, and for Alter Ego, it sure is looking quite difficult. But I think a bit of a silver lining is the fact that Sway Low has no Purify. Unlike in game number 2, there is a chance that a huge moment can be made here, and without that Netherrealm, Rebellion's composition isn't actually that insane when it comes to the late game, right? So we'll have to see if they can go for the pickoff and then avoid a huge minion fury. A lot of ifs, but game is still possible for them to really win.
The combo isn't insane, but they do still have that constant damage coming in from the Natan. So yes, Alter Ego have more tools to work with, but in a long drawn fight, if they're able to bait out the resources like we've seen them do, Rebellion, then it is a little bit more difficult, I would believe, for Alter Ego in the team fights.
If they're going to try and surprise Rebellion, they have to pick the right moment.
Yeah.
If they're going to, let's say, go for Racked with a surprise Flicker Wild Charge to try and get a winning fight, then they have to pick the fight because they won't be able to do that repeatedly against a team like Rebellion that is known to adapt and adjust. Maybe they'll rely on Cry to really pressure everyone else using the Astral Spheres as well. Technically, they don't have a lot of sustain. It's only ODTZ, and it's not the same kind of sustain that an Angela can provide.
But despite Rebellion's lead, Vincent is still a level below of Taz.
Because for Taz, he's just been farming. He's been taking the waves as well in these lanes. But for Vincent, he's only relying on the jungle creeps. So Alter Ego have an advantage in that department, the jungle. But Vincent is also a tank, right? So I think for Rebellion, they're very happy with giving the resources over to D rather than Vincent, just for that one level advantage.
Looking at Wrecked here, trying to make his best with this hero. He does reset the Lord again with the barrier. But look at the positioning of Cars. Already with a Sea Halberd as well. He is going for a flank.
Oh my god, Krite. Oh, he gets tied up. Cars versus the world, 1v3 in the back, just kiting them down. Now with a vengeance as well, he's baited the entire team! And now with the Helmet of his Fury, Cars will enable a 3-man knockup. Wreck goes in for a desperate fight in the back, but again it's Cars with the yo-yo. Look at him move, look at him play, look at him slide! Cars with a double kill! And it's Nino running for the hills, ran down by the Shield Unity, and Sway Low on this Veramis. The nightmare of Alter Ego. The Veramis in game 2, the Veramis in game 3, and Cars in both games too.
Who woke the Blue Bulls up? Who let them out? Because now they're wreaking havoc in the land of Dawn. The Lord is marching in the bottom side. Krite and Wrecked are the only one left. Pi will come through. Taz on the way soon. But that was a disaster for Alter Ego.
And that was without the Enhanced Lord that they were able to take the base turret. Sway Low revealed by the Astral Echo, shot down by the Astral Spear. Taz respawning back in the game with Nino also coming back up in 2 seconds. Rebellion need to play the smart. Cars again. Gee, that damage would hold on onto Pi, but he does have that fountain to get back some HP. Rebellion back away. They will go for the last base turret up top. They have to be careful of the turret aggro right here. Cars goes on it. D waiting for the next minion wave to go and crash it down. The barrier. Guardian's barrier plays down. Wreck looking for a flank. Turret down. And Rebellion pulled back. Incredible discipline from the Blue Bulls.
There's no real urgency for them to really end the game right here. They can just keep scaling. And Alter Ego now with the next, now they're gonna be even more pressured to try and get something in the next Lord fight. Because otherwise, it's looking to be a done deal. The only real
hero doing well in their team might be just Krite. They can still output damage, but it's just so limited and so far apart from each other.
It is going to be difficult. But if Krite can land the proper blows before they go in for a team fight, there's still value to be had. Like that. But if it hit.
If it hit. And D with the Blood Wings as well. We'll have to see, because Nino, by the way, I was wondering why he wasn't really sustaining as much as we usually are used to seeing a Ruby do. And he's going for a full damage build. He didn't go for any extra physical spell lifesteal. So he's going for, I guess, quote-unquote burst. So if they really want to try and get a win, they're not planning on a drawn-out fight. They're just trying to get in there and get things done. So far, Rebellion has been able to just deny every single attempt that Altrigo has made. But as we have already mentioned today, never say never.
Yeah, look at Altrigo. Trying to freeze the wave in the bottom lane this way so that the wave keeps on going to them. Trying to deny the freeze from happening from Rebellion. And now they shove because the Lord is back up. So they have gotten a bit of gold from those waves, but is it enough?
The only time will tell. Especially with Cars just immediately denying that play. I think he's just content, just standing there in the bottom side, pushing.
Yeah, Rebellion is taking their time again here.
Entropy used though.
Entropy is on like a 10-13 second cooldown late game. He can just spam it. It's like a battle mirror image at this point. Almost 17 minutes in. And they're on the Lord. CC is also in the bottom lane, so the Novaria has to be there. With no Novaria, they lose a whole lot of vision control. And Cars can choose if he wants to go for the flank at any given time. Conceal already used up. Man, Rebellion! Amazing forced error. And now Cars joins in the fight a little bit. Onto Taz, putting the yo-yos down. Astro Echo, full commitment onto Cars, but he does still have the Vengeance, so I don't even think they can even go for a D. Dude, this is perfectly managed Rebellion. Wow!
Leaving nothing to chance at all. Rebellion constrict around Altrigo. You have to keep in mind, by the way, the only healing reduction that Altrigo possess is in the Dominance Ice on the Grok, so he needs to be around to deal with Cars as well.
This might be it, the final push, the final siege from Rebellion. All they need is a proper opening. The waves are stacked perfectly.
Bravest fighter to the back. D still with the Entropy, shredding Pi down with some good damage from Pi. D with Purify as well, but D will be solo killed by Pi in the back. Rebellion can go for the end, but Taz is running them down. Sway low, very low, doesn't have another round. That's one over. Taz with another. That's a double. That's a shutdown for Taz. Cars, Vengeance onto Taz. 1v2, a shutdown. Immortality bot, Winter Truncheon as well, buying some time. Audi teases, running for the hills right now as Cars gets shut down, gets smacked down. Audi now ran down by Taz, and Alter Ego pull off a miracle from out of their shoe.
What? Was that like, how many people did they take down earlier on? Was it 5 people?
It's a wipeout, but Swalo is back. But what can he do? 30-second death timers. D is up in 8.
That should have been a savage for Taz.
Could have been.
If Rekt and Krite hadn't taken the kill, that would have been a savage. What in the world is he on? And now he's turning it completely around. The momentum shifting like a pendulum as they go in for the base in the middle side. Wow.
Wow. Everyone's up already though, fortunately for Rebellion. But that was a costly mistake. No real big objective taken away, but that is definitely, first of all, a mental blow. And with the goal difference equalizing, it's not late enough that the goal difference doesn't matter. Taz though.
Uh-oh, now tied down as well with another realm. That's a 4-man, or actually a 3-man. Taz in the back zone away. Pi isolated. His immortality gone. Oh, Pi!
Wait!
Steel Pi finds an escape!
He's done it!
He baited out all those resources, still able to get out with a sliver of health.
What the hell?
They're coming online. Alter Ego, they're waking up in the final minutes of the game when they need to the most.
Remember the name, Sir Pi.
Wait, what? Real-time victory rate to... Huh? It's still 3 base turrets. How?
It's an AI prediction. Whoa. That's quite interesting. Altrigo make the first move, rotating to the bottom though.
Is it a human prediction?
But the asset says it's a AI prediction, so we'll have to see. Taz is clearing right now, though. If they can get cars here, it's going to be such a valuable turn for Alter Ego, but I think it's the same. As you mentioned, Mirko, still 3 base turrets for Rebellion, and they still have the same kind of control that has been allowing them to have such success so far.
And so these lanes are going to be naturally pushing in favor of Rebellion. They have a little bit more housekeeping to do, some sweeping to do, more so. So there's a lot more pressure for Alter Ego in this final dance.
And look at the damage being done by Krite, though. He has gotten a lot more damage. Seems like Alter Ego might just go for it.
Yeah, Rebellion, they're being forced to this issue. Entropy used up. Vincent cannot go for the Fights it again! Not buying it back, but there's another round stopping it from happening. D so free hitting as Suelo pulls Taz back, has the immortality, goes back in with Lycan pass out, tries to escape, but D demolishes the immortality. Taz is running. Cars with a vengeance. Nino is down. Taz is down. The real-time win rate that has shifted to Alter Ego will not matter. Rebellion again pull off a steal. D now with the entropy. It's wrecked, running for the hills. It's Krite. One member left standing and Evolve Lord everything against the odds of Alter Ego. Rebellion take a first sweep against the 3 faces.
They get their revenge from Legend number 1, where they lost 2-1 against Alter Ego. Here they show that with a little bit of time, things can change for the better. With this 2-1 victory against Alter Ego, Rebellion have successfully pushed RRQ and Evos further down in the standings.
Pushing down the Royal Bestie even lower in the standings. Rebellion do not care. They are here to win. And that was a statement performance against Alter Ego. Going up against the match rate, the real-time match rate, and it doesn't even matter.
It really doesn't. Against all odds, against Alter Ego's very cheesy drafts. This man that you see on screen, the man that you haven't really heard his name being said quite often actually this season, really showed why he is an EXP laner to watch out for, why he is MPL material, why he is here on the Yuzong and then the Paquito and then on the CC as well. I wonder if Heiz has a little bit of regret leaving his old team.
Oh! He's not playing, and his replacement is destroying him.
Oh, wow.
Sheesh, okay! The Rebellion fans, every time they've been so loud, even from last season, but this season it's not just the fans who have been loud, it's the players as well, but with a different type of loudness. It's their skills. I just want to say I called that D is better than Moai since week 1. Shout out.
We get it. We get it.
Oh, your prediction's right too.
That is for sure, you know. So.
Oh, really? Man, credit to Alter Ego though. It was a tough battle, and the fact that they were able to claw back from what seems like a guaranteed game was respectable. But it's back to the drawing board for them to try and find out what happened there. What could have been better?
How many times have you said, gone back to the drawing board for Alter Ego though?
They just direct drawing a lot, bro.
They love drawing, they love their boards. Oh,
it looks like they do.
Is that Crystal Fiery?
Could be. We'll ask our host, Budeklara Mongstar, as she will bring us to the winner interview with Rebellion. I'm wondering what Audi has to say, and I'm wondering if Budeklara will follow up. So with that, Budeklara Mongstar, take it away.
Rebellion membalaskan dendam mereka di leg pertama, dan kali ini begitu ganasnya di leg kedua. Congratulations Rebellion. Dan ini Bude lihat kalian kalian belum selesai udah berdiri semua tadi ya. Udah pede banget bakal ngedapetin kemenangan atau memang udah kayak mau dilepas aja sebenarnya HP-nya? Hai?
Mau dilepas aja sih saya kalau tadi.
Mau dilepas aja ya?
Iya, cuman kebetulan lagi nggak main Angela. Makanya mainnya yang agak mekanik gitu. Kalau Angela lebih gampang soalnya.
Oh jadi harus tetap pegang ya?
Mesti pegang, iya.
Mesti pegang. Nah ngomong-ngomong tentang Angela langsung nih ya, langsung hot topic kita. Kemarin kamu bilang Rek main mau ngelepasin Angela, mau full potential Rek. Tapi kok kalian ngeband 2 kali Angela? Sekali, 2 kali ya? 2 kali loh.
Pelatih saya ketakutan.
Pelatihnya, coachnya ya, kamunya nggak takut?
Enggak sih, dan kebetulan udah nepatin janji kan omongan cowok kan kalau bakal dilepas kan.
Dilepas
Enggaknya udah
sekali.
segame kan.
Dilepas, tapi
Ya.
kalah loh.
Ya nggak apa-apa supaya ada tontonan aja supaya dia bisa kelihatan main lah.
Waduh, spicy. Ya, Audi memang nih ya. Kalian tuh bisa ngedapetin kemenangan leg pertama kalian kalah dengan 2-1. Kali ini kalian bisa ngedapetin kemenangan pembalasan dendam ini. Apa yang berbeda dari Rebellion di leg kedua? Atau mungkin alter egonya yang berbeda? Atau apa nih?
Kitanya sih, kita nggak lolos playoff lah. Makanya kita semua mesti catch up.
Deg-degser ya?
Iya.
Tapi untuk match kali ini mungkin Suelo bisa kasih tahu nggak sih? Gimana sih untuk perbedaan di leg 1 dan leg kedua ngelawan alter ego?
Mungkin di leg 1 agak kaget sih kita. Kayak ya kita kan pinginnya Hais yang main kan. Cuman ternyata enggak, ya kaget aja. Loh kok enggak Hais? Soalnya kita benar-benar persiapin buat Hais. Di leg 1 ya.
Di leg 1, di leg 2 pun nggak ada juga.
Di leg 2 kita panas aja sih. Tadi kan ada interview, katanya lawannya easy. Ya kita kayak waduh sepele gitu aja sih. Kayak
makin membakar kalian ya?
Iya, membakar aja gitu.
Menarik. Semuanya ingin masuk playoff dan mereka juga posisinya sebenarnya match win-nya deket-deket banget. Tapi berada di mana si Rebellion dengan kemenangan kali ini? Yuk kita lihat cek bersama-sama untuk tim Rebellion. Di mana ini ada sebenarnya langsung ke update. Saking deketnya kita bisa ngebahas bareng-bareng nih. Rebellion berada di mana? 2 biru ada di posisi 7 dan 8. Tapi match win-nya 4-4-4-4 semua loh. Gimana kalian ngelihat posisi kalian tuh naiknya pelan-pelan banget ya. Sekarang alhamdulillah ya di posisi 8 ya.
Ya kita berusaha lakuin yang terbaik lah. Sama-sama 2 biru sama-sama harus bisa improve lah lebih baik gitu.
Nah ini menarik, di minggu kali ini 2 biru tuh ngedapetin kemenangan 2 kali loh.
Ya rezeki, hoki sih.
Rezeki.
Ya, lagi rezeki.
Lagi rezeki. Dan memang ini di community juga kan rame banget. Karena sebelum-sebelumnya biasanya yang biru tuh cuma 1 doang yang masuk playoff. Kali ini bisa gak nih dua-duanya masuk playoff?
Kita udah tektokan sih, pengen dua-duanya lolos sih.
2 biru
Iya.
masuk playoff. Bakal jadi the battle of the blue kah di babak playoff? Masih panjang jalannya. Nah kalau ngebahas tentang perjalanan panjang, ini juga tadi Di-nya tuh wah bersinar juga loh Di. Di kamu di minggu kali ini bener-bener ngebuktiin seorang dia.
Iya.
Nah ini menjadi pertanyaan juga. Tapi bagaimana sekarang dengan versatile-nya gold laner sekarang banyak banget yang pakai fighter seperti tadi. Jadi problem gak sih untuk kamu untuk menghadapi gold laner lain?
Oh enggak sih, soalnya kita mainnya tim kan. Jadi laning phase itu nggak ngaruh sih. Ya balik lagi ke main tim.
Main tim, fokus kepada permainan tim.
Dia fighter side mau apa ya pede aja sih.
Pede aja, tapi dengan mungkin tadi Alter Ego mengeluarkan banyak sekali hero-hero yang cukup menarik. Mungkin dari kemarin juga mereka adalah tim yang sangat berani. Kamu ada khawatir gak sih? Wah si ini jangan sampai pakai ini, si itu jangan pakai itu. Dari hero-hero mereka kamu ada kekhawatiran gak?
Nggak ada.
Gak ada?
Nggak terlalu merhatiin keseluruhan, cuma kita fokusnya ke Nino aja sih.
Nino aja. Bagaimana pertarungan lawan Nino hari ini?
Seru lah, seru.
Seru. Nah ceritain dong, tadi game ketiga, intens banget tuh. Terus yang dapetin lot malah kamu ya?
Hoki bede.
Oke ya. Tapi gimana kalian untuk game ketiga? Itu benar-benar close game. Mungkin Vincent juga bisa kasih tahu kita bersama dengan Kars nih. Kars, Bude lihat kamu terharu di match kali ini, memenangkan match kali ini. What happened Ayah Naon nih? Apakah Kak Pai tadi nyubit kamu sampai kamu sedih atau apa?
Enggak sih ya, kita kerja keras lah dari bawah juga
akunya juga terharu lah bisa menang 2 kali di week.
Menang 2 kali. Jadi mungkin ngebuktiin kalau ya kalian, usaha kalian ada hasilnya gitu Kars.
Ya benar.
Oke, tapi ngelihat performa kalian di sini nih ya, Kars tadi ngelawan Kak Pai. Kira-kira Kars ini kan dekat banget ya. Bisa di posisi mana sih nanti Rebellion? Minggu ini 8. Minggu depan di mana nih? Minggu depan dulu deh. Ayo mau kemana nih Rebellion? Pengennya kemana? Kan harapan.
3 sih Bude, 3.
3 dulu ya?
Ya.
3. Nextnya akan ngelawan tim Dewa United di posisi yang keempat di match kalian minggu depan. Dewa memenangkan matchnya di leg pertama melawan kalian. Jadi kalian nggak ngedapetin kemenangan nih. Apakah kalian berencana untuk membalaskan dendam juga untuk Dewa?
Pasti dong, pasti.
Pasti ya. Nah, kalau kalian mau balas dendam, apa nih yang bisa kalian lakuin yang leg 1 kalah, leg kedua? Apa yang kalian perhatikan dari tim Dewa nextnya?
Biasa aja sih, cuman kitanya aja harus yang lakuin yang terbaik aja lah. Pasti bakal menang juga kok.
Lakuin yang terbaik. Dan mungkin semuanya benar-benar lakuin yang terbaik. Termasuk Vincent dengan retribution-nya. Retri apa? Retri ganteng. Retri gantengnya Vincent. Semuanya bisa ngelihat betapa baiknya kamu dengan retrimu itu. Vincent, pertarungan ngelawan Tasat juga salah satu bisa dibilang jungler dengan reti yang baik pula. Gimana kamu tadi match up ngelawan Tas?
Hoki Bude itu mungkin retritasnya nggak kepencet. Itu yang dapat aku.
Oh, tidak terpencet malah ya. Hoki, ini semuanya humble sekali ya. Hoki dan hoki. Jadi kemenangan kali ini masa hoki sih?
Enggak juga sih, cuman agak sedikit kecewa lah match ini Hais gak main. Soalnya pengen lawan Hais.
Kangen lawan Hais.
Ya.
Nah, Hais mungkin nonton ya, di sini lagi nonton. Coba dong, sampaikan sesuatu untuk Hais.
Semangat aja biar main.
Semangat biar main. Padahal banyak banget dari kemarin tuh mereka menantikan Hais di leg 1 gak ketemu, leg 2 gak ketemu. Mungkin di playoff nanti ya. Dan ini adalah match kalian di leg yang kedua yang pertama. Untuk kalian sendiri, mungkin ada yang mau disampaikan gak sih untuk semua yang lagi nonton di sini atau tim-tim yang mungkin memandang, aduh Rebellion di paling buncit. Ayo kantongin, siapa yang mau ngomong nih? Ayo Di. Banyak yang mungkin ngeliat, aduh Rebellion tim buncit.
Paling buat Rebel Squad dulu aja
Rebel
lah ya.
Squad boleh.
Ya walaupun kita di berapa nih? 7 tadi ya?
8.
Oh dukung terus aja lah ya. Terus kalau buat tim-tim lain itu ya respect. Gak usah sih. Udah amat sih buat mereka.
Udah lah ya terserah gitu.
Iya udah, kita aja udah ngapain mereka.
Sudah seperti itu mereka menutup minggu ini dengan sangat baik. Kemenangan 2 match yang mereka lakukan dan semuanya bertanya-tanya, what happened tadi di game ketika begitu intens dan akhirnya mereka berhasil untuk men-secure kemenangan. So caster, break it down.
Thank you, Bude. Arashi will definitely break it down.
Break it down. You'll also break
For you
down.
guys.
Did you see the standings?
Yes.
That's pretty sad, man.
The pain.
Arashi here. We got some tissues from Indomart. You need. Oh my God! Yo, that's a whole lot of tissues, man.
It's a whole lot of crying as well.
Okay, you know what? Sad moments for RQ.
It's
sad
not a
moments
familiar
for Arashi.
place.
Maybe the over 9,000 rating that he gave was for the standings.
Oh, that
Bro,
makes
don't
sense.
say that. Come on.
That makes sense. The power rankings that he posted, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So if you guys don't know, there was like an analyst power ranking post content, and then Arashi put RQ at 9,000 per 100 or over 9,000 per 100.
Yeah, it's over 9,000, not 9.
So you're saying that they're going to be even worse?
No.
There's only 9 teams, man. 9,000 means like the damage from cars. Actually more than 9. 154K damage taken. Gee.
That's crazy. Player of the match is Kars on the CC. Who was your POTG though?
My POTG?
I was D.
I would still say Cars.
Oh,
Personally.
I also chose D.
He stole a Lord, man. That would have been...
Twice.
Twice.
Fair. I think it's, again, the whole team performed really well, but I think Cars' impact from the beginning all the way to the end there, even though, of course, D was the highlight moment of the entire fight, but even when they were able to get decisive victories in the team fights, it's because Cars went for the big flanks, the big ultimates on the Suelo, not Suelo, sorry, onto Krite. So let's take a look at the player of the match highlights by UBS Gold. And it's always the same pattern. Early on, all the turtles were left alone by Rebellion. They know what they want. It's like now they have like a proper vision on how they really want this to play out. And of course, D was the one taking the bulk of the Lords. We'll check again later exactly how many Lords. But point is, for the most part, they let go of the objectives that aren't really critical to their victories, and then they go when they start going aggressively when the Lord is up. And this is that fight where D was taken out, and just from there, Taz just went insane, man. He let the werewolf take over.
Sicko mode Taz.
Went down, and basically it's a wipeout. And that was the moment where we were thinking there's a possibility it might be a comeback. Afterwards, the team fighting is just so good. And Pai also had a highlight moment right here where we were like, okay,
crazy, yeah.
it's done. But he wasn't. And here we go.
How did he do it? Huh? Skill 2?
I don't even know, man. That's crazy. After that, they still went for the whole fight, and it's almost a similar situation. Whenever you go for a fighter composition, when your own gold laner is a fighter, you need to take out the opposing team's gold laner in the team fights, obviously, because he outputs a lot more damage, and also in the whole game, right? The fact that he was allowed to farm so freely. We were talking earlier about the gold difference, and he was only like 200 gold ahead from... Nino was only like 200 or 300 gold ahead from D. That's not enough of a gap.
Sorry, that was cute.
Yeah, the whole...
camera.
Was it Chico and Suelo?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then Cars in the middle. The machine. It's
Oh,
not
man.
Cars 3, Arashi. He didn't retire. He's not retiring. Not anytime soon.
It's really unfortunate though for Alter Ego, like a team that was underestimated before the season begun.
Yeah.
And then they made a very convincing few performances in the first few weeks. And now it seems like their performance are either at a standstill or it's regressing.
See, that's why for Rebellion's always weird, because as much as every single time they beat like Onic, RQ, I want to say, yo, they finally done it. They found the problems, the problems in their lineup, but then they would lose to lesser teams, and it'll just be weird, right? It's like they match their level of competition, but hopefully this week has shown that they can be consistent. 2-0 week. When was the last time they went 2-0? I can't remember. This is probably one of the first times that they have gone 2-0 in a week.
We'll have to see. Again, the consistency definitely is what's important, because it's a marathon, not a race, as we've always said. But looking here again, D has
3 lords.
3 lords.
That's the
Yes,
PSTG, man.
the man took 3 lords, yes. And that's, despite the fact that the carry and the rich guy is still Taz, by the way, so it's just D outputting the high amount of damage when it really counts, right? It's not poke damage, it's not chip damage, it's just burst when it's required.
So let's take a look at what the comms were like for all 3 games earlier on as we take a look at the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Ayo, gua.
Ya 5 di sini.
Mau disundul gua kayaknya. Oh enggak.
Aman, gua
Ada bentar lagi, guys.
Ya.
Sabar ya, gua mau pok-pok dulu. Atas kita menang kok. Ya. Bisa nggak kiting lordnya?
Bisa juga.
Dia mau komit perang ya.
Mau
Sabar,
coba,
gua
yuk.
cari lapar. Santai, bawa kita maju. Nih gua show mid nih. Dia mau komit. Orang
Balik
yuk.
gas, guys. Balik gas musuh, guys.
Ayo, orang ya.
Lihat dia chip kita.
Ya, gua lihat nih.
Lagi, guys.
Nice di. Gua pegang
Lagi. Depan. Gua stun. Lagi,
Lihat Roger. Lihat depan dulu aja.
Ini
Roger di gua.
Ini gua stun lagi.
Nice. Red trigger.
Bisa lagi kok.
Red trigger from D. Mati mah.
Minion.
Woi, ngapain woi?
Udah.
Sambil berdiri yuk. Ayo,
Shy Boy turn that.
He's feeling it. Ngapain, boy? That means, what are you doing, dude?
He was so, like his image was very quiet.
Yeah, he usually doesn't talk.
innocent.
On the flip
doesn't
side,
talk.
Audi was relatively quiet. So we're like, whoa.
Like the things he said were more to comms, like
Yeah.
instructions, what to do.
He does the talking in the interview, I guess. Right? He's saving it all for the interview because that was a spicy interview.
Oh, we need to talk about that actually.
Yeah.
Okay, you can translate it.
So basically, he was saying like, yeah, we gave him the Angela because we gotta let him play once at least, like in game 1, because he always played the low mechanic heroes and stuff like that. So like, Audi was just going ham, man. He was
calling him out.
Damn, bro. Like you did it in season 12, you're doing it again to. It's like there's beef between Altrigo and Rebellion, kinda.
Yeah.
You know?
And there, I think there's
I
something
love.
between Vincent, Suelo, and Heiss as well now.
That's true. Oh,
that
you're
was
right.
also weird for me.
Yeah.
It looked like Heiss was upset,
It did.
right?
Oh yeah.
And I mean, Heiss taunted them in the first leg, so it's like fair game, bro. Fair game.
True.
You gotta, if you're gonna dish it out, you gotta be able to take it as well. It's only fair.
Because
But who-
Suelo was like, yeah, we lost because we were expecting Heiss to play, and then he wasn't there, so that caught us off guard. Like, why aren't you playing?
Ooh.
I was like, oh,
That's like a bit of a burn there.
Yeah.
But who went with the ow?
I
Suelo.
actually didn't see, but Suelo.
I think it was
It's
Suelo.
Suelo?
Yeah. Suelo was in the middle, right?
Suelo.
Yeah,
he's
that
in the
was
middle.
Suelo.
That was funny.
Suelo's always been very like bubbly and loud. And
Bubbly.
Like
I
against
think he's
Moreno
bubbly.
too, remember? The whole
I
arc
think
of
they're
Moreno.
similar.
They are pretty similar.
Like they're the way that they bring themselves on stage.
Yeah.
Suelo and Moreno.
You're right. And they have that charisma. Come on, Suelo, give us more. Is what we're trying to say. Okay, we're trying to
More.
hint at you, but in case you don't catch the hint, we need to see more. We're only seeing Audi in these interviews, man. Please.
We saw a little bit more of Suelo though, so
And Vincent, a bit
I'm
more.
quite happy.
I'm happy.
And yes, Vincent.
Bro,
Vincent, that
yes.
was not a Vincent thing.
I thought you were happy because of this.
I'm also really happy about this, right? The Esports Academy program, because Moonton cares. Whether you want to be a
Moonton cares.
pro player, you want to be a caster, you want to work behind the scenes, there are opportunities out there that you guys can go for if you check this out.
Yeah.
Should go for it.
Look at how much has already been raised, by the way. 115 million. Wow.
Yeah, I forgot the formula here to translate the accumulated gold into the actual monetary amount, but it's looking good so far.
So the gold multiplied by 30 is this amount right here. 115 million has been raised already.
It's the total gold per game.
Per game. For every game.
Accumulated.
Week 4 to week 6.
Yeah. That's
Times 30.
where the number comes from. And that's
115
like
million.
1/18th, 1/36th of how much money Mirko has.
Amen, bro. Amen. That's a lot of. I would love that, bro.
You agree, right? Yeah, okay. You want some money. But I think a lot of the viewers needs a break.
What?
After that action
No, we can go match 2, right? I
No,
can go we can go match 2.
We can,
I'm
but
a
they
refresh.
can't. They need to refresh. They
Rush,
need to
you
get
can,
them
right?
snacks.
I'm good.
We're
Let's go.
okay again.
Match
but
2.
they're not okay. They need a break.
Bring them out.
And we need to think about our viewers because, you know, we love them. So,
Arashi's a viewer. I'm a viewer too.
yeah, but you
we're
guys are
viewers too.
casting right now. Okay. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, before we get to game numero dos, between Geek as well as Onic, we are going to go on a break. So we'll see you after. Don't go anywhere. You guys are watching MPL ID Season 13 English broadcast.
I really want match 2, bro. Like.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Roxfold. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja, win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash, makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam santai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja, win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
ぜ。
歴史が違うんだよ。
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Roxfold. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be.
Ini di MPL berbagi THR akan ada skin Diamond. Lalu ada Samsung Galaxy A series. Dan kita akan langsung aja nih sebentar lagi mengundi siapa yang akan mendapatkan semua hal itu. Karena akan diundi di setiap minggunya. Di hari Minggu ini dan nanti akan ada Minggu. Jadi yang pertama di skin Epic 50 orang nih ya. Ini adalah orang-orang yang sudah membeli tiket MPL dan sudah hadir juga. Di minggu kelima akan kita undi sesaat lagi. Jadi inilah dia. Hap. Coba kita, ini akan random. Apakah nama kalian dan nomor kalian keluar? Ha, he, ho, ya inilah dia. Wah, ada nomor kalian nggak di sini? Dan ini semua baru 25. Baru 25, tenang. Masih ada 25 lainnya. Ngedapetin skin Epic permanen. Oke, namanya sudah tertera. Congratulations buat sang pemenang. 25 pertama, masih ada 25 selanjutnya yang ngedapetin Epic skin permanen. Congratulations kalian semuanya. Wow, banyak juga ya, asik. Dan untuk ke-25 orang lainnya nih, kita akan langsung undi juga ya. Buat yang nggak sabar, oke. Siapakah yang akan ngedapetinnya? 1, 2, 3, 4, hop. Apakah ada nomor kalian? Coba absen yang ngedapetin nomor ini. Ingat ya, ini buat yang beli tiket MPL dan juga datang. Dan ini adalah nama-namanya 25 nama selanjutnya nih. Jadi total udah 50 skin Epic yang Bude dan juga MPL dan juga Samsung Galaxy bagikan untuk kalian semua. Di sini berbagi TR bersama Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Skin 50 sudah keluar. Selanjutnya buat kalian yang mungkin nggak dapat skin, tenang. Setelah ini akan ada Diamond menanti kalian. Congratulations kalian. Dan ini ya, kalian tahu ini ada ratusan bahkan kayaknya ribuan ya. Nama-nama nomor-nomor yang muncul. Kita akan mulai di 2000 Diamond pertama. Siap? Inilah dia 2000 Diamond pertama. Let's go! Kita spin. Nah ini lumayan kelihatan ya. Karena ini untuk minggu ini. Congratulations untuk 288239995. Ini adalah pemenang 2000 Diamond pertama. Wah, kalian mau beli apa nih? Siapakah kira-kira yang ngedapetinnya? Namanya absen juga. Atas nama Vito. Vito, congratulations. Selamat ya. Coba kasih tau Bude. Kira-kira kamu mau beli apa sih? Oke. Nextnya, let's go. 2000 Diamond kedua. Haya. Kalau tadi Vito, sekarang siapa ya? Udah sih berharap 28589175. 2000 Diamond kedua. Siapakah yang akan ngedapetin ini? Coba nih, namanya siapa ya? Namanya ternyata Agil. Selamat Agil ngedapetin 2000 Diamond. Bude penasaran kamu belanja apa pakai 2000 Diamond ini? Tulis di kolom komentar dan mungkin kamu hadirkah di sini? Nanti bisa langsung nyapa-nyapa Bude ya. Selanjutnya yuk kita akan cek untuk 2000 Diamond yang ketiga. Let's go! Ulala, semuanya pasti dagdikdukser. Kepengen Diamond atau pengen Samsung Galaxy A series 5G ya? Yang ketiga ada 52873376. Siapa ya? Apakah? Siapa nih? Atas nama Romel. Romel, selamat. Kamu berhak mendapatkan 2000 Diamond yang ketiga. Banyak hadiah nih emang. MPL berbagi THR bersama Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Ada 2 loh nanti di paling ujung. Kita save the best for the last. Oke, untuk 2000 Diamond yang keempat. Ini banyak banget sih 2000 Diamond. Let's go. Kita gaskan 2000 Diamond yang keempat. Siapakah? 92884275. Ini adalah nomor-nomor di mana ketika kalian ngedapetin tiket ya. Dengan atas nama Yohanes. Congratulations Yohanes, kamu berhak ngedapetin 2000 Diamond. Happy banget gak sih? Datang nonton MPL bukan cuma ngedapetin keseruan keramaian, tapi juga bisa ngedapetin THR dari MPL dan juga Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Nextnya 2000 Diamond selanjutnya, tinggal 3 nih, let's go. Deg-degan gak sih? dari ratusan ribuan nomor. Ini dia 988-57194. Congratulations. Ini putarannya random ya, semuanya udah tiba-tiba. Namanya Adriel. Congratulations Adriel yang memiliki nomor ini ya, nomor dari tiketnya. Nextnya untuk 2000 diamond yang selanjutnya. Yuk. Wuhui. Siapakah yang akan dapetin? Ini mungkin kalau kalian lihatnya kayak nggak gerak, ini kok. 722-96248. Saking padatnya ya, sampai kelihatan muternya tuh sulit untuk dilihat. Pemenang untuk 2000 diamond adalah Vini. Congratulations Vini. Kamu berhak dapetin 2000 diamond. Dan masih ada 2000 diamond selanjutnya. Yuk kita cek bersama-sama dan cari tahu. Yuk kita spin bareng-bareng. Yeah. 2000 diamond terakhir. Congratulations. 9226153. Wah, dengan nama Trisna. Trisna, selamat. Wah, kamu pas lagi nonton match apa nih? Hoki banget, timmu menang. Terus kalau ini juga menang, makin bahagia. Dan kebahagiaan ini nggak berhenti di sini. Masih ada 5000 diamond. Ini 5000 diamond pertama. 2 kali lipat lebih loh, let's go. Kita akan cek bersama-sama siapa yang ngedapetin 5000 diamond pertama. Yeay. Berbagi THR bersama Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G nih ya. 5000 diamond ada di 287488895. Siapa yang dapetin? Prasetyo. Congratulations. Selamat 5000 diamond. Yeay. Auto belanja nih, ngomong-ngomong skinnya baru ada yang launching, keren. Let's go. Kita akan cek 5000 diamond yang kedua. Boom. Siapakah? 21919827. Coba cek gelang kalian. Apakah kalian yang ada di sini nih? Nanti Bude bisa ngobrol sih. Ada yang namanya Rustandi di sini? Atau kamu yang lagi nonton? Rustandi, congratulations, selamat. Berhak ngedapetin 5000 diamond yang kedua. Asik, tenang masih ada 3 lagi. Yuk kita langsung yang ketiga. 5000 diamond ketiga. Jalalalalala. Cara 35872295. 5000 diamond yang ketiga. Congratulations Shiva. Wow. Nanti jangan lupa ya bagi-bagi skin buat Bude juga ya. Yuk kita ke selanjutnya. Yang keempat, 5000 diamond keempat. THR bersama Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G nih. Makin deg-degan gak sih? Ada di 46186543. Siapa nih? Kalau tadi Johan, kalau sekarang Yohandri. Congratulations Yohandri, kamu berhak ngedapetin 5000 diamond. Asik nih Bude dapat banyak ya, yang bakal ngasih Bude gak sih? Bakal gift gak sih? Yuk, kita yang terakhir, 5000 diamond terakhir. Sultan Diamond nih, auto. Thank you banget nih ya Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. Ada 225428785. Congratulations, pemenang 5000 diamond yang terakhir untuk minggu ini. So, Tantia, selamat. Wow, 2000 diamond udah, 5000 diamond udah. Sultan Diamond udah pada berkumpul ya, udah pada dapat bagiannya masing-masing. Dan juga tadi ada 50 skin epic permanen. Sekarang inilah dia yang dinantikan, ada Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G. Persiapkan hati kalian, persiapkan nomor dari gelang kalian. Dan juga ingat-ingat nih ya, siapakah yang akan mendapatkan Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G yang pertama? Inilah dia, deg-deg, HP baru alhamdulillah di 4163786. Wow, congratulations to Felix. Felix, HP baru. Asik, memang nih. Kita akan membagikan satu lagi untuk Samsung Galaxy A Series 5G-nya. Siapakah satu nama beruntung, satu nomor beruntung? HP baru alhamdulillah ke 44931623. Putaran yang begitu memukau untuk indah. Wah, hari yang indah untuk indah. Ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Congratulations untuk para pemenang. Ada yang ngedapetin skin epic, ada yang ngedapetin diamond, ada yang ngedapetin Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Dengan demikian untuk minggu ini kita sudah ngedapetin pemenang-pemenang di MPL berbagi THR bersama Samsung Galaxy A series 5G. Tenang buat kalian yang belum menang, buat kalian yang udah beli tiket, yang udah datang ke MPL, yang udah follow Samsung dan juga MPL, masih ada kesempatan selanjutnya di minggu yang ke-6. Untuk minggu kelima kita tutup dulu. Sekali lagi congratulations buat pemenang THR. So see you untuk pemenang selanjutnya di minggu ke-6. Bye-bye.
Baru Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan. Jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan. Jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan. Jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan. Jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat menjalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this.
Arena begitu riuh untuk menantikan pertemuan kedua dari Grandfinalist kita di season 12. Di leg kedua, seperti apa pertarungan akan berjalan antara tim Onic dan juga tim GeekFam. Selamat datang di MPL Indonesia season 13. MPL Arena sudah begitu ramai, yang di rumah juga pasti lagi ramai untuk menuliskan hashtagnya masing-masing dan memprediksi kira-kira siapa yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan mereka di leg kedua kali ini. Keduanya punya potensi yang sangat besar. Tentu saja kita melihat bahwa progres dari setiap tim tidak akan lepas dari yang namanya coach. Dan dari coach itulah sendiri membentuk dan menjadikan timnya semakin kuat dan semakin bisa untuk berkompetisi satu sama lain. Inilah dia dua coach yang dulunya pernah bekerja sama tapi kali ini tidak bisa. Mereka harus melawan satu sama lain. Dan di Filipina, coach dua ini pernah ada di satu bendera yang sama, yaitu pasti pada tahu dong siapa? Yes, mereka adalah Coach Yep dan juga Coach Blafzy. Kita akan ngobrol langsung bersama dengan mereka bagaimana untuk menghadapi satu sama lain di saat mereka dulu adalah satu tim. Jadi sebelum mereka sudah siap, kita akan langsung panggilkan saja, kasih tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk kedua coach. Coach Yep, Coach Yep, Coach Blafzy, semuanya udah langsung pada mukanya sumringah melihat kedua coach untuk berhadapan satu sama lain. Does it feel different, Coach Blafzy, coming here with Coach Yep?
Yeah, Coach Yep is my idol, my inspiration.
Idola dan inspirasinya. What does he inspire you?
Oh, because I learned a lot from Coach Yep. Yeah, he's actually my mentor.
Learn banyak yang dipelajari dari Coach Yep, segalanya. Dari mentoring, dari segala, Coach Yep geleng-geleng aja. Tapi memang benar ya, kita akan melihat bersama-sama nih ya. Untuk sesuatu yang Coach Blafzy pernah katakan di minggu keempat sepertinya ya. Kita akan tampilkan bersama-sama nih. Coach Yep, are you feeling good today?
Aman, baik.
Aman baik, yuk ini dia. Dan Coach Blafzy itu pernah bilang kalau mereka tuh mengimplementasikan strategi sebenarnya yang berbeda di season ini. Lagi ngetes sesuatu kah? Dan itu yang dipikirkan oleh Coach Blafzy. Dan dia juga mengetahui bahwa ya Onic udah ngedapetin juara tentu saja karena mungkin hal-hal ini. But Coach Yep, are you still on trial and error? Because kita tahu sendiri Coach Yep pernah bilang kalau ya Coach Yep datang kembali untuk memberikan sesuatu yang baru untuk anak-anak. Itu beneran nggak?
Sejujurnya kalau Onic ada strategi itu pasti gua sama Adi. Dan harusnya semua coaches di MPL pasti ada strategi atau perbaikin strategi kan. Kalau enggak nggak kerja.
Nggak kerja. Stuck.
Dan yang kemarin yang di media gua cuman lebih kayak bacot sih. Biar ketutup yang kalah, tapi yang benar kalah aja.
Kalah aja. So he said that every coaching will always improving the play style, the meta and everything. If not, they're working and they lose. It's the lose. It's only a reason. It's only a reason. Ajarin Coach Yep.
Mau.
Ajarin, jangan. Coach Yep ngajarin bahasa Indonesia gawat nih. So how do you see the difference between Onic this season and last season? You say that it may be the new strategy. What kind of new strategy that Yep did here?
I mean, I think since the Angela meta or the healing meta is really little by little going into our meta, so they're actually trying that meta. And also, we are seeing some teams that actually wanted to execute that, like Alter Ego before, right? So yeah, I think.
Oh, jadi dia kayaknya nih Coach Yep ingin juga kan Angela dan hero-hero healer itu adalah hero GeekFam banget kan. Dari Onicnya juga ingin mungkin mengimplementasikannya juga seperti halnya Alter Ego tadi. Dan memang menarik banget untuk dipelajari dan Coach Yep, everyone say that Onic is just maybe trying and doing something new. It's like ini kayak ya udah percobaan aja regular season. How do you see this regular season for Onic? Because it's quite different with another season back then.
Sebenarnya kami selalu kasih yang terbaik, cuman ya Allah kemarin kan kalah. Kalau mencoba itu harusnya semua tim coba-coba juga. Jadi apa yang beda?
Every team is trying their best. Everyone is doing the best too in Onic. So lose is lose, not because trying something new, right, Coach Yep?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dan how do you see Coach Blausi here in GeekFam in Indonesia, Coach Yep? How do you see him here?
Bahasa apa? English?
Tagalog kan Tagalog.
Gak bisa.
Bisa bahasa Indo?
Bisa.
Kita bisa dengar, bisa baca.
Well, I'm happy that Blobsy is here and he's the head coach of GeekFam. And I hope your career will be gacor.
You know that, right? Will be great, like skyrocketing.
Yeah, just enjoy here in Indonesia.
Enjoy here.
So much.
Does Coach Yep helps you with coaching in Indonesia or something in Indonesia?
Before I actually go here, I asked a lot of questions, and he actually helped me.
Okay, so how do you see this match between you, GeekFam, and Coach Yep, Onic?
Very excited, yeah, because we are up against Onic.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Will the Geeks finally amount and amass another victory against Onic? Because history shows they haven't been able to too much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 13, week number 5, day number 3, match number 2, as we are going to witness yet another rematch of the MPL ID Season 12 Grand Finals between both of these teams. You are now watching the English broadcast brought to you with Eterna alongside with Mirko as well as Arashi. And of course, before we begin our discussions of this best of 3 match, we do want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet is GoPay. Our official gold partner UBS Gold. We'd also like to thank our partner in esports, Onic Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Falcomcell, our suppliers Inamart, Point Coffee, Neo QLED, Supersmart TV Plus, Saturdays, and of course thank you so much to our official government partner PBESI, for without all of you, this tournament would not be possible. Now, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, as we have witnessed so many changes, so many differences in week number 5. Will we see another difference in match number 2 between Geek and Onic?
Never say never. Evo's Glory, 9th place, took down Onic, who were 2nd. Starting off this week with a 2-0 win against Onic. It wasn't just a random win against Onic, it was a 2-0 win against number 2, against the defending champs, against the back-to-back-to-back champs.
Definitely a surprise. Look at the standings, it's also a surprising development, man. I don't think I've ever seen this in MPL history. But all the way in the bottom is now RRQ, Rebellion, escaping on top. And now again, we have to see what kind of developments will happen after this very close match, very intense match. Because since they're not exactly right next to each other, it's kind of like even more unnerving.
It really is, and it's also unnerving for both of these teams because, again, we mentioned at the start of the day, because of how close the points are on the standings, despite you being number 3 or number 2, it only takes 1 or 2 matches for you to drop down to the bottom of all that it is. And we're going to take a look at this, a clash of ex-teammates. As you guys already know, both of these coaches, Coach Bluffsy as well as Coach Yeb, used to be on the same team in Onic Philippines.
And of course, Beloy and Kyrie have the same kind of history. And we'll have to see this clash of ex-teammates. Do they have extra information, an extra edge due to the fact that they've worked together before? Because looking at the match history, man, 20-1. Whoa, that's tough. But Luke, Ray, Aboy, Beloyski, and Chadera, GeekFam with a curveball.
No way. What? Hazel is not going to be playing in the jungle? Let's take a look at Onic, Lutpi, No Boots, Kyrie, Sans, Keyboy, and CW.
Wow.
No Albert today, however. So we are going to see Semi of the main, but still Boots is not playing. Where is he? And what and when will we be seeing him again?
We shall wait to see the performance of the Sky Kings today to see if Boots can make his comeback in this lineup. Lutpi and this time CW over Albert. Perhaps the new main lineup for the Sky Kings. No more playing around, no more testing. The Sky Kings will try to defend their MPL trophy, and it starts here for the Sky Kings. Team Onic!
Walking confidently to the stage as always. They certainly have a plan, but are they exposing their plans here, showing that they have CW? No, not the person we would expect in a fighter, in a two-fighter strategy. We have to see if this is actually the curveball they're throwing towards GeekFam.
Yeah, we are going to definitely find out. But I do believe the fans should be happy with the choice of CW. I think a lot of heat on Albert from their last match, but we will welcome their opposing team.
On the other side of the Sky Kings, we have the Kingslayers. The team who've been able to produce miracles, the team who made a Cinderella run to the Grand Finals to make it to the M5 World Championship. This time with Ray, a curveball in the jungle. GeekFam!
Without Hazel, can GeekFam amount to a victory against the Sky Kings? He has a lot of pressure on his shoulders because many, well, I dare say, a caster has mentioned that he might be not performing as well as Hazel this season.
I think that caster said something more, I don't think he said it that way. I think he said he's the worst jungler in MPL ID Season 13.
Wow. I just didn't want to word it that way, you know?
But that's what he said. I'm just quoting him, you know?
What could it be? That's crazy, man.
Oh.
Well, it all begins here, right? The mind games. Coach Yep, pardon me, and Coach Bluffsy with Daynang in between them. Here comes the fist bump. Smiles all around, but inside their minds, the battle has already begun.
It's a nice quote as well. They've practiced their minds off.
I completely forgot about that.
Shout out Naisu, Mr. Building. It's Naisu the Building Resurrect. That's the name.
He just walks, bro.
He's building.
Well,
okay.
We'll see what these teams can build up starting here. And I do wonder who is going for the first pick, who's going for the second. Because, you know, that can really make the difference in how this game plays out.
And another question is, if CW is playing, are we not going to see Onic experiment with the double fighter meta in their drafts? Because so far, it hasn't worked too well for them. It was Albert last time around, but with CW coming through, that should slim down their chances. When was the last time we saw CW on a fighter?
On a fighter? I don't remember if I have ever seen him on a fighter, actually.
I've seen him on Belric. I haven't seen him on a fighter.
Yeah. That's so far back, though. Is that Season 7? Season 7. All the way then. He is known to do weird things. Not exactly fighters, but I believe he's done Lilia Golden and the likes back then. So maybe, hey, that's a different variation, different variety of strategy. Let's take a look at the team head-to-head here. Geek and Onic. Very evenly matched up, even though when it comes to the average KDA, Onic is definitely still performing a little bit cleaner and still having like the better full-on game plan, it seems.
It does seem that way.
I think for Onic, I mean, with Ray in the picture now, I think it's going to be interesting for Onic. They probably prepared for... Leg 1, it was actually Hazel that GeekFam utilized to go up against Onic. Leg 2, it's Ray. Why?
Well, going with the keys of victory by Samsung Galaxy, unleash Ray's potential. Make him the carry jungler. Maybe that's the kind of impact they want to have here. Instead of going for the more utility side, they want something more aggressive. And with Bluffsy bluffing with his draft against Onic, if they can use this change to really make Coach Yep overthink it, right? And try and make them try and counter picks that won't really show up, you know, we'll have to see. Maybe that is the kind of mind game that Coach Bluffsy can try and use to get an advantage. Here's the victory by Samsung Galaxy for Onic though. MPL is on the playground. Bring back the Fred win. It has been so successful for them so far, and forced Geek to compete with Kyrie as a utility jungler instead of going back to this, you know, more exciting, more aggressive, more fast-paced, but less calculative, right? Because Onic is a team that does very well when it's textbook, when things don't go crazy. But oh man, who is this? It's the caster you're talking about.
It is. It's Mirko. He mentioned that it's time for Ray to prove me wrong. That he's the worst jungler in MPL ID Season 13. He's being called out right now by our fellow Indonesian casters, Ranger Emas. So he's a little bit preoccupied. The entire audience is staring at him as well.
The whole arena looking like, who is this man?
They know who he is.
How dare he make such bold claims?
How dare he? No, of course I dare. It's a statement based on the performance, right? So now it's time for Ray to dare to prove me wrong. It's time for him to show to the world that that statement is untrue. Maybe with the return of the carry junglers back, we might see the Ray that we saw back in GPX when he was in MDL.
Ooh.
That's when we popped off. And if we take a look at history or pattern from Onic for the past 2 matches, they've really been keen at banning all these junglers out. The tank junglers, right? The Baxias, the Fredrins, and so on and so forth. So maybe that might be the reason why GeekFam have opted to go for Ray this time around. They're anticipating that move from Onic, and they want a jungler that is used to those kinds of roles, that is used to the carry type of junglers.
We'll see if that will play out the way they expect, though, because all these teams, they've known to be very crafty in their whole plans. They keep it hidden, and for Geek in particular, changing one of their players in a big match, bit of deja vu right here. You have to remember that they did the same thing with the Solution back then, and it did work out really well for them. As we are going straight into it, man. Already 6 bans on the table.
Drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. And here are the bans, right? Barrett gets taken out. Baxia, the Minotaur, however, is a change for Onic, and they will go for the Fred win as their first pick. Understanding they don't want to make any more risks, Geek with the Matilda, Nolan, and Joy will respond with the 2 first picks in Claude as well as Arlet.
Okay, so we actually spoke about this in the Keys of Victory. The Fredrin return to it. The stable Onic that we have seen this season get wins is the Onic that relies on the meta. So they are not going to try the same route that they went for yesterday, which is the Roger. But they can still go for the Roger right now, honestly. Up against the Claude, it's a great matchup. Even though Claudera has shown that he can withstand these lane bullies, I still think it's going to be a good pick for the Roger in the gold lane up against the Claude. It's such a good matchup for the Roger.
That'll be CW though, put in an aggressive position. Not usually what he's known for, but whoa, that's a Lo Yi coming out very, very early. They were struggling against it quite a bit before, but now they seem to have adopted it into their arsenal. It's a great pick for someone who has that higher thinking, you know, that extra big brain layer like Gila Sans himself.
And Luo Yi is uncharacteristically very aggressive in the early game, that base damage alone when you already unlock skill 1 and skill 2. And I think that is a perfect fit for someone aggressive like Sans. We've seen him play on several types of heroes in a way that is very unorthodox. He just really understands the limit of these heroes, and with that, it's a big threat. But GeekFam pick up a threat of their own for a boy, and that is Novaria.
That's a bit of a signature pick, man. And Geek weren't doing so well. A boy on the Novaria seems to be something that they rely on quite a bit. And before, we've seen it before used to try and combo with a lot of different heroes, especially ones that can benefit from a wide hitbox. So Onic immediately banned away the Selena. It can provide extra value, not only from the pickoffs, but also the aggression and the information. Along with that, GeekFam will be banning away the Terizla, so they're fully expecting some kind of massive dive coming from Onic.
Yeah, nobody really likes a Selena Novario combination. It's we saw it yesterday, if I'm not mistaken.
BTR?
And you can even throw the abyssal arrows before Novaria goes in for her ult, and it causes issues. Dare I say that even that is an understatement. Ruby also gets taken off the board, but so does the Guinevere. And now Geek has first pick.
Okay. So, I mean, it's also really good up against the Lo Yi, because Lo Yi wants to be utilizing the map pressure all across the board. The Akai becomes the choice with the Gwyn banned for the jungle. This will give Ray a solid time, should be in the jungle up against the Fredrin. But we've seen also Fredrins, our junglers, usually, even earlier, Vincent, go through the heavy spin and still win out Red Tree battles.
Seems like it's been meta for so long that some of these junglers are just finding ways to go around it by micro, by macro, right? Maneuvering around, maneuvering and moving. It just joined in my head. Around the pit instead of just going straight at it in a straightforward manner. So we'll have to see, with a good amount of disengage, a good amount of crowd control as well, I think Onic will have to try and get some of their own to make sure that they can force Geek into those situations that they want to try and trap them in. But it's going to be a Masha instead. It's just all damage, man.
Oh man, that's a lot of damage output. My god, the Masha roam on Keyboy too. Oh man. And Paquito Lutpi, debut pick.
it's fortunate that Geek did not go for like an assassin, man. You remember back then when Masha was somewhat meta as well? Assassins just have such a tough time. And now looking at Onic composition, it's very roam heavy, a lot of good crowd control, good ganks, and technically in a way, it can operate similarly to the two-fighter strategy, even though it's not actually a two-fighter strategy.
Are we worried about frontline though for Onic?
I don't think so, because they're already they're like a bruiser comp right now. Everybody's kind of tanky, you know? Like, they're not the tankiest members in the team. They're not the tankiest members in Heroes in MLBB, but they're all bruisers. They can all take a shot. GeekFam go for the other route. They go for the Kaja to lock members down individually, so looking for pickoffs, perhaps trying to threaten Onic with pickoffs, while Onic look for split pushes with Masha and the Paquito.
That looks difficult, man. Kaja, usually you want to go with good burst damage so that you Divine Judgment someone and seal the deal before his friends get involved in the issue. But now with a Novaria, with a Claude, maybe Claude in the late game can output the kind of damage, but early on, that Kaja is going to struggle to really find good pickoffs and might be used. It's leading me to believe that it might be used in a defensive fashion instead.
You want to know a fun fact? For the last 3 days, lineup rating has been accurate.
Oh.
What the heck? That's different.
That's a little trailer for maybe what's to come. As we see the wings flapping over the land of Dawn. And here it is. The moment for Ray to redeem himself in the eye of Caster Mirko. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the land of Dawn for game number 1 between the Yellow Porcupines.
To Mobile Legends.
He needs to prove Streamer Mirko wrong. Caster Mirko is PG, man. Streamer Mirko, that guy's a menace.
It was caster POV,
That's
not
why I said
streamer POV.
Prove me wrong. Prove the Streamer Mirko wrong.
But you,
Character duality.
anyway.
Looking at it, you know, the big weakness of Fredrian, the slower clear speed, is really being highlighted here. Ray is just ahead of the curve, and Beloyski already scouting for a bit more information, a bit more utility. Kibo and Sons, by the way, with a lethal ignition, it's going to be a bit more damage that you might not see coming. But Sans on the low Yi, I think that's where it's going to be very interesting. With the Wilderness Blessing, I think it's going to be very active in the early game to try and make use of the fact that you don't have a combat ultimate, right? You actually hit a very early power spike with 2 spells.
Okay. And if we're talking about the combination, right, I would have thought that maybe Kaja would be better suited with something like the Luo Yi. The burst damage is there from Novaria, but I would say it's not as reliable. But we'll see exactly what the plan is with the follow-up. I mean, so far, Beloyski has been harassing Kairi quite a bit in the jungle. It's not as significant as they perhaps would like, but with the follow-up here from the rest, it might actually work, but not yet. Not so far.
Kairi certainly looks a bit more comfortable on this pick. He did have, 7 wins and 2 losses on it? And now, Ray, debut pick, Beloyski, debut pick in Season 13 as well. We'll have to see what exactly were they planning on doing, because even the side lanes are pretty independent, but Lutfi...
Aggressive Luke, all the way to the back. They're going to clear this out. They're going to have more prio compared to Onic. And they go straight for the turtle. Keyboy in the mid lane, not level 4 just yet. And that's actually some damage placed down onto Luke. Back again, Lutfi wants to go for a final slash, and maybe the outplay here from Luke. A good 2-punch from Lutfi. Picks up first blood. Keyboy working on this. Ray has the heavy spin. Kairi goes for it, and that's a beautiful pull from Beloyski to stop it from happening, the steal. But Kairi will return with a kill. And even Keyboy, wow! Thunderclap one more time. One more shot is all he needs. The boy's low, and Keyboy gets it with the lethal ignition final tick.
All that aggression, man. Geek, that's so overkill. It seems like the whole idea is to make sure that Kairi does not get to a contested retribution, but Divine Judgment and Heavy Spin used up at the same time almost there.
Yeah.
And Onic just immediately transitioned from going for the objective to going for kills, and it paid off, man.
They understood that the resources were already depleted, and they tried to look for a window, and they were able to get it. Almost a 1k gold lead already, despite Geek being able to get the first turtle.
It's a debut pick for Lutfi, this Paquito, and it's looking good so far. Right there, the presence of mind for him to really use the right spell at the right time, get more shielding, but now Ray is looking for a chance, but he's still hiding.
Yeah, he's trying to go for an angle to attack. That's the reset look. He cannot go for that flicker. Will fall to the hands of Luke. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, a possible dive attempt. Thunderclap into the back to Dera with a blazing duet and a good peel from the Divine Judgment of Beloyski.
Oh. Hang on. Oh, on the other side of the map. That's, I believe, Sans going in with a diversion to try and clear. That's another way of using it. Instead of going for just big ganks, you can use it to try and cover after losing a member and deny some of the turret gold, for instance. So Luke won't be getting full value from that.
By the way, it's so rare to see us all on the same page for once.
Well, yeah, but Ranger Amas is
Ranger
like...
Amas.
No, us.
Oh, okay.
The three of us.
Maybe we all did go for a Rebellion last...
Did you go for Rebellion?
I went for...
On Friday.
All three go.
There you go.
No, Friday.
Oh, Friday?
Friday.
Do you remember?
Do I remember Friday?
I remember it was English versus Indo-Desk.
Ah.
Well, there's a change.
I mean, it's not uncommon for the English desk and Indo desk to be at odds. Now with the neutral objective up again though, Onic does have more leeway here. 3 HP bars, you know, they can take a bit more damage. GeekFam though, they have to be a bit more decisive with how they want to play this out. And I think Beloyski and Ray have to coordinate a bit better. And I believe they must be talking about it right now. Like, dude, I'll do it, or you do it, like, not both.
An interesting flank to get Keyboy to a good spot there. To look for a Thunderclap, they go straight for Ray. That's one Thunderclap, that's going to be another right now as Kyrie gets pinned down and Ray secures the turtle. Keyboy down, and no trades on the board just yet. Luke as well, able to disengage Lutpi. One more jab into the front, but does not find anything, and it's a GeekFam win. Luke again on the Sans, getting the resets, now taunted up, knocked up, and my goodness, able to dodge away from the knockout strike, but not from Sans' damage. Oh, Ray dodging away from the Appraiser's Wrath. Kyrie still with the Brave Smite though, doing work. Now with a taunt, now with one more stab. Ray survives, but not for long. Sans takes him, and even body blocks for Kyrie. Now Beloyski's on him. Sans flickers up on HP. Whipped down under his own turret.
Chaos.
Crazy back and forth there, and even now again in the bottom side.
Oh, 1v1, Chewe. Blazing duet earlier, almost a solo kill.
That was a little too close for comfort.
What is this build? What?
Both teams just going at it. It's the highest class for CW. He was up against Chidera, who has the Corrosion Scythe already completed, and yet he was still able to just put up a great fight. But this is something that Geek have to try and take note of. Onic has a very unexpected amount of sustainability. Keyboy.
Very low, forced to flicker out. That's the Astral Echo and the shot down to take him down. Third time this game.
Well, I guess that was the plan.
Boom,
right?
headshot.
Boom, headshot, and he gets instantly obliterated there. But the re-engage after Geek was able to successfully take control over that previous turtle was quite interesting for me. It's always Luke re-engaging, and then it looks like Geek want to go into backup. But that gives actually Onic a little bit more to trade through. Is it a worth it move, in your opinion?
Worth the move for Onic?
For Geek.
For Geek to go
to
for
make those decisions.
A fight again. I'm not sure. I feel like if they can get winning fights, why not? Because I think their main composition is to go for the objective. So if they can get more than just the objectives and some kills on top of that, it's never a bad idea. But look at Kyrie though, he's still alone, but he has sustainability. That's the big problem here.
Goes in again. Beloyski still holding on to Divine Judgment. Heavy spin already used up. Kyrie looking for it, and it's still going to be Ray who finds the retreat. Luke in the back, jumping on the CW. Goes for the Lycan Pounce, but Luke is still alive right now. Jumps in with the Vengeance again, trying to survive. It's CW. Now Lutpi, two-man knockout strike into the Appraiser's Wrath. Big bonk! And CW with a flicker and the Lycan Pounce. Now Ray held down by Kyrie and Keyboy. CW joining in the fray, dodging away from the Astral Spear shot. 4 members traded in for the turtle.
No turtle, no problem. They translated so well. They should be able to get more out of it right now, right here. As you can see that they're already chunking down the mid lane turret. And that's a big advantage for Onic. So despite them unable to get the Lord, the way that they're able to win these team fights, it looks like it's really great economy-wise for them in the long run.
because Geek is going for more of a pick-off and poke strategy. When the fights go as long as it does, look at the emblems even from there. Kyrie, instead of going for a concussive blast for faster clear, he's going Brave Smite. He knows the fight is going to keep going on and he needs an extra bit of regeneration. Same can be said for Lutpi with the Kraken charge. And CW with the counter charge as well. So they want these kind of fights where Sans can also just keep spamming out his spells. Already now landing on the Lightning Truncheon, he will be a huge problem if he is not focused down. And even then, his passive allows him to get shielding whenever he triggers it. He triggers the yin and yang, stun mechanic. He gets an extra bit of shield. So in a proper all-out front to back, Onic's composition is very deceptively dangerous.
There's a lot of damage in it as well. So despite all the tools that they're able to work with, Beloyski though.
On the CW, and now he's going to be gunned down. The heavy spin still on him. CW still surviving for a bit, but Ray just needs one more bonk. The body slam does the job now. It's Beloyski who's taunted, and my god, the big bonk! From the Appraiser's Grand, it's Kai with a double kill. They traded for CW.
So Chidera, CW, and they also get Beloyski. So again, Onic, their re-engages. The fact that they're able to get more out of it when they go for these trades has been very fruitful for them, and they have a little bit more space now to work onto the Lord. Already the first one in, able to go in again, aggressively onto Ray though.
Final slash, trying to disengage there. Keyboy, oh my god, the damage from Keyboy just scratches Ray out of this game. That's his third death in this game. No heavy spin earlier to utilize. He was baited to go and catch CW. Luke with a vengeance still in his hands. Good divine judgment onto Lutpi. Kyrie finds a retribution as that's Lutpi in the midst of it all. Stance goes in with the help of the diversion into this team fight. Luke and Chidera isolated. Luke now scratched down by Keyboy and taken out by Keyboy.
Meanwhile, Kyrie is just going ham into the jungle of Geek. Going to be able to take away that orange buff away. So amongst all that chaos, again, Onic come out on top.
I think it's very apparent that GeekFam they lack damage, man. Again and again, they keep going for these plays, but everyone survives with a sliver of HP. It seems like they're really single-handedly relying on a boy for now, and they just need Chidera desperately to go online here. He's going with the Brave Smite as well, by the way, so he doesn't benefit from the extra bit of utility that he could have really used to get away from all these fighters, man. The Masha, the Paquito, the Roger even. He's just banking on being more survivable, and even so, he's losing the lane technically, losing in gold because of the ganks, because of how active Onic has been as a team.
And you would think that Geek need to be more active with the Kaja pick, but it hasn't really done too well for them. Sure, they get a pick-off, but it's traded by one or even two members of the same caliber. How do you figure out a way around this with so much map control in the hands of the Yellow Porcupines?
I think it's a bit of a waiting game for now, but looking at Beloyski, he's still looking, threatening to go for those pickoffs, but now slowly but surely they're running out of targets. The front lines of Onic are just getting tankier and tankier, and the back line has always been so far in the back. Sans mainly, it's almost like a reverse. Usually it's the gold lane that's escorted by 4 tanky members, but now it's the Lo Yi because it's of the spammable nature of the spells.
Yeah.
See the game impact?
11 times picked up from season 11 and 12, 80% win rate.
Same win rate, 81%. So he's been good on the utility, man. So far this season as well, if we take a look at the stats, how many wins has he gone on the Fredrin? Because in the keys to victory, we did say that maybe Kyrie needs to go back to the Fredrin instead of trying to utilize that Roger in the jungle.
Earlier in the asset, it says 7 wins and 2 losses, I believe. So he has been performing a lot, very well in this kind of fighter situation. It looks like he's adapted, and some people are concerned if Kyrie actually is a bit too comfortable playing on the fighter utility, and he's kind of almost forgotten his assassin ways. So that has yet to be proven, to be fair. But for now, at least, it seems like Onic going back to the Fred win, working really well for them, according to the win conditions.
7k gold lead now for the defending champions as they look for more opportunities across the board. Sans being able to open the map using his skills so far. Kyrie level 15, but Ray is 13, so there's a 2-level advantage. Boloyski goes in for play, doesn't necessarily get it, and that's a flicker already wasted.
Yeah, big resource diversion in the back too. This might be the craziest flank. Kyrie baiting the mid. Oh, boy, gets deleted. One shot now. It's CW on it. The retreat. Ray still gets it, but he loses his life. Onic don't care about the Lord. They are going for bodies.
It begins with Boloyski missing out on the flicker, not getting anyone, and Onic. The fact that Kyrie was alone while everyone else was setting up for the diversion. He just keeps going forward. Now Luke.
Brought back and melted. Just taken down. The Lord in the mid lane won't do much for GeekFam. It's Onic again. Right onto the base turret. Right on with the Lycan Pass. This might be a delayed wiped out, and they do get it. Kyrie's tanking up the base turret as the minion wave there. Oh, good shot from a boy. A shutdown here. Trying to defend. Keyboy's walking up. Thunderclap ready for him, but Ray stops it with a body slam. Lutpi. Doesn't actually get the base turret there. Ray, good retribution to clear out the wave.
All in all, that was a really good punish, however, by a boy. He tanked all that damage, was able to get taken down, and then Onic couldn't and wouldn't have been able to push the issue further, and so they go in for a retreat. But that diversion play by Sans, again, the outplay coming through when they go in for these team fights, it's leaving Geek kind of scrambling what to do next.
Well, very conveniently, the replay right here. As you can see, Kyrie moving forward, knowing that the full team is there, only with CW, and that was enough pressure. They just weren't expecting the flank coming in at all with Kyrie moving forward like that. Just like that, even though they get the Lord, at what cost, man? For GeekFam right now, it's back to damage control, and they do have good late game. And like you mentioned, Eterna, a boy did get a shutdown. It's a good punish, and he's actually standing on 5 items already, including the glow, the Enchanted Talisman, the Lightning Truncheon, the Divine Glaive, and the Glowing Wand. So he's still gonna be doing a lot of damage, but they can't really approach a fight all in from the beginning. They have to try and get the pickoffs, man. Onic don't have healers like we saw in the previous matches.
Oh, wow. Winter Truncheon by Sans. I think he was trying to anticipate the Divine Judgment from Boloyski, but Boloyski, I don't know if that was in range, but yeah, they get out, they're playing it pretty safe now.
For now, Boloyski on the Kaja has the fleeting time as well, by the way, so he desperately wants to make these plays happen. He just can't find it. And when he's just scrambling around, going in weird bushes and angles to find a way to get to Sans, let's say, while he's doing that, the whole of Onic will show up behind his team instead. If you look at the damage dealt here, a boy is still topping the scoreboards, obviously, with the Nobaria, as always. But Sans, a close second, despite the fact that the only time he does output damage is during an all-out brawl. He doesn't poke almost at all.
It's very difficult because of the limited range with Luo Yi, right? But the problem with going against a Luo Yi is not just the damage, the burst that comes through when you're able to proc the passive, but the displacement. So that in itself is already homework for Geek when they want to go for a particular situation, but you get displaced like this.
And Keyboy in the back as well. Flanking Chidera gets assassinated. Ray is forced to use the heavy spin. The diversion, Masha. Oh, man.
Solo diversion play. It's all good. He's still going.
1v3 this time. Keyboy, you only have 1 more HP bar. He goes. What? Keyboy!
That is illegal, man. That should not be okay.
Those are the 2 core members taken off for Onic. They could certainly go for this right now if they want.
They got the 2 dudes that can actually clear waves. Keyboy says there's only 1 boy allowed in this game, and it is not a boy. Lutpi, knockout strike onto Ray, trying to displace them. Sans dealing some damage as well. CW looks for an angle to attack. Boloyski still has a Divine Judgment, but that's so much burst. They cannot handle it. Chidera, a desperate attempt right now with a double kill secured by Sans. Lutpi still able to survive for now, and that is even more and more and more for Onic. A triple kill and a wipeout to end things. Game 1 to the Sky Kings.
What a convincing game. What a convincing game from the Sky Kings. For the past few matches where they lost it, all the comments are like, what happened to Onic? What's going on? Is it Onic on Is it a different Onic now? Are we not going to see the same Onic that we used to see? And with that game alone, it's looking like, again, like the Keys to Victory said, this whole time, maybe they did think it was a playground. Maybe they were just experimenting.
It certainly seems a lot more reminiscent of the invincible Onic. The fact that they didn't take a single L throughout the whole game. They just kept going. And it seems like Geek were lost at every single turn. Even when Onic make mistakes, it seems like Geek were just powerless to try and get anything from them. The Sky Kings, are they back at tip-top form?
It's a big question. I mean, it's only one game. We'll see what happens in the second game. But the way that they played that kind of looks like it's Onic.
Come on, man. They're up against GeekFam. Oh, GeekFam been inconsistent this season, you know? Calm down. And it's CW back in the lineup. They need to fix things first. And it's only 1-0. Can't get ahead of ourselves here.
I don't think it's an Onic thing.
What? Oh.
The way that they've been performing.
Oh.
I honestly do think that if they wanted to, they could. But they want to explore different things first before they fully commit with like what they think is the strongest. I'm still stuck with that.
You still think they're experimenting?
Yes. If you had to ask me who will win this season, I will still say Onic.
Ooh. So teams have to beat Onic, then talk.
Not like that.
Would you go that far?
Not like that. Not like that. All right. But we do want to crown our player of the game. Granted that there were a lot of plays that he made alone, but there were a lot of plays that were facilitated by San. So personally, it was difficult for me to decide whether or not to give the POTG to Sans or to Keyboy. But this is also, yeah.
I think that last commitment kind of gave him the MVP. The fact that he got a boy there was like, all right, yeah, they ended the game right there. And because he got Chidera and then a boy. Sure, he was facilitated by the diversion though.
Yeah, but you know, Keyboy on a roamer that can go for pickoffs. This is just almost like his comfort zone. And shout out to Lutpi, by the way. There's a lot of moments in this game where Lutpi was a target, where Lutpi, you know, made something happen. And of course, with everyone just doing so crazy, it's easy to overlook him. But he's like the youngest guy, not literally the youngest, but career-wise, he's the youngest guy in the roster, a new addition, and he's performing really, really well. Especially in this game, at least, you can see moments of brilliance. Where here, like for instance, he doesn't really get the kill, but he does set up with the crowd control and CW on an aggressive laner. It sure is different, man. It just hits different.
It really does. And throughout this fight, it really feels like Onic did not care about the neutral objective at all, right? I mean, again, they were like, all right, so we got a boy, right? Who's that? Chidera? Okay.
And they just keep going afterwards. And the fact that they used the Lo Yi as their main damage source, though, that's crazy. And here, Keyboy going for the quote-unquote assassination. And afterwards, still, somehow, some way, finding a way to get a boy. Like, a boy also walked forward again, but who would have expected him to go like that, you know?
That's not balanced, man.
I don't think it is. I mean, you and me, Mirko, you play gold lanes, I play mid lanes. We're suffering from this Masha meta right now.
No, but listen. When the skin comes out, it's balanced.
Got you, okay.
But there it is, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1 for the Sky Kings. Onic, the Yellow Porcupines. That was a 17-minute game. I thought it was so much quicker.
It didn't feel like it at all.
17 minutes.
Maybe because we have 2 kills per minute. What? Maybe because we have 2 kills per minute. So much action.
I think it's because there's always something going on. Because even when everyone is split apart, you just have that feeling like, okay, is a diversion coming, right? Because then the diversion happens, the fight breaks out, and that's just the way it is. I mean, Cloudera, by the way, I mean, he tried his best. He even has the Wind of Nature to try and counteract that Masha play. But in the end, it's just a bit too much and too spammable. That's why this Masha is just so dangerous.
I also didn't think that the Kaja, like the idea that GeekFam wanted to go for was as optimized as it could have been. There were a lot of moments where Beloyski tried to go in, but like the damage follow-up wasn't necessarily there in a few moments. So I think Geek were also very confused as to what they were supposed to do in the game.
I feel they lack damage, and they're kind of overstacked the mechanics they have to really guarantee the neutral objective take. And early on, yes, they kept going for it, but it seems like Onic were very casually trying to contest the neutral objective, and every single time they just used everything for the neutral objective and they trade kills, right? And against a team like this, you kind of don't want to give them kills, man, because it's more snowballing than GeekFam. If Geek just took it slow, I think, and went for a game with less action, I feel like they could have done a bit better. But to be fair, even if they did, the dangerous part about this composition from Onic is the fact that the diversion can just come out of nowhere. So it doesn't guarantee that they'll win, but I do agree that the Kaja pick was a bit non-functional in this game.
It was tough for the Kaja. Like, you can only go for one, and the thing is, Onic always want to clump up, right? So it's weird, but GeekFam wanted to have more ways to appeal with the Divine Judgment, I guess. They wanted some way to appeal for a boy in Chidera, but even then it wasn't enough, because when you deal with the Masha, then there's a Paquito, then there's a Roger, then there's a whole team of basically bruisers
who are
coming
running
at you.
Yeah.
And it's so tough to try and deal with the Masha because you lock her down, if she loses on HP bar, hey,
I'm back.
You have to like, and then he has the Thunderclap reset too. It's like, oh man, yes, you're right. So it's like you have to like time your own utility, your own stuns, but you also have to like time when the damage comes in so that you don't like stun him and then like take out an HP bar. So it's just layers and layers of just so annoying calculations that you can't really afford to be doing in the middle of a team fight. Especially in the MPL, bro.
Masha ban.
But when the skin comes out, listen, I love the skin. I'm a Masha main in the future.
You can see it coming.
You can see it coming.
We'll be waiting for that moment.
I love the Masha skin. If you guys know, you know.
But for now, we are gonna throw you guys to a break. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Stay here, stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We'll see you in 5. Or maybe 4.
Or
Or
You've
maybe
seen
3.
the new KRF skins though? Like, it's actually so
I
cool.
actually have.
Diam dulu aja.
Iya.
Kalian pakai tema nih kayaknya ya di sini
Betul,
ya.
betul. Karena memperingati Hari Kartini, kita jadinya mau ngikutin Bude pakai kain gitu kan. Tuh, keren-keren kan Bude?
Iya dong, untuk menunjukkan kalau kita adalah Kartini Indonesia masa modern ya. Salah satu.
Benar, benar.
Betul, tapi gimana konsepnya nih? Ini berempat aja, mau terus-terusan berempat nih?
Terus-terusan dulu deh Bude.
Terus-terusan dulu
Iya,
ya?
terus-terusan dulu. Nanti aja di akhir Bude.
Oh nanti aja,
Iya.
oke. Tapi Bude penasaran gimana sih menurut kalian sendiri untuk wanita-wanita sekarang emansipasinya apalagi di dunia e-sports?
Menurut aku sih mungkin kehadirannya perempuan gitu ya. Masih pada rada salty kalau denger cewek main game ya Bude. Cuman kebetulan aku ikut komunitas yang banyak cewek-ceweknya juga nih Bude. Banyak-banyak cewek-cewek gamers, iya banyak-banyak cewek di situ pokoknya di komunitas itu.
Apa aja tuh? Mungkin bisa dikasih tahu dong biar cewek-cewek di sini juga mungkin punya wadah juga biar kayak kalian gitu.
Oke, buat cewek-cewek dan cowok-cowok yang mau ikutan komunitas aku namanya Geek Community, jangan lupa untuk ke Instagramnya dan di sana ada link formnya, kalian tinggal daftar dan klik terus nanti langsung masuk ke grupnya.
Itu adalah cara join untuk GeekFam Community.
Betul, betul.
Rame ya. Total ada berapa nih sekarang ladies-ladiesnya kalau boleh tahu ya? Banyak?
Banyak udah, nggak akan sebut.
Banyak. Jadi buat cewek-cewek jangan takut. Di sini kalian tentu saja akan di welcome pula oleh Geek Talent di sini.
Betul.
Tapi kalau talentnya ada berapa sih?
Talentnya berapa?
Ada yang tahu nggak talent GeekFam ada berapa? Ayo coba
banyak banget.
tulis di kolom komentar ya. Tebak-tebakan loh.
Banyak banget guys. Banyak banget.
Activity-nya ada yang mungkin bisa dibagikan kah?
Nanti kalau kalian join Geek Community, di sana tuh kalian bisa berkesempatan untuk datang ke venue secara gratis. Terus juga bisa main turnamen kecil-kecilan sama teman-teman Geek Community. Terus bisa main bareng sama Geek All Players dan juga talentnya.
Banyak banget ya yang bisa didapatkan ketika bergabung dengan GeekFam Community.
Betul.
Dan juga tentu saja bisa kenalan sama kalian lebih lanjut dong.
Betul dong Bude.
Wah, ngomong-ngomong tentang kenalan, mungkin bisa dikenalin lagi nih untuk yang belum tahu mungkin.
Apa?
Kenal, ini kan talentnya ada banyak nih yang
iya.
kemarin datang.
Aku mau kenalin, nama aku Cima. Terus namanya siapa?
Nama aku Eko. Halo, nama aku Vesely. Halo, nama aku Lin.
4. Satu lagi?
Karena
ada spesial?
Ada spesial Ibu deh. Karena hari ini hari Kartini, kita kebetulan kedatangan satu Kartini baru.
Wah,
namanya siapa nih?
Hai, nama aku Amoy.
Coba kita kepengen tahu tentang Amoy. Amoy mungkin bisa ceritain sedikit tentang diri Amoy di sini.
Di sini aku sebagai talent dari GeekFam.
Talent dari GeekFam. Mungkin role-nya di Mobile Legends atau nickname-nya atau apanya gitu?
Boleh, role aku di Mobile Legends tuh XP.
EXP Lane.
XP Lane.
Idolamu siapakah di GeekFam?
Semuanya sih.
Semuanya. Ini menarik ya. Dan sekarang talentnya menambah satu di hari Kartini ini. Ternyata GeekFam menghadirkan satu Kartini baru di line up mereka. Dan dari GeekFam Talent ada yang mau disampaikan nggak sih untuk penutupan ini?
Kayaknya masih pada malu-malu guys. Oke, aku mau ngucapin selamat hari Kartini buat semua teman-teman perempuan di Indonesia. Jangan patah semangat, semangat juang bagi perempuan Indonesia.
Yes, jangan patah semangat dan terus menjadi wanita hebat. Dan yang harus berjuang juga GeekFam loh.
Betul.
So, semangat untuk GeekFam mau dikasih?
Oke, guys jangan lupa untuk kasih semangat terus ke GeekFam ya.
Semangat! Dan kedua tim harus terus bersemangat tentunya. Akankah ini menjadi 2-0 atau 1 sama? Atau akan ada kejutan lainnya? So caster, let's go to the game number 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from that short break. I hope you guys were entertained with the interview earlier on, because Arashi certainly was, and he will tell you why.
AITB. Arashi's in the
I
building.
think you got me mistaken for Shevin, my friend.
You literally talked about it off camera. What are you?
No, I didn't.
You don't want to share? You don't have to be shy about it. It's okay.
God.
You can share to them.
No, I'm just waiting for Booty to go.
Safe
Let's
space.
break it down. But it didn't happen.
Let's
But hey.
break this down, right? We were talking about it earlier on, and we finally get a little bit more insight into it.
So
Tank
10 picks, 8
jungler
wins now.
remains Onic's top option. And Fredrin, 9 times being picked, 7, well 8 now. Wait, 10, 8. And Roger, 2 times being picked up, 0 wins.
And to be fair, some people have been talking about how, okay, Kyrie on the Roger, not really doing so well, but the drafts also in those games haven't exactly been as conducive as Onic would have wanted, right? So there's still a chance that they think that it's still okay, but it still needs work. So it might still make a comeback in the future. This two-fighter dive style Onic. So you can't count it out just yet, but after seeing the Fred win from game 1, it's hard to argue with the results, man. That was great.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'm sorry, Rashi, when you said Fredwin, it sounded like you had a lisp, you know? It sounded like, I know you want to say Fredwin, like, and you did say Fredwin, but when you say it quick, it sounded like you had a lisp.
Fredwin?
Fredwin.
Or he's
The
saying
Fredwin.
The Fredwin.
Or he's saying it like in a cute way, like you talk to your
Yeah,
girlfriend.
exactly. Fredwin.
Like
They picked the
how
Fredwin.
Mirko talks to his
Like
girlfriend.
How do you know that?
Me and Gotti like
Everyone
to
does.
read your chats.
How? What?
Like over the shoulder.
Oh. Wow. Wow, man.
No privacy. What is privacy,
There is
guys?
no privacy on the English desk.
Then that was what a boy and Chidera was feeling. They were like, yo, please, personal space. And Keyboy's like, no. No.
Not at all, man.
No space.
Yeah,
Just
but the previous
like
game
you
we
and
kept
Guy.
though, like Kyrie was just doing so well on the Fredwin, so I feel like that's definitely a strategy that they can try and implement again.
What was that, Eterna?
I got goosebumps, like actual. He said strategy.
I was doing the whole lisp thing.
Oh, you did
the whole sentence.
Strategy. I went full goosebumps, bro. That was
Strategy.
natural.
The natural you. I've never heard that from Eterna on broadcast, at least, you know?
Natural you. Well, let's see how this game is gonna go back to the game for a bit.
Okay.
And let's see how this is gonna progress, because I think GeekFam for sure are trying to think of something right here, and I guess they must be kind of, you know, beating themselves up over that Kaja pick, man. It really didn't work as well as it could have. And despite, you know, people are talking about a boy on the Novaria doing so well. This shows again that it's never a one-man show. The rest of the team also needs some success for a boy to even begin to have presence in the game.
Well, the Kaja was last picked, right? It was literally the last pick in
Exactly.
game number 1. So, forced? Question mark. We'll see now. Geek and Onic have opted to swap sides in the drafting phase, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Onic are now second pick. Joy Arlet gets taken off the board, taken away from Keyboy. No, not Keyboy. Taken off from themselves. And Onic go for a Nolan and Minotaur ban. So already a very different approach. Fredrin, Baxia still open up for grabs. Baxia as well.
Usually you see whoever bans the Joy will also ban the Nolan. I mean, in game 1 it was GeekFam banning the Joy, Nolan, and the Mathilda. But now it's different from different sides. I haven't seen that too often. But with the Minotaur banned away, you do wonder if the Mathilda will be coming through as well. And if that happens, Geek has a bit more to play around with here with their first pick.
For Geek, they're doing the same thing that Onic have been doing, right? They basically have. Oh, never mind. I was about to say they're trying to force the Mathilda to be open, but they actually ban it themselves. So they're planning to go for something different. Onic are doing something different too, by the way. They've left the Baksha and Barats up for grabs, and I mean the Fredrin will probably be first picked by Geek. So, is it a Baksha trade for a Fred, or do they want to ban Fred now?
I feel like when you're so good at a pick, you must know how to counter it as well. That's usually where the logic comes in. But no, Onic says, I guess the best counter is to just make sure it doesn't appear in the Land of Dawn at all. First pick though, will be that Baxia for the fast clear. Now Onic are the ones that have to try and figure something out. Some jungler also, they can match the clear speed and the impact in the Land of Dawn.
Oh
wow.
Okay, they go for Faramis first. This also
is to
allows the
trick the
takeaway from a boy, one of his signature heroes and power heroes, you could say, especially if Geek want to go for a brawl composition. We do have a comment from Carl Teasy. Kyrie is too good using assassins, but that's the reason that makes Kyrie's tank jungler look bad in the eyes of a lot of people.
Well, so basically what he's saying is his tank jungle isn't bad. It's just his assassins are so good that you think,
so it's outshone.
Oh, he's not 9-0 at 1 minute. Wow, what a bad performance from Kai. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but at the same time, we're just talking about Kyrie doing better on the fighters. So the quote hasn't really been aging well for this particular match, so far at least. But the Roger, once again, given to the hands of Onic, picked up, can still be flexed, by the way. That's always the question right now. So for Geek, what will they do? Do they want to get something for a boy before it gets banned away? Do they want to put something, get a flex pick that can be put in the hands of Beloy as well, maybe?
Sorry, but going back to the Kyrie topic, I think, what would you say is the main goal of having a tank in the jungler?
The main goal of having a tank in the jungle?
What would be the main goal?
Well, you have faster clear, healthier clear. The main
but
goal.
objective take, right? That's the main goal, right?
Yes, eventually
and
it's
the
the objective
problem
take.
is, I think it was last season, Kyrie's retribution was pretty weak. And he even admitted it on stage. And so maybe that's why it could be a reason why people think as well that his tank junglers are not as successful.
Yeah, I mean, he did lose all the retry battles earlier, but it was against an Akai, so there's, you know, the benefit of the doubt there.
Akai and Kaja.
Akai and Kaja, yeah, sometimes. But now with the Barats, anti-CC, it's kind of like, it's already going to be good for you. They banned X-Borg too. This is still flexible though, both Roger and Barats flex.
We have seen it flexed around before. For Geek, already having the Valentina in response to the Faramis is definitely a value decision for now. In fact, they will have a full effectiveness Netherrealm, whereas for instead of Onic, if the Baxia can apply the passive onto them, it's gonna cut down that Netherrealm HP by quite a bit. Now the Fanny gets picked up, and as a response, the Angela. They think Geek might go for the Angeloy.
You know, Masha's still open too.
You might have just, you know, predicted the final ban here. They banned out the Fanny because they wanted, they maybe are thinking that the Barats and Roger again can be flexed, so technically Onic might not have a jungler. But yeah, the Masha makes sense for it to be banned here. But yeah, I still think it makes sense. I mean, the Masha is so annoying. But they won't have the Low Yi to get those angles, but yeah, it's still going to be banned out. Okay. Too crazy, it's too broken.
Yeah, too flexible as well. There's more than one way to play that Masha, and it's just a bit of a hassle at this point. So for Onic though, you do wonder what's the idea here? Right now it's just a full-on dive comp. They want to add some layers here, man. Do they want to get some more damage, some more crowd control, so they can kind of threaten and engage and not be forced to only react to Geek?
What would be the choice if they wanted to go for that? What is this? A choke! Oh,
whoa! Wow. Keyboy's feeling it.
That's a scary pick from Keyboy. But going for a Cho while you have a Faramis, you know, usually that wouldn't be the first hero that comes to mind. But I guess they're predicting that they wanna lock down the Valentina long enough maybe so that they won't be a counter Netherrealm. Or they're predicting that they wanna go for a pick-off, and then maybe, you know, when Geek want to respond and save their comrade, then that's one way for Onic to force a team fight.
Sans has been quite brilliant on the Faramis against a Valentina before though. He usually either forces the Valentina to go in for a different ultimate and then he shows himself, or something along those lines. But okay, Geek falling back to their roots here. The Florin will be picked up along with the Lapu Lapu, so the playmaking is there. There is some leeway for them, but
oh! Let's go, let's go!
It's happening!
Finally! Kyrie is back on the Assassins! Ladies and gentlemen, big announcement here.
Wow.
Geek went for it. Wait, do they have any lockdown?
They don't.
Valentina maybe, Baxia, but those are very short amounts of stun.
I mean, technically Valentina can take the Way of Dragon.
Yes, that is true.
Technically. But even so, Lancelot still has his skill too to get out of it. Oh, I'm so hyped for this. We've been waiting a very, very long time.
That's crazy. How we were just talking about, oh wow, he is going to play fighters. The fighters is the way to go. Lancelot, baby!
Lineup rating though earlier favors Geek.
What about now?
A bit accurate.
Oh, this is Geek? Well, we'll see. We'll see. But man, this is a hyped match. We have waited so long to see this, but Kyrie, the King of Assassins, is back on the Lancelot. Will it still be the same
to Mobile Legends
as we saw before, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to game number 2 in this best of 3 series. Can Onic go for a 2-0 clean sweep against their former brethren in M5?
And can they make the Lancelot work? It's a quantum charge Lancelot, by the way. Not sure if I've seen a lot of that. Royski with the focusing mark. Still gonna be trying to be aggressive as much as possible. But against the mobility right now that Onic has, it's a terrifying situation, man. Keyboy, CW, and Kyrie all are so elusive.
Yeah, and again, I don't know if you guys have forgot or if you guys still remember, but every time he picks this Lancelot up, it just feels so special, you know? Against GeekFam, if you remember, the buy and sell into the escape into killing Niall, I think, or Luke. And then MSC, obviously, the whole escape against Echo.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure people still have goosebumps over it.
Oh!
CW actually gets out of that 3v1. In the early game, what can we expect from Geek? Because usually, again, right, Florin means no contest to objectives, but against a Lancelot, do you think they might go for it?
I feel like they might, especially because they do have the bravest fighter, right? And they can take away the Netherrealm and copy it for themselves. I think they have a good composition to contest it, but they have to beware of Onic making the move before the neutral objective is up and then going for a pick-off first.
They might be going for it now? Top lane already Okay, it looks like just getting to level 4 for Sans to facilitate their neutral objective take. Meanwhile, Keyboy also clearing in the mid, so quite conventional rotations for both of these teams. I would expect a little bit more aggression, honestly, from Geek against the Lancelot, but there's no punish whatsoever for Kairi.
Okay, Kubo's looking for an angle here. Goes on to a boy. Boy the dragon. Ferrimus ult already stolen with the Netherrealm. Now Kairi. Oh, what? Misses the retry. It's Luke who steals it with the bravest fighter. There was no retry from the side of GeekFam. It was just a miss from Onic, and now a boy goes on the turret. Sans brings him back there. Kairi still on the orange buff, trying to take it away, but Ray can just retry it. He didn't use it earlier. Kairi stunned up and now taken down. First blood to GeekFam. Bloisky gets out, Lupi very low. Keyboy looking for a possible... Oh, Luke. Wait, hold up. One more shot, Luke! Oh, he cancels the Way the Dragon as well with the bravest fighter still intact with that. One last shot is all he needs. Luke is styling on Onic. Wow.
They're heavily punishing the audacity of Onic to bring out the Lancelot in front of the Kingslayers themselves. They might be aiming to make Onic pay. If you look at the emblems right now, 2 Wilderness Blessings for Geek. They want to be active. They want to be all around the map. And Luke with the Rupture Festival of Blood. He is out for blood. He wants to be aggressive. And Geek are very happy to oblige.
He is... There is attitude in Luke today. I mean, that aggression that he went under turret, went in for the last kill, was able to get it, and then he went in for the recalls. I don't know. If I was Onic, I wouldn't let that slide. I'm wondering if they can punish him for it. I mean, Geek right now still hold the gold lead, the economy lead, and they can definitely work over that as well.
Look at the stats earlier, 5 wins, 1 loss on that Lapu Lapu. But Sans, 4 wins, 1 loss. So both teams having great stats so far. Keyboy.
Yeah, Purify still ready for Chidera, and Keyboy does take it out. Now it's again Luke with that bravest fighter towards Kairi again. Ray's actually gonna go for the orange buff, takes it away from Kairi, and Kairi decides to recall this time. Look P actually secures it. Ray doesn't want to use the retribution here, knows that the turtle will be up and will be first onto it. Keyboy waiting for that Way the Dragon to come back in, and Kairi's walking back.
Luke just being completely oppressive here, bullying Kairi away, but now Ray goes in for Lutpi.
And Lutpi munches on him now, Phantom Execution again, he goes for it. This time he secures the turtle for the team. Lutpi though will be the sacrificial lamb, and Kairi will go to the mid lane to help clear this out.
Just like that, Kairi shows that the retribution is still there, guys. Don't worry about it. It's a slight hiccup. It's been a while, but now CW.
Re-engage on, Bloisky with a flicker, too interesting one. Way the Dragon bringing him back into turret range. Now Kairi, give it a puncture, over to them now with a lot of damage, but again, no full follow-up. GeekFam play it well and just get a turret.
That's it, that's a trade-off. That's the macro that Geek are centralizing onto. But still, the gold hasn't shifted too much. 1,700 previously, 1.5. And if we take a look at the items here, or actually it looks like the Ferrimus opted to go for NOD first.
And it's an NOD before even anything like Enchanted Talisman or like Entrenchant. Ooh, now Sans though took us away.
Oh, good Way the Dragon to punish onto Luke into the Stampede too, and Kairi picks up his first kill of the game now. Luke P wants to go for more. Munches on a boy. He still has the Purify. He's very, very low. Kai's looking for the initiation, and he fights the assassination. That's the Kairi we know. That's him again. A double kill for Kairi.
Ooh, 3-4-0 trade as well for Onic. Bringing the entire thing back. Kairi goes back in.
A Thorn Rose and a forced shield unity defensively. There you go. Had to shake the rust off.
And he is going to be able to take the purple buff away. A little bit of revenge there as he was given and taken. Well, his orange buff was taken away from him earlier on. And yeah, slowly he's coming back. The Kairi we used to know and love.
Well, the mid game is where the assassins shine. And look at this, Onic now taking full control. They're still not exactly winning when it comes to turrets. It's still even, but they've taken the mid turret, which means the jungles of GeekFam have just become that much more hostile. Look at the bottom side though, Solera.
Blazing the wet on the CW, using a whole lot of resources. Keyboy waiting behind the battle mirror image, but Chidera still has a Purify. Now Kairi in the midst of it all, gonna be stunned up. And the boy actually steals out the Phantom Execution. Kairi with a puncture, back and forth, and the Phantom Execution defensively. Lutpi in the pit. Chidera doing a whole lot of damage. Luke Gets a two-man stun, but Lutpi finds a good detonus welcome towards the sideline. That's going to be a steal from Kyrie. Secures it. Lutpi loses his life. Chadera dealing damage. GW flickering out to safety. As Onic disengaged, but Sans won't be able to. It's one more shot, and Chadera on the Claude picks it up. CW is next. Gets wheeled down by Ray.
Kyrie? Is he going to go for it again?
Phantom Execution. Chadera with the Purify. Kyrie back again. Baits out the Bravest Fighter. Now on the purple buff. Luke wants to go for the stun. But I think he has to retreat now. And he does.
All-out action here from both teams.
Chaos.
But Onic somehow, Kyrie on the Lancelot, man. Even though he's forced to use all of his spells in the beginning of that whole engagement, he just makes it happen.
Another Phantom Execution to go for it. Chadera, though, wants to punish that window. But he can't. Kyrie just jumps over with that puncture again.
Chadera has no Purify.
Another initiation onto Beloy. He tries to dodge into Thorn Rose, and he does get out of the sweet spot in the middle. And both teams still just playing it slow now.
Okay, a boy and Luke did rotate towards this top side. Keyboy is still waiting in the bush. Let's see if they pick something up here.
Trying to bait each other out. Seems like Ray will be trying to make the first move.
It's a 5-stack up top. Keyboy, three-man way. The Dragon out to Chadera. He finds the perfect target with no Purify. And here's the Assassin to come and play. Detonus welcome to the back, finding one. And now that's him. Locked down. Chadera still somehow able to survive. But Kyrie executes him in the back. Terrified. Low HP. Kyrie looking for another angle to execute. Thorn Rose defensively. Lutpi in the midst now. Going to fall.
A boy.
Phantom Execution out. Luke following through. And Onic having to retreat. It's a Geek trade. 1-for-1.
1-for-1, but bottom tower taken by CW, and he is farming up a Storm right now. Chadera isn't really matching up. He's one level ahead already, CW, in that lane. So going for a bit of a split push play. You have to remember, man, Onic is doing this with a team composition that, on paper at least, doesn't look like it has a lot of synergy. And somehow it's still working out just fine. And these movements from Kyrie that seem like he's just showing off right here, it's a bit of a mind game.
Oh my god. Goes for the assassination here, Kyrie. Away the Dragon from Keyboy. And it was a flicker from Luke to get the off angle to escape being picked off.
But remember again, like back in the day, choosing a Lancelot, like when the Assassins were still meta, choosing a Lancelot into the Valentina was a big problem. And when you get the Terrified procced, you can see and you can tell even in this particular game that Kyrie does have problems with it. That's when he can't really go as aggressive as he wanted. As we take a look at the game facts about him by GoPay actually. This marks Lancelot's first appearance in MPL ID Season 13 after last being used by Nile when Geek faced Onic in the Grand Finals of MPL ID Season 12 CW.
Oh, good Netherrealm there. Barely saves him. Lutpi wants to go for a re-engage. This is 4v5. Ray entered the turret. Way the Dragon, bringing it back again, but another realm stolen away. Chadera on the back, just melting them down. Kyrie looking for the escape. Now with a Thorn Rose, dodging over the stun, but still gets stunned anyways. Kai, still though on the lance. You can never really say you've caught him, huh?
But that's still a 2-0 trade in favor of Geek.
Massive 2-0 trade when the Lord is up as well. But to say, if Kyrie goes for these flashy plays, it's also putting an image in the back of your head. You never know if Kyrie is going for an actual engage or just flexing his mechanics. And that seems to be something that GeekFam are kind of still concerned about. But they have damage right now. And as long as a boy can keep getting the Netherrealm, they're getting a lot of value from this Valentina pick. The card control, like you're mentioning, the damage, but also the utility. He has a 1k gold advantage compared to Sans. And his spells are going to be off cooldown a lot faster due to the Enchanted Talisman and I believe the Inspire in his emblems. So Sans is going for a lot more immediate healing reduction and just Netherrealm. He's not going to be able to spam out the Ghost Bursters in a prolonged fight.
It's a new take on the Lancelot utility. War Axe into Brute Force into Endless. A new build here for the Lancelot in MPL.
Almost like a hybrid build earlier. He went for the second item, Brute Force Breastplate, which is why he was a bit more tanky whenever he was moving up earlier against Luke. But yeah, it gives you a good balance of movement speed. Actually, a lot of movement speed because the Endless Battle proc also gives you a percentage increase in your movement speed for a while. So he's going to be a very slippery Lancelot even when his cooldowns are down.
Here in the mid lane, they're clearing out real well. So far, Kyrie again jumping in, Thorn Rose as well, just to add some poke. And GeekFam will just capitalize on these waves. Picking up another turret up top. It's a tier 2.
No inhibitors has been taken out just yet. But if we're talking about a boy and the fact that he's able to create miscalculations, especially if he uses the IMU on the Netherrealm, the same can be said about Bolorski. So Onic have a layer with the Netherrealm from the Veramis, but Geek kind of technically has 2, and that's still an option that they can go for and they can utilize if they want to create miscalculations, especially against Kyrie, who has committed onto this Lancelot.
I think so. They have a lot more ways to approach a fight. They can really kite back even. They do have quite a high mobility in their members, but that's where Kyrie comes in and tries to dive all the way in the back line and really confuses Geek in the middle of a big fight. So even their positioning when they're moving around in the map needs to be calculated unless they want Kyrie to just immediately find a route towards the back line.
62% real-time victory rate for Geek, and Lupi gets... Oh, he misses it! It's welcome, and Jadera capitalizes. Ray's on a killing spree. It's another massive win for Geek, and look at the timer for the Lord. It's gonna be up very soon.
They need to buy some time, Onic here. Technically, they do have some split push potential coming through to buy a little bit more time. And if Geek want to, they can go for the blitz here. Ray is a level below of Kyrie, however, so that is still something that they need to pay attention to.
Want to see how they want to approach this. Geek for sure just takes control over the whole area, and they're letting Luke get a side angle right here. If Onic misses position, they're gonna get bursted down by a huge Bravest Fighter, but also a boy on that Valentina. Gonna be a free Lord. GeekFam has done it.
See, that Terrify is so nasty for the Lancelot. It's reliable, it's annoying, it's a problem.
Comes out fast is the problem mainly here. Because unlike other sources of crowd control that you can kind of play around, the animation is quick and the range is the area of effect. It's an AoE type spell. So it's going to be a lot harder for you to try and maybe dodge it by sidestepping or by dashing sideways. That's something that Kyrie can't do. Now with the Lord though, can GeekFam go for an end?
Ooh, Ray very aggressively moving forward to try to give the Lord some space. Ray again as a front line right now. Thorn Rose in the back by Kyrie, but it's only just a distraction for the rest of the team to deal with the Lord. But there are more mini waves coming in for GeekFam. Already with a 3,000 gold lead too. They dictate when to go in. Keyboy jumps in. Oh, he finds Bolorski, but he does have the immortality. Now the Netherrealm placed down. The boy does the same thing with the Netherrealm stolen away by the AMU. And Shadera again finds the kill. It's a shutdown out to Kyrie by a boy. Onic are scrambling in their own base, and GeekFam are still 5 members strong. 2 base turrets taken down. Not only one more wave coming down, but it's a good stun over from the side of GeekFam towards Onic. It doesn't even need to be a wipeout for GeekFam to equalize the scoreboard.
Wow, man. GeekFam back with a vengeance. Demolishing the hopes and dreams of the Onic fans to see Kyrie with his Lancelot highlight reel. It was denied.
We're going to game 3. Wow, yeah. I bet a lot of expectations. The hype was definitely there for Onic to win that. It's unfortunate. Maybe it just doesn't work anymore.
There were moments in that game where you can see the good old assassin meta. There's nostalgia as we were watching that game. But right now, we haven't seen it. It's not quite back just yet. Just like that. And now, in a full-on series, that has to be a great moment for GeekFam right here. Potentially, once again, taking down a king.
Kingslayers. That's how they got their title.
Exactly.
But you know, looking at that game, it was like if you follow a trilogy for so long, and then like 10 years later, they make another film of the same franchise, but it's a flop, and then you just get really disappointed. Yeah, that's how I felt.
Man, again, the fact that they were doing pretty okay, by the way, I would give some credit to Onic as well. Cho with the Faramis, with a Roger, with the Barats, like we said, they didn't really have quite the synergy. And I think if they just made small adjustments here, they can do a lot better, composition-wise at least.
I mean, you did mention, right, about the lineup rating that we get to see.
It's been accurate so far this week.
Exactly.
It's the favorite geek earlier.
So, what does that tell us?
The first 4 weeks, it was very inaccurate, by the way. Like, to a point where whenever the lineup rating says one team is better, you're like, okay, the other team.
The other team.
You could say that.
Yeah.
But now it's actually been, I think, 100% almost.
So it's evolving. It's getting more and more.
That's why I told you.
Wow.
Calm down.
That was a very quick turnaround.
I said after game, calm down, man.
Because like, if I was thinking that if like they don't experiment with their drafts and they play with what they're comfortable with, I mean, Joe, Keyboy, that's a power pick. Lancelot, Sans, Faramis, that's also a power pick. I mean, other than Lutpi,
I'll tell you one thing that's
obviously.
not. I'll tell you one thing that's not comfortable. It didn't look like he was comfortable. Lutpi on the Barats, it felt like he was just very, very uncomfortable. Missing the Detona's welcome.
Yeah.
And a lot of times engaging when a member has already been picked off. I think a few of those misplays ended up with GeekFam getting a whole lot of the lead, but you don't do that against the player of the game. You cannot. A boy shows why there is room for two boys in this game, in this match.
Almost like a counter to game number 1 towards Keyboy. Like I said, with the Inspire, with the Enchanted Talisman, I really like the Quantum Charge on mages, by the way, right now. Especially if you're short range, there's even more value. But if you have to kite away and you need to be mobile around the map, the Quantum Charge gives you a lot of value. And it gives you a lot more sustain as well, because you already have items to give you mana regeneration. The HP sustain that Quantum Charge gives you just gives you a bit of an edge in the lane as well. But here in the Player of the Game highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold, you're seeing the moment from Luke, who just comes in and just flexes, man. He knows that he has control when he's on this Lapu Lapu.
So good, man. And then we did get a bit of a show of that Kyrie Lancelot that we expected. When he picked it up, the hype was definitely real. But again, GeekFam consistently always just finding a way to get these prolonged team fights and ultimately win it out, right? Like even when the turtle goes to the side of Onic, GeekFam took the fights, took the advantage here. The neutral objectives ended up not being too much of a factor as to how they won this game. I think this is it. CW was gone from this fight. Lutpi decided to go in right here.
I think it's thought that he can go for an engage and let Ray tank the turret. But with the Netherrealm stolen away, and shout out to Chidera, by the way, Caldera, once again just flexing, doing a lot of damage in this game. The reason why the Netherrealm seems to pop so fast from the side of Onic is that Blazing Duet, man, and he just goes in, no problems, no threat at all, and that will be the end of it. GeekFam showing again that you gotta go all out with proper thought-out compositions if you want to take out the Kingslayers.
A 15-minute game this time around. It wasn't as long as the first one. Geek were able to do that to Onic in a much quicker fashion. And again, I'm still standing with the fact that the double healing coming through, well, healing quote-unquote, this double sustain from both the Valentina when she picks up the Netherrealm as well as the Florin was definitely an issue for a team that wants to go in for like a combo. Especially for like assassins, right? They want to use their first skill, second skill, and the third skill, that type of thing.
Yeah,
it causes too many miscalculations for Kyrie if he wanted to go for assassinations.
Because assassins, their damage comes out quick, but it's very limited. So when you have to go through the Netherrealm HP, the Florin healing, and the Flash of the Oasis, by the way, it's just a bit too much. And even their main marksman, CW, is on a Roger. You can't really match the Claude in damage output on a hero like the Roger, which is why I was highlighting the fact that their composition is actually quite disjointed.
Yeah.
Look at the game duration, 15 minutes, like we said. It still feels like a very exciting game. There's a lot of things happening, not as much as game 1, but the rich guy's going to be Caldera with the 763 gold per minute. But a boy, again, as always, just finds a way to just be so impactful. And like you mentioned, Eterna, the Terrify, it's subtle, it doesn't last for too long, but it definitely made it so difficult for Onic to really go for those reliable plays.
Because I remember that was like the counter that we used to talk about. Was it a season or 2 seasons ago? When it was like an assassin meta, and then if you pick a Lancelot, you don't pick it into a Valentina.
Yeah.
I think 2 seasons ago.
Because you can dodge from the Thorn Rose so easily, right? Just a little bit of a displacement from you, from the little dashes you have. And I think this is another like game where technically GeekFam got for in Faramis. They have a Florin and they have someone to take the Faramis ult. think for Onic, they had another option that they could have gone with this kind of composition. I mean, the Lui was up for grabs, right? I mean, it wasn't really banned out.
Yep.
So they changed it a bit too much from game 1 to game 2, and it looked like they had to suffer from it. They try to stay creative though with the Lancelot pick, so I guess it's time to ask the desk now. Yay or nay? Lancelot.
Oh wow, just the Lancelot?
Yeah, Lancelot. The Lancelot in this game, whatever, but like, yeah, this.
See, I feel like with the right composition, there is a chance that can work.
Yeah.
But not in this composition. If you're saying yay or nay, this game in particular, I would say nay, man.
Okay.
Yes. I would prefer the Fanny, honestly.
Banned. That's why.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why it was smart that they banned it out in the second phase. It was the second phase, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They banned it on the second phase. They know that the Barats and the Rogers are a very good flex pick now. But it just did not work out for Onic. CW is about 20% team fight participation.
He was split pushing for the majority of the game, actually. And even there were some fights where where Onic took it immediately without even setting up for CW to come or to even rotate or even threaten like any kind of maneuver. Like it's like CW just disconnected and just went straight for the lane.
That's why don't go for crazy maneuvers.
Maneuvers.
Maneuvers?
It's all
The maneuvers will
man.
get
Yeah.
you, man.
I heard that too, man. The maneuvers. It happens.
It
Turner.
does.
You know, what was it? The moving and maneuvers?
Oh my God.
Movers. The movers?
Is it? No.
Movering.
I don't remember.
Maneuvering.
The movering.
Movering.
There you go.
That word always gets you.
Maneuvers. And then the
The moves and the maneuvers. The movers.
Maneuvers.
The
maneuvers.
Whatever.
But, fun fact,
Fun fact.
Mirko is not right this time.
About what?
Your prediction.
What prediction?
It was 2-0 Onic, right?
I mean, yeah. True. It's not. I'm not writing the score, okay?
Okay.
That's the first wrong score, I think, this week.
Okay, we'll give you that. We'll give you that. And we'll give you
Unlucky.
guys a break before we see the conclusion to this best of 3 match. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll see you after.
Score, man.
Yang di panggung namanya Kairi, yang di sini namanya siapa yang kanan?
Kumar.
Kumar. Oke, Kumar here. Kalau yang di kiri Bude?
Kairi.
Cairi. Oke, kamu Cairi dari ini kah? Kayak Cak Dera kah? Dari Madura kah?
Ya, Madura.
Madura, bukan dari Filipina ya ternyata. Bentar. Siap buat kalian semua yang ada di MPL Arena, mirip nggak Kairi nih? Tepuk tangannya dong kalau mirip. Rame. Siapa orang pertama yang bilang kamu mirip Kairi?
My girlfriend.
My girlfriend, katanya pacarnya ya. Mendalami sekali nih. Your girlfriend. You agree with that? Agree? Setuju?
Yes, of course.
Yes, of course. Nggak pakai ragu ya. Biasa orang meragukan. Bagus kepercayaan dirinya. Kalau kamu, if you?
Pacar juga.
Pacar juga. Pacarnya sama juga ya?
Beda dong.
Bertiga pacarnya satu?
Beda.
Beda-beda. Beda ya? Beda semua, different girlfriend. Even though they are Kairi and Kumar and okay. Kalau kamu nih ya, pacarmu udah bilang, ada nggak sih orang lain yang bilang kamu mirip atau mungkin yang salah kira kalau kamu tuh the real Kairi, Kumar Kairi?
Ada sih kalau lagi jalan ke mall gitu.
Serius? Beneran?
Iya.
Apa yang mereka lakukan ketika melihat kamu?
Dia ngomong gini sih. Bang, Kairi ya? Bukan, sorry, salah.
Udah gitu doang. Kamu pernah nggak ngerjain kayak, ya.
Enggak sih, kadang juga kayak kemarin dibilang abang Kairi ya? Bukan abangnya Kairi.
Adeknya?
Bukan juga,
Siapanya?
fansnya.
Oh fansnya. Tapi lucu banget ini ya kalau dia dikira salah pas di mall-mall lagi jalan-jalan. Kalau kamu gimana? Ada nggak orang selain your girlfriend? Mungkin cewekmu apakah ada yang lain?
Waktu itu di Indomaret sempat dibilang sama mas-masnya, mirip Kairi gitu.
Waduh, langsung ya mirip Kairi,
Iya,
mirip Kairi.
Ngomong, iya.
Ada yang langsung ngajakin foto bareng nggak?
Enggak.
Nggak ada?
Nggak ada.
Tapi disebut-sebut.
Iya.
Rambut kamu seperti ini sebelum tahu Kairi atau memang sudah seperti ini?
Ngikutin Kairi sih.
Terinspirasi.
Iya.
Semakin mirip. Role-mu apa?
Jungler.
Jungler. Pakainya jungler tank apa jungler assassin?
Assassin.
Widih, hero-mu apa nih?
Nolan.
Nolan. Kairi banget sih. Cairi. Kalau ada yang pernah ngajakin foto nggak? Mungkin ada yang pernah tertipu ya, ada yang pernah ke prank gitu, udah foto-foto bareng sama kamu.
Pernah sih pas waktu itu lagi ada turnamen di gereja, panitia bocil-bocil bilang, "Bang, Kairi ya, foto dong Bang." Oh, nolak cuman gak enak, ya udahlah karena bocil.
Udah, jadi foto aja. Mungkin ini bocil-bocilnya lagi nonton nih. Mungkin ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih ke orang-orang yang mengira kamu Kairi? Orang-orang yang ngira kamu Kairi ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak? Kamu seneng-seneng aja dong pasti.
Cuman sih kadang gak enak juga gitu kan. Apalagi kayak kemarin yang viral dibilang abangnya Kairi gitu kan.
Proud dong, happy dong.
Cuman kan Kairi 3 bersaudara.
3 bersaudara. Oke, dan menarik. Kalau kamu adalah sebagai Kairi nih ya, anggap aja kamu Kairi. For the last game ketiga, apa yang ingin kamu katakan? Pakai gayanya Kairi. Untuk game ketiga kali ini. Is there anything you want to say?
Semoga Kairi pick assassin lagi deh.
Semoga dirimu ke pick assassin ya. Nanti
Iya.
pick assassin ya.
Ya pick assassin.
Kamu itu, kalau kamu last word.
Semoga menang karena udah lama gak lihat Kairi di interview.
Oh, semoga menang. Oke, dua-duanya mereka nggak akan ke panggung tentu saja. Kita akan pegangin ya. Jangan salah sangka semuanya. Karena Kairi asli akan langsung beradu di line out dan so let's go. Untuk melihat bagaimana pertempuran terakhir antara GeekFam dan juga Onic.
I just knew that Kairi is a triplet.
What? Quadruplet.
Why is it 4?
Feast your eyes, Eterna.
King Kong is an Onic PH.
Huh?
King Kong. People say King Kong looks like Kyrie.
Huh?
Huh?
People say, do you know King Kong? Do you know who King Kong is?
I do. It's a player.
Does he actually
Where's he
look...
from?
I forgot. I'll be real.
Oh my God, these nerds,
Does
man.
he
You know,
actually look like Kairi?
they don't even. Okay, guys, go and get GoPay, right? Because with GoPay, maybe you won't be as weird as these two nerds on broadcast here.
Weird.
You guys can be cool by spending your money wisely, using the 100-time transaction free, no fee. Don't try to act cool. You don't even know who King Kong is, nerds. Damn.
I use GoPay.
It's a gorilla, yes?
That's what I was thinking too.
Well, vote for
I
your
was like,
champion in every match. Voting opens half an hour before
I hope
every
you make
match
it to
starts. So
international
in the GoPay app, make sure you answer the daily quizzes starting at 10 a.m. in the GoPay app and collect points because you can win like a lot of prizes in the app as well. So it's like, why not? You already use GoPay anyways. We know you do. You live in Indonesia.
What if they don't?
What if they
What
are
if
in
they're from
MPLPH?
Philippines?
Maybe they don't know Kyrie, they know King Kong.
To each their own, right?
To each his own.
To each their own, but we can't have that mindset to each their own with this, with UBS.
You have to have this.
You have to.
have to know about this.
Wajib
It is
in
required.
Indonesian.
Required.
What is it in Tagalog? Wajib.
Dude, you do not want to ask me Tagalog.
Okay,
It's like,
never
what
mind.
Wolf, Leo.
Okay,
all
okay.
shout outs to Butters, man. All the words that they have taught me.
Never mind.
Oh,
None of
man.
them are stream friendly.
Okay,
None
strike
of them.
that. Coming soon, Epic Collaboration Limited Series UBS Gold X MPL Season 13. Stay tuned in May 2024 on @UBS Gold and @UBS Lifestyle. Available at ubslifestyle.com as well as UBS Lifestyle e-commerce.
It's as simple as that. I know a word. And it should be safe. Should we risk it though? Butters says it means something, but you know, whenever he does that, usually it means something else.
Yeah, okay.
That's your discretion, Miracle.
But it's his risk, okay?
Exactly.
Okay.
It's not the desk's risk.
Okay. Magandang gabi. I believe it means good night.
Arashi, ganda mo.
Suspense. Huh? The what?
Ganda mo, Arashi.
I don't know what it means. I know magandang umaga po, I think. Good morning, but you know, not the time for it right now.
Okay. It's a time to look at the previous game recap. 1-1, it was earlier on with a very decisive victory from Onic, but it was instantly traded back in by GeekFam with a quicker game duration for game number 2. How will it be in game number 3?
If you look at the damage dealt, I think the highest on Onic was Sans with 40k, and both Aboy and Chidera were sitting on like 80k, respectively. Ain't no wonder they're losing out in these long, prolonged fights. The damage output and the sustainability both just outmatched by GeekFam. That's where I think Onic needs to try and figure something out, because team fighting has always been a strong suit of GeekFam, by the way. And we've seen that when they are pulled apart from each other, some teams do find a window of opportunity to take advantage of that style.
I think now Onic should be getting the blue side again, so GeekFam will try to ban that Fredrin out, right? Because again, Onic have... So this is the problem. It's not a utility problem, it's a no Fredrin problem for Onic. Like when he does get the Fredrin, he does well, but when he gets the Bakshias, the other utility junglers, it hasn't worked out, and now even the Lancelot hasn't worked out.
So what has worked out?
Fredrin!
That's it.
It's a Fred win. It's Fred win.
That's a big problem.
It's a big problem to have, right? Once it's banned out. So is that the reason why they've been banning Baksha and Barats?
That'd be it.
That might be just like the way to do it now. Baksha Barats ban, force an assassin duo, or give me Fredrin.
Because for the longest time, Kyrie is not at all synonymous with like a one trick. He's been able to play a lot of different heroes and a lot of different, play styles as well, right? Utility and assassin. So the fact that now we're kind of insinuating that he's stuck here, he can only play the Fredrin, that's a weird place to be in, man.
I'm still like in disbelief. Like even if those are the facts, it's just so tough to hear that statement because it just feels so
foreign.
Yes, it's just so impossible. Like I would think you're crazy. Like no way. Like 2 seasons ago or a season ago, no way. Kyrie only Fredrin? No way. It must be something else. There must be a different factor. And like as an analyst, is it really that? Is it really no Fredrin, no win?
Oh man, I feel like the Fredrin is just a lot better compared to the rest. But again, when you see Kyrie in the other heroes, he also doesn't really get the same kind of team composition. I mean, in game 1, of course, the Fredrin was good, but if you try to put something in a composition with the Roger, with the Lo Yi, Paquito, and Masha, you know what I mean? I feel like you can very easily swap out the Fredrin for something else. In game 2, let's say we give Kyrie the Fredrin here with Faramis, Roger, Barats, and Cho. I don't think it really works out either. So I feel like it's not necessarily just a Kyrie thing that's deciding whether or not Onic comes out on top here. I feel like their own strategy in game 2 was kind of all over the place, and GeekFam's strategy as well in game 2 was particularly solid. I mean, stealing away the Netherrealm, having healing on top of it. This was their meta, right? That were very adept at using all that healing, all that utility. So I think Onic after game 2 will have a different solution that will look a lot better.
And this brings us to how things will change for the drafting phase in game number 3, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. No Fredrin ban, still they will not let go of the Faramis, but Geek still first pick.
Interesting.
Take the Fredrin away, man. Take it away, Geek. I mean, they can go for the Baksha. Technically, the Baksha on paper does well against the Fredrin, right? You have that anti-regen that helps you up against the sustainability, but Onic have found so much success in the Fredrin. I think it may be more valuable to just take the Fredrin away over picking a counter pick.
I feel like it really is just the fact that the Fredrin serves as a utility jungler, but also as a bit of a damage dealer and a bit of a playmaker as well. It's a bit of a jack of all trades situation. I think that's why Kyrie kind of favors it compared to something else that can maybe have more utility, but not as much playmaking or damage. Geek though will start off with the Baksha, so now the Fredrin is open. Will they go for it though? They take away Cloudera, and it is gonna still be the Fredrin. So let's see, Mirko, if the rule of Fredwin comes through for Onic.
Almost did it twice. The Fredrin and the 2, but the GeekFam with the Baksha already, and now the Dude, they can set up for a full dive comp. I mean, now they can pick up an Angela and then a Roger too. Or if they want to go super crazy, they can pick up... No, they'll probably still go with an boy pick first, right? Don't get ahead of ourselves, but the Roger just makes a lot of sense now for Chidera to have more pressure in that gold lane, which he was already doing well with the Claude against the Roger. Or maybe he feels, because he knows how to counter Roger with the Claude, he feels CW has the same answer to it. It's Lapu first, and a Mage, it's a Novaria Lapu start. So yeah, maybe for Chidera, he doesn't think the Roger is all that.
Wow. Those are two signature picks for Geek though. The Novaria I think is particularly notorious, but Luke on the Lapu is also really, really good. But again, we were talking earlier, Mirko, about Ray possibly going in for a damage type hero, but it's a Baxia. But the Loyi once again back in the equation. Man, will this work? It's the same matchup, by the way, in the mid lane from game number 1. It was the Loyi up against Novaria.
Yeah. Now, though, I don't think they'll get Masha. I think GeekFam will ban it 100%. If they don't ban it, it'll be very interesting to see, because then they will have a counter to it. And for Onic, though, asking to ban out the X-Borg and Angela. Now with the Loyi, they're the ones forced to ban the Selena again, just like they did in game number 1. So that's a Selena ban. So when they had Fredrin and Loyi in game 1, they actually banned Selena and then Gwyn. Yep, so maybe the same template here for Onic. But yeah, like we said, Masha, I mean, too risky to leave the Masha open with the Loyi combo up there.
I think mainly the idea is to make sure that Sans, the immobile Loyi, doesn't really come up against a lot of dives, not just dives, but dives with crowd control built in, like the spatial migration, for instance. But they will ban away the carry, so the Gwyn is available, but technically for Geek right now, it can be put in as a roamer though.
Yeah, but I think for Baloy, it doesn't really, you know, it doesn't feel like a Baloy pick. With this comp, it does feel like they might want to just go for the Florin again with the Bloom, the global healing, that presence. It really helped them last game. Final ban for Geek should be another XP lane, maybe. On top of the Arlet ban, what else did they take away from? I think X-Borg ban. To take it away from Lutpi could be a pretty good option.
Or Paquito, that was really good in game 1. I think X-Borg is a bit better. Oh, I was thinking that the damage could be something they don't want to deal with, right? Especially with the Lapu and Baxia looking for opportunities. But Terizla taken away. So now, Onic, are they going to go for some kind of engager? Do they want to go for someone with the same kind of damage that Masha can bring? It's the Gwyn. They pick it up for themselves.
It's still flex, but it should be roam, should be Keyboy pick, and then Fredrin jungle. I mean, how crazy would it be if they go for XP Gwyn? We haven't seen that in
a very long time.
Seasons, yeah.
At least 2 seasons, I feel like. Might be wrong on that, but laning Gwyn, some sustain, not a lot of damage though, and the wave clear is kind of subpar. Roger coming in finally later in, but that's the Angela that can be comboed in with the Lapu, with the Baxia, with the Roger. It's not bad. It's the Angeloy as well, notorious in the hands of Beloyski.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options and tools that Geek can utilize with this Angela pick. It's a signature as well for Beloy. And now Onic are stuck in a position. But they go for a Fanny.
What? Wait, it's Fredrin XP. Oh no! I mean, they did use it as a flex, but I hate Fredrin XP. Gee.
That's a signature Onic thing to do though.
That's like a signature
Fredrin
thing to do.
XP, yeah.
He makes it work. He's the only guy who makes it work.
But now with Lutpi, can he achieve the same success?
With the mid laner being a Loyi, you know, we talked a bit to Coach Chico about this when we were talking about when RRQ did a very similar draft with a Fanny, with a Fredrin as well. He said the issue is that you have to be able to have fighting power in the early game with the Fanny. So Loyi and Gwyn on paper can stack up to GeekFam's early game, but we'll have to see the execution.
Counter index shows that it favors Onic. Is it a counter index we trust kind of scenario? But either way, we're gonna get another assassin game from Kyrie. The last of this series, the conclusion to this series. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Land of Dawn for the last game between GeekFam and Onic.
All right, looking at the emblems, it's gonna be Impure Rage on Beloyski, so no focusing mark. He won't be trying to set up for pickoffs. He wants to have the extra bit of damage, the extra bit of mana regeneration. He's in danger though, whoa.
Yeah, so much damage early on. I don't think Beloy can actually take this trade, man. Oh, Beloy's got to be careful. Wow, this man is so... the calculations, crisp clean. He knows that he doesn't need to burn that flicker. But yeah, I'm conflicted, man. I hate the Fredgen XP, but I love Kyrie's Fanny. So, what do you think? What do you guys think?
Seeing it before, it doesn't feel like Fredgen EXP has that much value. In a way, it's almost like it's picked not for you to make your own plays, but for you to shut down your opponent's plays, just because you have a lot more mobility and crowd control that you can use to really throw a wrench in your laner, your opposite laner's hand. So maybe they're trying to use it to try and shut down Luke's offense, which is a novel idea. I don't know if it will work that well though. We're just theorizing here.
And if we're talking about theorizing, essentially, if we take a look at the composition to answer your question, there isn't particularly any lockdown per se for the Fanny. Sure, there is Luke, and he was still able to pin down the Lancelot, but granted, there were a lot more things that he could have utilized, like the Terrify and so forth. There was also the Way of Dragon if they wanted to go for it. But in this particular matchup, who would they utilize to do the same approach, the CC, it's not, they don't have something like the Kajo or the Franco with the suppress.
It has to be maybe the Angela later on, but it is going to come out a lot slower. So maybe Ray with the Shield Unity, but now, whoa, look at that.
Kyrie on the turtle, finds it. That's a good Vital Requiem onto Ray, and now they disengage completely. First objective actually goes to the Fanny, and still goes for the purple buff. He actually did that without purple buff.
It's very surprising, actually. But maybe it's the Gwyn threat, right? There's a reason why Guinevere was just so oppressive, so good back then. The range of the spatial migration has been reduced, by the way. So it's not the same kind of Gwyn. But 3 debut picks for Onic right here. They're just going all out, by the way, today. There's just a lot of different heroes we haven't seen just picked up by Onic.
Yeah, just instantly, week number 5, we get so many debut picks from Onic, and this is a height of strat again, right? But not really sure if it's going to work out. It didn't work out in game number 2 for them. So there is still a possibility that this also does not achieve the results that they're expecting. But Sans goes in for a diversion play.
Uh-oh. Luke, once he's in range. Oh, there you go. Spatial migration, Valorant, everything in the kitchen sink. The whole kitchen.
The whole kitchen, but there's a mirror play on top.
Same thing happening up top, but CW dodges the initial shield. Unity has a battle mirror image to pop in back again, but he gets immobilized. He does pop it back. CW weak side. The mythical creature, but also a boy Novaria, another mythical creature.
You thought that you would get out, but a boy's like, no, not happening. You're going to be taken down, so the mirror play does come to fruition here for Geek.
That's a lot of time bought though. Kyrie, late to the party. But Onic, they're doing a good job controlling here. You will think that the Boxshare will be the one rolling around, just bullying everyone. But the fact that the Lo Yi is in the picture, I think it's making Geek second think whenever they're rotating around. Like, hey, we haven't seen Sans in a while. Where is he? We want to know, right? Kita kepo.
Kita kepo.
Sorry.
We are curious in Indonesian. Essentially, it's also a little bit more difficult because Beloyski is on an Angela that isn't necessarily as great to check up on bushes, because Keyboy's on the Guinevere. It's a lot more easy to get picked off. But I guess they do have a boy to do that, but the scouting isn't the same.
Look at that. Delay earlier from the Frederick turns out to be an invade setup for Kyrie. Actually goes for the orange buff, takes it away, and still on time to go for a turtle here. Ludpi also dealing a whole lot of damage with this XP Fred. Sans could flicker out, but now it's another flicker as well. Wow, the peel from Keyboy with that spatial migration and the Battle Requiem to stop him here. Hardcore already used up. Keyboy gonna find the kill on Luke, and again, GeekFam have not gone for the turtle. It's still only now being started up. Onic can actually go for this fight. Lutpi is trying his best to delay it. Kyrie's walking again, and it's going to be Ray who wins it out this time. Lutpi very low, walking back. Keyboy. Oh, Chidera. Oh, he pops the spatial migration. I think he thought he had a flicker. CW with Blazing Duet now on the Chidera. Not enough damage to take him down, not just yet. As an Astral Echo. To lock him down just a bit. Lutpi went in, flickers backwards, and now it's Kyrie to go for the execute. Misses one cable and will not be able to go for more. Luke, though, as the bravest fighter, jumps onto Sans. Has a stun. Cancelled out. Not cancelled this time. Now it's Sans who's going to get obliterated up top.
Wow. It looked like Onic was just winning it out, but he just kept coming back with more and more people. Like, they're doubling down. Like, this has to work, man. We have to come out on top here. And just kept bringing more and more people until they actually come out on top. Overall, though, Onic still holds a bit of the lead. And I think the real carry here, the real damage dealer that Geek needs to be aware of is Sans. It seems like without Sans in the picture, CW needs a bit more items. And Kyrie as well, he's a lot squishier, right? So he is easily zoned out away. But with the BOD, maybe now he'll try and find ways to get to Beloyski and Aboy, delete them before they can even make a difference.
He's committing onto the damage build. The side lanes gotta start being careful, I suppose. A 1k gold lead now for Onic.
So the Roger this game, Chadera actually goes for QC. And CW also goes for QC over the Brave Smite last game that Chadera went for, and over the Weakness Finder that CW went for on the Roger.
CW will have a lot more ways to really kite back away, but still, it's a lot of damage. Ray now makes the play go in.
Good cancel on the spatial migration, but he gets it back in time. He goes for it.
Oh, Kyrie?
Interesting play from Kyrie.
Whoa!
Oh my god, one more shot! Kyrie, you are taking a gamble, man. Oh my god, he gambled on his skills. And I don't know if it paid off, not just yet. GeekFam, now the shield immediately back again. That's a spatial migration into Val Requiem.
Oh.
2 members knocked up, and Lutpi is so low. Chidera goes for the damage, but it's not going to be enough. Oh, and the Brains is right into bait! And Kyrie wins it out. CW also distracting. How did Onic come out on top in that fight?
They're coming back.
GeekFam overextend to try and secure the kill on Lutpi. How did he survive, man? Look, Keyboy goes back in.
Again with a Val Requiem. Kyrie 2 levels ahead, will take it easily this time. And now Luke, bravest fighter. We've seen him do crazy things before, and he's doing it again. Keyboy flickering out. Luke, no bravest fighter to play for, but still an Angela behind him to support him. Wow, Onic.
That's an Angela with the flask of the Oasis. But even so, the fight was so chaotic. Somehow, some way, Onic find a way to come out on top. Beloyski! Demolished!
Yeah.
Kyrie flexes the cables, man. 4-0.
Kyrie sees the opportunity and he goes for it. Initially, we thought that play 1v4 into the bush. I mean, he's a risk taker. He risked on the Boxia before, but he risks here with the fan. He was able to bait a few resources, and then they were able to get a benefit out of it. Is that the new game plan?
I mean, if it is working very well. By the way, get 1 penny for Mirko because it's a corrosion site built up by Chidera.
Keyboy again. That's a lockdown on the Chidera with the Val Requiem, and CW is like, hey! In the back fights, oh boy! And Onic again, off of a distraction from the team, gets a kill through Kyrie in the other side.
It's almost like Onic's specialty, man. The fact that they are still in a team fight together, but there's so many things happening. They're overloading GeekFam, a team that's so used to going with a linear team fighting style. When they have to fight off one big ultimate, they always do well, but now they're struggling. Even Beloyski seems lost on who the heck is he supposed to put the hard guard on.
Yeah, the scatter, the brain scatter coming through now because Onic making it so chaotic. They're going to be able to get a turret down in the bottom side, so that's another objective secured by Onic. Kyrie has been having a great time actually, previously 4-0-0, now 5-0-0. Absolutely no one has been able to shut this man down. Is this the time?
Whoa.
Nope.
He's throwing like zigzags in the Land of Dawn with those cables, man. That is unreal. And while they're dealing with Kyrie, by the way, CW is just power farming, and he has so much more security. Like you mentioned, Mirko, the Quantum Charge, more sustain, more movement speed, but even the sprint allows him to outmaneuver even Ray technically, he has a better chance of escaping from the shield unity with that sprint.
I mean, I said this earlier, I think in the first match, if I had $1 for every single Roger build, like,
you said penny.
I'd probably, yeah, but whatever, man. I'm adding it up because 7 pennies can't get me anything. $7 gets me something at least, you know? But yeah, there's 7 technical options for the Roger. He's going for attack speed, corrosion, DHS.
Definitely not the build we have seen. Oh, Kyrie!
Oh my, dude.
Uh-oh.
He's gambling onto this and he's gonna be able to escape
Kyrie!
Oh, not this time. It's Ray who finds the kill and now a hard guard. The high risk, high reward play from Kyrie has gone down. This is the high risk. Keyboy, spatial migration defensively, a stun, only connecting on the CW. There's Loot P is still tanking in front. Good dodge from CW, the battle mirror image now as Keyboy looks for another set. But he will not be able to find it, not just now. Again for both teams resetting. GeekFam go back into the mid lane.
8 seconds left for Kyrie to respawn to the Land of Dawn. Onic have done a really good time, great time at resetting, distracting, as well as buying some time. But Ray's going to be able to get that blue away from Kyrie.
He's low though, still trying to escape now. Cutthroat finds it, the kill for the purple. And oh my, CW doing a whole lot of damage. The 3-item power spikes for him. No purple buff on Kyrie though. They've given the purple buff Geek side to Chadera.
Interesting choice. But now Kyrie is just content to just split push, take a turret right here. And even when the Lord is standing, we're seeing this becoming a recurring pattern. Teams are just starting to ignore it to try and go for something that's a bit more substantial, something that's less risky than a full-on Lord contest. Onic, off the back of just insane backline damage, has been able to stop the Lord take.
Keyboy, Violet Requiem, Sans, even with the flicker, not enough to burst him down, and now it's Luke. Cancelled out by Lutpi though. The Rainbow Spider still onto the back with Astral Echo, but the Blazing Duet gets used up. Oh, the stun from Luke! One more shot should be enough, but CW gets out, and Kai comes in with the execute. 1-4-0, it ends that trade.
That was such a good knock-up at the end as well from Keyboy to deny that aggression coming through from Geek if they wanted to go in for a re-engage, which they would happily have gone for. And now they're just changing their focus. They're centralizing on the Lord. Kyrie's gonna go in for a steal.
No purple buff, but he is 3 levels ahead. Ray goes in, and it's Kai! And in the back is a diversion. Ray, shield unity, now onto Sans, and he is all alone. Kyrie with no purple buff picks up a killing spree.
Don't doubt, never doubt. Kyrie back on the Assassins. GeekFam paying the price for it right now, and with the Lord, they have all the control they need, taking down the turrets one by one. GeekFam, they're just not finding ways to really punish Onic as reliably as they really need to, man. Kyrie especially is getting away with so much.
He has a 10k gold lead. If we take a look at the player's gold by UBS Gold, he is rich. He's fed. He's ballin'.
He's living large in the Land of Dawn. Look at the damage though. Sans on the low Yi. When the fights go like this, when he is untouched and just spamming out spells in the back, that's just way too much damage.
Spatial migration and a flicker. Violet Requiem. Don't think he meant to do that. Tier 2 taken down. Up top, very low base turret too. And for Geek, they might actually lose out on this turret. They are able to clear it out just in time. Super low turret in the bottom lane and up top.
That was a flashy play by Keyboy, by the way. A flicker was used there as well, and I'm still struggling to figure out where exactly did he flicker. Might be during the first spatial migration, then he just dashed out. But that's the level of threat that he can really bring to the table. Any kind of move he makes, GeekFam needs to think twice about.
Keyboy, spatial migration only landing onto 1 right now as Luke does the same thing to the back line. Kyrie in 1v1 gets Chadera down and escapes. Luke beat him into it all. Now on Razor's Rat, Luke finds a stun but will fall to the Blazing Duet. CW also traded back here with Sans getting a kill back as well. Spatial migration into the battle. Requiem with a Sans with a double kill. Beloy, he's only just an Angela and a diversion. Where is it heading? What the Hey, Sans, not like that, brother. Not now.
But this is a 4-0 trade. Beloyski, the little girl on Angela. That's the only one who can defend left standing. There's a wave in the mid side. Can he do it?
No, he cannot. Good awareness by Onic to wait for the mini waves to disperse before going for the end. 2-1. Onic secure. A hard-fought victory.
Another one in Onic's pocket. And unfortunately, Geek cannot utilize their tile here. Kingslayer. Like number one, it was a 2-0 victory for Onic. And now Onic still reigns supreme over the Geeks.
What an insane performance. Kyrie on the Assassin is something that we have very dearly missed, man. It's such a sight. But everyone else, it was such a clean performance by Onic. And maybe Eterna is not wrong after all. About the fact that Onic is back.
It's 2-1.
We have to wait and see, man, of course. But it's looking pretty good so far.
Wait. Hold on. I never said that they were bad.
Oh, what did you say?
I said they're still hiding their strats.
Still the what?
Hiding their strats.
Oh, hiding the strats.
Yes.
What did you turn Southern out of nowhere?
Maybe because Onic turned Southern in the way that they played. Because the norm, the central playstyle for Onic was Fred win. But they didn't need it. They had a Fred win, technically, and the Fred did ultimately end up with them winning. But it wasn't in the jungle. It wasn't a Kyrie Fred win. It's a Ludpi Fred win. Fred P. No, yes.
Oh, Fred Perry.
Fred P. Ludpi. Fred win. That's the combo. It's like
Freppy.
I like how you're saying this like with such a serious face.
I think Freppy. Freppy's cute.
Canny. Kyrie Fanny. Or Fiery.
I like Fiery better.
Fiery.
Doesn't that spell fairy? Hang on.
No, Fairy's with a Y.
Kyrie is A-I-R-I, Arashi, not A-R-R-K-A.
Okay. We don't know that for sure, but what we do know for sure is this winner interview with Onic, with a Clara Mongstar, and the Sky Kings coming back. Pasok.
Yang dirindukan oleh Sonic dan juga mungkin banyak sekali di MPL era, kemenangan untuk tim Onic 2-1, cukup dramatis untuk match kita yang kedua. Congratulations Lutfi, akhirnya nih bisa ngedapetin kemenangan lagi. Kali ini kasihan banget ya, kamu kayaknya ditumbalin sama mereka ya?
Iya ditumbalin nih.
Oke, nggak apa-apa ya Lutfi ya, yang kuat ya. Sing kuat. Gimana tadi kuat banget kayaknya kalian ngelawan tim GeekFam?
Ya, kuat.
Kuat. Tapi gimana kalian kan kayaknya up and down banget nih. Apakah ini momen yang tepat untuk kembali ke up? Kembali naik.
Jauh lah Bude. Lagi berusaha.
Itu suaranya Lutfi ya, itu Lutfi yang ngomong sebenarnya. Oh gitu ya?
Sorry, gue kira gue.
Gak apa-apa, bagus juga sih. Terima kasih atas bantuannya Sans. Tapi Sans ngelihat dari leg 1. Ini kan match pertama kalian di leg yang kedua. Ngelawan GeekFam. Sebelumnya kalian 2-0, kali ini 2-1. Ada kendala apa dari Onic? Ada kendala kah?
Nggak tahu sih, aku juga bingung juga sih kendalanya di mana. Kita udah main kayak biasa, cuman ya skornya kayak gitu, jadi ya gitu, terima aja skornya kayak gitu.
Ternyata main biasa nggak cukup ya?
Emang kita biasanya main biasa aja, kayak biasa, kayak di scrim, di rank gitu.
Biasanya tapi luar biasa kalau buat gila Sans. Menarik di mana sekarang posisinya Onic yang biasanya kalian tuh mendominasi. Dan sekarang tuh kayak match point-nya aja bisa samaan 4 tim, 5 tim. Kalian ngelihat hal ini bisa terjadi di season 13, nyangka nggak sih? Apalagi mungkin performa dari leg yang pertama untuk Onic. Siapa yo? Ayo, daripada ditunjuk nih ya.
Apa tadi Bude?
Gak apa-apa, gak
Sih,
apa-apa.
apa ya? Ya emang kalau kata orang-orang kan butuh perubahan. Ya, mungkin ini perubahan kita.
Berubah jadi apa?
Berubah jadi lebih nggak konsisten.
Loh?
Soalnya season lalu kan bilangnya ini kan kayak Onic konsisten gitu.
Sekarang tidak konsisten.
Ya.
Perubahan yang
ya emang
sepertinya.
Emang dari hasil juga kayak gitu sih. Tapi kita berusaha.
Selalu berusaha untuk lakukan yang terbaik. Apakah perubahan yang terjadi seperti kalian mencoba hal baru, seperti dengan perubahan mungkin dari segi jungler, dare to try new things, kayak biasanya orang, aduh metanya tuh tank-tank aja. Kalian ingin melawan meta kah atau memang ingin membuktikan assassin juga bisa loh? Kairi, Kumar, atau Cairul? Ini yang mana ya? Kairi,
ya.
Mabu hai.
Halo.
Halo, bener, ini Kairi. Gimana? How do you see this meta right now? Are you trying to bring new, assassin still works in this meta? Or
Gua nggak tahu soalnya Coach Seb sama Adi yang ngedraft, mereka udah bosan main tang jungle.
mereka udah bosen, they get bored with tank jungler. So they just give you assassin and you play
Ya,
without you asking.
kalau draft gua cuman diem.
Ah, pasrah aja Kairi.
Ya kayak boy.
Tapi you play Fanny, Lancelot yang kembali. Are you happy with that?
Biasa aja.
Yay, biasa aja guys. Padahal semua orang menunggu ya. Sobat Sonic pasti pada kepengin lihat assassinnya Kairi kan. Jadi pada teriak-teriak sih. Dan pada rindu dengan, oh ya. Pada semangat banget di sini Sonic ngelihat kamu Kairi. Pada rame teriak-teriak di sini. But how do you see your battle in this match? You fight against Hazel and also Ray. How do you see the jungler of GeekFam? Gimana sih ngelihat dua-duanya udah kamu lawan? You fight against the jungler.
Ya, udah.
How do you see them?
Kayaknya sama aja soalnya mereka berdua cuma main tang jungle. Ya,
Sama aja.
sama aja.
So nothing to worry. Gak tahu, pokoknya ya karena dua-duanya tank jungler aja dan Kairi berani. But do you see it's kinda hard to play assassin? Susah nggak sih main assassin di season 13 ini?
Susah banget.
Susah banget. And how do you manage to win this if it's hard? Gimana kan susah. Gimana caranya menang tuh?
Ya susah tapi masih bisa.
Masih bisa. Dengan bantuan Keyboy atau
Ya,
siapa?
semua.
Semuanya. Dan Keyboy angguk-angguk aja. Boy lagi mode apa ini Boy? Semuanya penasaran nih. Keyboy lagi mode apa nih? Lagi mode apa di leg kedua? Mau mengeluarkan mode baru kah?
Enggak lah, biasa aja.
Enggak, biasa aja. Tapi kamu khawatir nggak dengan mungkin gimana kondisi tim Onic untuk saat ini?
Ya bisa dibilang belum stabil sih. Ada beberapa perubahan juga. Dan sebenarnya bukan karena Onic banget sih. Kayak semua tim sekarang udah improve banget, udah jago-jago juga. Jadi ya bisa dibilang MPL season 13 lebih seru lah.
Lebih seru. Di leg pertama kalian udah ngelawan semua nih. Siapa yang menurut kalian perubahannya yang paling ngagetin?
Semuanya sih, semuanya jago.
Semua?
Semua.
Gak ada spesifik?
Enggak.
Nggak ada. Kalau leg kedua ada nggak match yang paling dinantikan? Karena ini mungkin saatnya untuk kalian revenge kah atau membuktikan kah? Atau kalian mau ngapain sih di leg kedua kali ini? Masih mau trying something new kah atau mau melibas semuanya nih?
Nggak tahu sih, sama aja lah.
Sama aja ya guys. Kayaknya lagi nggak ada energi ya Keyboy. Berarti cewek aja deh We. Kamu gimana nih leg kedua We? Kasih tahu sesuatu dong buat kita yang serem-serem dari Onic. Weh. Butuh dipegangin ya?
Kedua ya, ya kita mulai dari GeekFam dulu.
Wih, selanjutnya?
Ya siapa ya, nggak tahu.
Selanjutnya kayaknya kalian lawan BTR ya? Iya bukan ya? AE. Lawan AE next.
Ya bisa.
Lanjut.
Insyaallah.
Insyaallah.
WS dari sekarang.
Dari sekarang, WS dari sekarang. Boleh diaminin dong Sonic? Amin, solid sekali. Penutupan minggu 5 memulai leg yang kedua. Ada yang mau disampaikan untuk penutupan kah?
Katanya ada kata-kata spesial sih buat Sonic dari Lutfi.
Waduh, langsung Lutfi deg-degan. Apa ini Bang?
Makasih ya Sonic yang udah dateng, yang udah dukung kita. Jangan lupa dukung kita terus sampai playoff. Laputa.
Lebih pede lagi dong. Apa? Sekali? Bantuin dong. 1, 2, 3.
Laputa.
Laputa, oke. Caster, apa itu artinya? Apa itu? Oke.
Gak tahu dari
Kairi.
itu Bang Gilang. Gak tahu artinya apa, disuruh aja.
Emang disuruh aja. Oke guys, caster, coba artikan ya. Silahkan caster.
No, I don't think I want to translate that. I don't know what it means.
Rashi, you said it's a show?
anime
It's an
thing?
anime?
Castle in the Sky? Should I just re-say what he said?
Yeah.
Like, Laputa, right?
Yeah.
So there is an anime called Laputa Castle in the Sky. I just didn't quite catch
Like
what
the context.
exactly the context. I don't know if that's
If he didn't
even.
refer to the anime, then you, my friend, have that knowledge. Like anime knowledge, bro.
Big brain anime.
Does
What?
he watch anime too?
Would be?
I assume he does.
Probably. I
Mo-
mean,
most of the
Boots
pro
watches One
players
Piece.
do.
No, Boots watches Korean drama.
No, he's been spamming.
But he doesn't
Oh,
watch
really?
any anime at all.
He's been
I
spamming.
think they'll watch
Spamming
some anime.
anime too.
Yeah, spamming actual quality stuff.
Preach.
Anyway, there it was, ladies and gentlemen, match number 2, a 2-1 victory for Onic. So what does that mean for them in the standings? I'm actually quite curious.
They're tied with Aura, I think, 5-3.
But
Oh no,
we're on the same.
they're tied with Alter Ego 5-4. All right, we'll see it later. We'll see what the
We will.
standings look like.
But we'll see him first.
Who's
Right?
him?
He is him.
Who is him? What?
Who's him?
You're asking? It's a player of the match. It's Kyrie.
Kyrie.
Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. The 1010 KDA. The way he was just, man, I would say the way he was playing the Fanny in this game was just impudent, man. He was casually strolling, like cabling through 4 men again and again, randomly, without any real timing, and he got away with it. Player of the match highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. Can't understate though the impact of Keyboy on the Guinevere. We haven't seen this hero in a long time, but you're seeing again that it is just very difficult to deal with. Built-in card control removal, a gap closer that functions as a card control tool as well. And if you do land the Spatial Migration, you can come in with the Valid Requiem as well and lock people down for a long period of time. Here's that play though. He has no business being that slippery, man.
Yeah,
but it is Kyrie.
The fact that he actually like baited out so many resources before that, and GeekFam weren't able to actually go for the turtle, and it ended up with Ray dying too.
Just not how they want things to play out. And of course the Lo Yi plays, man. Suns, we've always said he's very creative, and on a hero like a Lo Yi, mechanically, he doesn't have to be very creative, but with that diversion, he just has to be a bit more, a bit more unpredictable with it. And we see that they struggle quite a bit to try and end the game, considering that they're kind of short range. But look at how these fights always play out. Everyone gets so low, and there's just so many things happening. It's like there are multiple fronts in the battle every single time. And here's that final play. I think Suns goes with another diversion, but we don't get to see it. Afterwards, Kyrie towards the end, even just in case he needs the extra bit of damage, he instantly switched out an item for the Wind Talker. The man just knows what he's doing, man.
In the draft index, we trust.
Oh
So far, accurate, exactly, man.
Are we
I didn't
losing
get
our
the score
jobs?
right too, by the way, but I got team.
Dude, we're gonna lose our jobs to AI.
These AI, man.
Technology.
Intelligence.
Back in my day, we don't have draft indexes.
Please don't talk like that, Arashi.
Yeah, I mean, 60 years old.
You're like triggering Miracle to say something about our age.
Yeah, I mean,
Here we
he's
go.
right though.
Here we
60
go.
years ago, AI wasn't a thing.
60 years
Here we
ago.
go. There you go.
Quite the hyperbole, but looking at the items here. Signs on the Lo Yi. Only the Holy Crystal on top of the Lightning Truncheon as a direct damage buff. And it just goes in for more magic damage because again, it's not just the damage, it's also the shielding. At some point, he was able to generate a shield that's more than half his HP bar. So that's a lot of damage that he can just tank up. which means that Luke and Chidera, they're not really as threatening to him as other mid laners would be, right? So he can just stand there and just trade back against all these bruisers coming in from GeekFam.
Arashi, the attack speed build though from the Roger. Why did he go for attack speed in this game?
Truth be told, I feel like he just prefers a proper DPS style. But hey, we're gonna hear more about their communications first though. We're go to moment.
Mau ini? Kelihatan ya guys?
Aman, majuin.
Goton.
Udah pegang. Lihat ya. Balik dulu, bisa nggak balik?
Gue belakang guys.
Belakang dulu guys. Boleh. Box ya. Udah retri. Bisa lihat gue nggak Nova nih guys?
Keluar nih.
Coba pelan-pelan guys. Ayo.
Ada gue.
Nggak kena scanner gue nih.
Bisa agak majuin guys?
Coba majuin tipis-tipis. Gue konsil lah.
Gue di pokok ada belakang gue ya.
Kiting ya.
Goton.
Lampu dulu guys, aman yang lainnya.
Mati.
Lampu dulu guys.
Gak ada masuk Angela guys.
Ada mati kan?
Aman, masih bisa. Dua mage jangan tuh.
Udah dua lang.
Boleh.
Nice lang, lagi lang. Mati 5 ya.
Jangan masuk boy. Bisain guys.
Santai. Aman aja.
Mana lu balo?
Kemana lu, Mister?
Yeah.
Seems like an Onic voice.
Nothing changed. Yeah.
Keyboy sounds locked in though. He was just like,
he's locked in.
He was in serious mode. Usually you see a bit more of a cheerful, like, laughter and stuff from Keyboy.
Is he in his sad boy era, Eterna? Is it bad boy era?
I will not answer that.
Oh, you know something?
Oh wait, no, I don't. I don't. What is that face?
You said you don't want to talk about it.
No,
what?
I said I don't. I have no comments about it.
No, you did not
What
say
did
that.
I say, guys?
The gaslighting
Guys,
is
what did I
insane,
say?
my dude.
No, this is just
Gaslighted.
me having like a Dory memory.
The gaslighting
No,
is insane.
Dory memory.
My dudes. If you deny it long enough, it will go away,
Guys,
apparently.
It's Dory from Finding Nemo, you know?
I
she has
almost
like short-term
believed
memory
her.
loss.
That's how good she is at gaslighting.
What? What is this? Guys,
Wow.
I'm... Wow, he's so manipulative. It's so scary.
The turn! The gaslighting!
He's
The
so
gaslighting!
scary.
Oh my god, now
What?
I'm the villain now. But okay, you know what? So, what's not the villain is the coaching staff, the coaching team of the season. Now, used to be best coach. It used to be the best coach award. Now it's coaching team of the season.
Oh.
So it's a whole team, not just one
fair.
coach, not just the head coach, but the coaching staff.
That's fair, that's fair. Do they have like a best... Forget it. You can continue talking.
yeah, so best coach, but also like whoever helps him out, like the analyst, the drafter maybe for some teams. So all that grouped together. And the voting process is going to be voted by the award committee. And afterwards, each member of the award committee holds one vote, and the nominee with the highest number of votes become the ultimate winner.
Can you imagine being the ultimate winner?
Ultimate.
Not just any winner.
The ultimate winner.
Ultimate winner. That would be a crazy ultimate winner.
What does it feel like to be an ultimate winner?
I guess we can only ask AP Bren.
That's the ultimate question.
But AB Bren, how are they doing in MPLPH?
They're not first.
They're not 1st
They're
anymore?
not first. I think it's Onic PH.
That's so insane.
It's spicy.
We have MPLPH and MPLID, very different standings as well.
So is it a meme now?
Call AP Bren?
Yeah, has it changed?
It's still call AP Bren, but a
Call
lot of
AP
people
Bren.
have been saying call Onic PH or call anyone at this point.
Wow.
Call anyone.
Well, you can call Moonton because Moonton cares. And the Hope Cup will be organizing a fundraising event for the Garudaku Academy.
Oh, because the funds will be calculated based on the in-game gold achievement during all matches in week 4 to 6 of the regular season of MPL ID Season 13, and the gold earned by MPL professional teams will be accumulated and then multiplied by 30 for the donation amount. So last week, before the break, this week, and then the next week.
Yeah.
And it's honestly, there have been really long games, so that should help with the accumulation of the gold.
For sure. And I think we will get to see a count of that. Now it's up to 123,998,100 gold.
Man.
How much much was it before?
It was 110,000 around that. So we've added another like 10 million. Just like that.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. Moonton cares. And thank you so much to the teams as well. Because the longer the game goes...
2-1, 2-1, 2-1. So there's a chance. Oh no, Evo's already ruined it. They 2-0'd Onic. So there's no 2-1, 2-1, like full 2-1 week.
You're right.
Man, Evos.
Man, Onic.
Man. Onic, man.
Man.
Last
man, oh
match.
man.
Hopefully the last match can go 2-1.
I think it should, right? Dewa versus Aura. Now that's something that we need to talk about after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you for match number 3, the closing of week number 5. See you after. Bye-bye.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap, dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Better.
You lapper.
Stop! Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
Kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party
맥시가 지가운가요?
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Roxfold. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game Smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world.
I'll be, yeah, I'll be whatever I wanna be. Whatever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Oxford. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
tak mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja, win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash makin no debat. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select.
Bener.
You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world. I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because I'm party.
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Geisa.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas. Makin aman dengan Roxfold. Be awesome everyday.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QR dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
mudah di dunia games. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond, masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Main MOBA apa aja win streak di tanganmu. Cuma game smash semakin no debat.
Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya sekarang.
Character select. You lapar.
Stop! Pakai klik Indomaret, belanja 1 jam sampai dan gratis ongkir loh.
Wah, belanja online kayak belanja di toko Indomaret.
You kenyang, siap main lagi.
Let's go!
Belanja online seperti di toko.
It's only you who rocks my world. I'll be, yeah, I'll be wherever I wanna be. Wherever I wanna be. We don't need no sleep because the party
맥시가 지가운다요.
Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Awas, kita.
Baru, Galaxy A55, A35 5G, awesome tiap hari. Ini Galaxy A55 5G. Ngegame lancar, win streak terus-terusan, bisa tahan 2 harian. Nah, ini Galaxy A35 5G. Bisa terus berkreasi walau dalam gelap dan tanpa batas.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
Akan bertemu untuk penutupan match hari ini dan pula minggu kelima di MPL Indonesia Season 13. Semuanya bersemangat melihat bagaimana perubahan klasemen yang begitu fluktuatif di mana semua tim bisa mengalahkan satu sama lain, memberikan yang terbaik dan terhebat. Untuk saat ini kita bisa melihat bahwa poin demi poin sangat berarti untuk semua tim yang beradu. Dan tentu saja kita melihat kemenangan bahkan dari setiap gamenya begitu terhitung untuk klasemen sementara. Leg kedua di mana semua tim akan bertemu kembali untuk kali kedua. Membuktikan diri, akankah mereka bisa mendapatkan kemenangan mutlak atas dua match pertemuan mereka ataukah akan ada pembalasan dendam. Dan kali ini Bude Clara Monster mengucapkan selamat datang untuk kalian semua yang ada di MPL Arena yang udah gak sabar untuk menyaksikan pertarungan epic dari kedua tim ini. Dan tentu saja yang ada di rumah, kira-kira siapa yang akan ngedapetin kemenangan hari ini? Penutupan match, kita akan melihat seberapa panas panggung MPL Arena. Dan untuk meramaikan dan juga memanaskan panggung MPL, Bude akan langsung saja memanggil dua orang yang dulunya sobat, dulunya satu tim, kali ini harus berhadapan satu sama lain. Mari kita sambut kedua EXP laner dari kedua tim, siapa lagi kalau bukan Aran dan Kimura. Seru nih ngelihat berdua bajunya beda, udah bisa sebelahan langsung. Kimura langsung senyum-senyum loh. Apa yang kamu pikirkan berjalan bersama tapi dengan jersey yang berbeda nih ke panggung bareng Aran?
Perasaannya sih biasa aja.
Tapi nggak bahagia, kayaknya kamu senyum-senyum terus dong. Masnya muka nggak bisa bohong ya?
Masih kangen dikit.
Dikit ya. Kalau Aran?
Agak aneh aja sih. Biasanya soalnya jersey sama kan. Jadi kayak agak ada yang aneh aja sih.
Ini menarik di mana leg pertama ya. Dari Kimura ngedapetin kemenangan 2-0 atas Aran. Aran, leg 1 kamu ngadepin Kimura kewalahan, kesusahan.
Logi hoki aja itu Bude.
2-0 hoki?
Ya masih hoki, ini leg kedua dibalas.
Waduh, ini
Siap.
serem juga. Apakah itu sebuah kehokian atau gimana?
Kayaknya enggak. Soalnya kayak Aran juga gak jelas dia.
Gak jelas kamu Ran katanya. Emang ya, kita ngeliat dari keduanya, gimana sih kamu ngeliat Aran yang dulu kamu sebagai sub, bermain tiba-tiba dijadiin sub sama Aran. Ngelihat dulu saat di bangku cadangan dan sekarang sebagai lawan, gimana kamu ngeliat Aran?
Jago, tapi jagoan gua.
Waduh.
Karena gua duluan ya di MPL daripada dia kan.
Bener sih, jago yang dulu, apa yang sekarang?
Jago yang sama aja sih kayaknya.
Sama aja?
Ya.
Sama kurang jagonya?
Sama-sama bisa main.
Bisa main, tapi tetap yang lebih bisa main kamu kan tadi kamu bilang. Kalau dari Aran ngelihat dia, dulu saat di bangku cadangan atau saat satu tim sama sekarang, ada bedanya nggak?
Dua kata lucu Bude, jagoan gua.
Ketawa Bude lo serius, itu lucu sih. Tapi ada yang lebih lucu karena Bude punya sesuatu untuk kalian. Ini adalah sebuah hal yang mungkin kalau kemarin kita lihat, oh Aran menggemparkan MPL loh. Dan sekarang Bude punya sesuatu yang spesial. Nah, disiapin nih sama Bude ya biar Kimura. Kamu gak perlu siapin apa-apa. Kemarin Aran ngantongin siap untuk kemarin tuh Kak Pai. Sekarang kamu siap untuk ngantongin siapa nih? Dari tim Aura, ada yang mau kamu kantongin gak sih?
Semuanya sih menarik ya. Kalau bisa sih semuanya aja sih gue kantongin.
Boleh ambil dan kantongin, kamu boleh apain aja ini. Ini adalah wajah-wajah player yang akan kamu hadapi.
Kayaknya yang menarik nih ini nih, yang tengah ini.
Ambil aja.
Harus diincer ini nanti di line.
Harus diincer. Hap. Siap.
Kita kantongin aja.
Kantongin, boleh kantongin.
Gue kantongin ya. Ya kalau bisa coba nanti.
Coba kalau bisa nanti. Emang yang paling nyusahin tuh Aran menurutmu di Aura?
Nggak ada nyusahin sih.
Nggak ada, 2-0 masalahnya leg 1 ya. Aran, tapi pertanyaan sebaliknya. Kalau Aran, kamu akan menghadapi 2 EXP laner, entah siapa sebenarnya yang akan melawan kamu di leg kedua. Jadi ini dia, siapa yang bakal Aran kantongin nih? Atau gimana kamu melihat keduanya ini? Pengen lawan siapa nih?
Kayaknya
gimana
sih...
nih? 1, oke. Loh, maruk dia. Dua-duanya diambil.
Dua-duanya kali
Dixon
ya
dan
Emang
juga
mainnya
Kimura.
berenam woy?
Wah. Kelas.
Ngeri Bude, ngeri.
Ada artinya kan?
Dua-duanya pasti.
Dua-duanya.
Bisa aku kantongin dua-duanya.
Bisa dikantongin.
Muat Bude, dua-duanya tuh bisa.
Diroek dan dikantongin. Ini combo, terbombo. Hebat. Last statement for this match. Untuk match kali ini. Aran, say something.
Semoga lu nggak dikunciin lagi abis game ini.
Semoga nggak dikunciin. Kimura?
Iya nggak bakal lah, soalnya kan setiap gue main gamenya menang terus.
Sudah, begitu saja. Selesai. Boleh dong tos atau bergaya bersama? Ayo, let's go. Inilah dia pertarungan. Silahkan bersiap-siap untuk pertempuran. Inilah dia epic battle antara 2 sobat yang akan kita saksikan bersama-sama. Coba dong kasih tepuk tangannya untuk kedua EXP laner.
Welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 13.
MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
The Red Dragons challenge the Apostles of God today in our closing match of week number 5, day number 3. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, back at MPL ID Season 13. You're now watching the English broadcast with me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, as well as Arashi. And of course, before we begin the next 3 games, we are going to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 13 is powered by Moonson, presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Our official e-wallet is GoPay. Our official gold partner UBS Gold. We also want to thank our partner in esports, Dina Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel, our suppliers Inamar, Point Coffee, Neo, QLED, Supersmart TV Plus, Saturdays, and thank you so much to our government partner PBESI, for without you, this would not be possible. Now, coming into today's match, we are going to take a look at Dewa United versus Aura. And the last time around when they met in leg number 1, it was Dewa winning it 2-0 with a lot of issues that perhaps Aura were still facing in the first phase of the regular season.
It was the start of the regular season. It was a grim start, a very, very bad start, abysmal. I even put them in no playoffs. After that week 1 performance, I said Aran was so basic. What happened? He lost his identity. Kabuki could only play Claude and carry, that kind of stuff. Yeah, but yeah, things changed for the most part. For Yawi, Yehezkiel, Aran, and Gugun. Gugun was also one of the members who stayed consistent at the start.
Yeah, all the way from the beginning, he's been performing really, really well, actually. And he's just shaping up to be one of the best performing junglers in MPLID right now, which is very, very impressive considering that he's a rookie, right? He just burst onto the scene and he's just having so much impact and the consistency. We've seen a lot of rookies come in and just surprise everyone, but how long can they last? For Gugun, he's still going strong all the way till now, and I think it's part of why Aura is just having such good results.
It was like Aran when he first came in, right? He played spectacularly, but that, what would you say, the consistency wasn't quite there, but it was a different story for Gugun. But this is it. This is the highlight of today, from sub to rival. So when Aran made his debut, he actually replaced Kimura in that EXP lane and never played again. And then here in the next season, Kimura was taken in by Dewa United. And when they met, it was Kimura who was able to get that winning 2-0 victory.
Yeah, that wasn't the start though. But then throughout the weeks, we've seen that Aura have climbed back up to now 2nd place. And Dewa kind of fell from their week 1 amazing performance. Also, take a look at the hero pool. Wow.
It's just a lot more diverse coming in from Aran here. But it shows again that you have all the flexibility. And whereas if you look at Kimura, technically there's also different kinds of heroes here. The dive, like in the Benedetta, the setup, like the Arlet, and the Exborg. But when it comes to securing a very good composition, having more flexibility in the drafts, I think Aran right now just brings so much more to the table.
I mean, to be fair, if we compare the hero pool, Kimura hasn't played as many games. So it's tough to say about the hero pool, but we'll see what happens. Again, Kimura will be playing against his ex-team. And that is quite interesting. Will he be the answer to be able to combat this team lineup with Aran, Gugun, Yehezkiel, Yawi, Kabuki, still the main 5? It's a big question. Can they replicate the same success? Can Kimura be the key? Because like we mentioned, it's a very different aura from the aura we saw in week number 1.
Especially right now when a lot of teams, a lot of people are just saying that the EXP lane is just that much more impactful when you're playing with so much macro.
Let's welcome the first team up on stage, home team, today for our final match of week 5. It's the Dragons looking to cement their spot in number 1, trying to take it away from Bigatron Alpha. A possibility now, and it all lies on the players' hands. The Dragons, it's Aura!
Aura walk up on stage with a spicy interview earlier on. Ron ripped the portraits, the photos of both Dixon and Kimura. A brewing rivalry for sure. It's waiting beyond the horizon.
He's not here to defeat them. He is here to demolish them and take them completely out of the equation in front of the loyal fans that has stood by them for so long.
The Sons of Dewa, we call them here, who are in full force tonight. A full house here in the MPL arena to support Dewa with Drian, the last Kage, with Kimura, a dragon in the midst of the Dewas. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Dewa United Esports!
Bringing Kimura into the mix, can they somehow find something to take advantage of Aura, to shut down the tempo, the passion, the momentum that Aura is bringing so far?
That's the question. Last time, Aura were favorites to win the match, but they were able to clean sweep Aura. There's a big possibility that the same can be done again, especially with the creativity lurking in Drian's hands. He's picked up so many different heroes, and that's definitely an advantage that Dewa United have over Aura. As we welcome both of the coaching teams onto the stage with, of course, Mr. Danang in the middle.
Cassius and St. DeLucas with their respective backup. We have to see. They seem confident. They seem sure that their team will find what is required to pick up the victory into this match. But how? That's the question. Especially with the question of Aran versus Kimura. Will that be the lane where all the action is in? Or will it, once again, maybe be a roam showdown between massive veterans in both teams?
Well, I think it has to come down to how these two teams execute their game plan and what game plan they go for. For Aura, it's a bit more readable, right? We know what kind of style they've been going for. Dewa, on the other side, with Drian, it's a mixed bag, man.
We've seen a lot of different strategies come out of Dewa United. And you have to remember that full damage split push roam Cho for sure leaves an impression. Looking at the stats, Aura though is still having a lot more success, and the stark difference in DPM, right? That's where there's quite a big difference as far as the Lord rate. The jungle objective is definitely the strong suit of Aura. So Dewa, if they want to try and take him down, will have to try and figure out a way to stop that, or even, maybe like other teams, take the game away from the neutral objectives and go for some other approach instead.
It's great that you mentioned this, because now we get to take a look at the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy series. For Dewa United, we have Anticipate Gugun's Rhetoric contest.
You don't want to try and go to 50-50 with Gugun. At least so far, his track record has been way too good. They want to utilize the flex pick to benefit from Drian's hero flexibility as well. First pick or second pick, it doesn't matter. They have to be a bit more crafty and use the fact that Drian can be so flexible in order to just confuse Aura and let them make a mistake in the drafting phase. The keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy for Aura though is Aran receiving a split push hero, his core identity, and Kabuki free farming, because Aura's late game is dominating, especially if Kabuki does get a signature pick, a comfort pick where he can actually use all that experience and knowledge to unleash just such a solid stream of damage from the back line.
But luckily, Kabuki's hero kind of expanded, right?
Yeah.
We've seen him find success on the Roger, on the Harith, so it's not limited to the carry Claude that we once saw in week number 1. But, tier list by MPL ID Season 13, Ranger Amas, based on performance on the half season. So basically, no playoffs, he would put Rebellion inside. Jagonya Musiman, how would you translate that?
Very seasonally good.
Okay, yeah. Seasonally good. We have Aura, Geek, Dewa United.
Wow.
Actually supposed to be at the top is Evos and RRQ. And no counter, basically, is Onic, Alter Ego, and Bigatron. Based on the half season, agree or disagree, gentlemen?
Heavily disagree. I'm sorry, Ochi, we agree with a lot of things, but this is something we don't, I can't, man. Based on the half season, if this was like week 1, yeah, I think maybe.
I guess, based on half season, What's your disagreement, Mirko? Is it just alter ego poking his head up there?
I think it's Evo's and RQ being that high after half season. Evo's being better now, but that was based on half season.
See, I wonder if he's memeing with that. Like, oh, they're supposed to be on top, but they ain't, you know?
Maybe it's an ironic tier list.
Maybe.
Right, I mean, you see a bit of jokes there, you know, the tier list, they're not tiered S to C, you know, they're actually just like meme categories.
Just categories, exactly.
Exactly, so maybe that's what he's going for right there. Ranger Mas being the comedian, as always, nothing new.
But you know what's comedic?
What?
How good that player is.
Is that comedic?
Facehugger?
Yeah, facehugger, exactly.
As a player, he was great, but
I'm glad it's actually zooming on facehugger as well. Exactly.
We're zooming on a face. I don't think that's a face hugger. Maybe you would want to hug that face, but... Hey man, you kind of played into it. He said face hugger, I just played along with it too. Hey, Arashi, save us.
How am I supposed to save that?
I think the drafty phase will save us, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into it real soon. Okay, it's not even coming to save us.
Not just yet, but
the
yes.
draft doesn't want to save you.
Why you gotta play me like that?
The man whose face Etienne wants to hug.
Oh my god.
What he gets.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
You guys will see after.
Show it later. Show it later. But
okay, it's a
just
surprise.
like that. Here's a drafting phase presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. And we're off, ladies and gentlemen. The Masha immediately respected, because Drian was the first to really bring that strategy out. Very respectable so far. But for Dewa, Angela and Joy fearing for the dive.
Okay. We have the export taken off the board as well. What will Aura respond here with? It's so tough to draft against Dewa. Like, you would never expect a Valentina roam, and yet Drian was able to pull that off. They respect the Harith, and they're starting to target Kabuki now. So that is a strategy that we can see coming from Dewa United.
Harith was extremely effective yesterday, but whoa! Barat's first pick, is this how flex this pick has become? We saw Gugun play it, and then Aran play it just yesterday. Okay.
It is one of the junglers that has that crowd control immunity built in. I guess along with Akai, but they operate different ways. So for Aura, I feel like they've been able to use Gugun on the Barats quite effectively so far. So not a bad option. As you know, it's still flexible, and we have to see. Maybe not Kabuki. Maybe they're trying to take it away from Kimura. They might know some secret information that we don't.
Kimura, what has he played this season? Arlet, Thamus, Arlet, Benedetta, Lapu, X-Borg. That's it, and Barrett's. So it could be a takeaway there. That's why Aura also went in for the X-Borg ban. The Arlet gets immediately locked in, as well as the Roger. And now Aura are forced to think what they would utilize for Kabuki.
Ooh, that's gonna be that Lo Yi pick though, with the high tempo, with the notorious nature of Aura to be doing stuff like split pushing. That diversion is gonna be a valuable tool, but they have to be careful. If they tunnel too hard on having that Lo Yi, they might not have enough to actually brawl it out. Lo Yi does require some protection, some backup when she's immobile, especially if she's dealing with multiple dive threats. But CC will be locked in as well. Pretty straightforward here from Aura, actually.
Comfort pick in for Aran as well.
The comfort pick, we saw him play it really well yesterday in Game 3. But in Game 1, it did fail, right? Because it's a similar composition to Alter Ego. Then Alter Ego tried to play the CC and then failed as well. So the CC is more of a... It's not broken anymore. It's not like the crazy prio pick that we saw in the first few weeks, especially without the Angela. But still really good to counter a composition that wants to die, because you tie them up, they kind of are then forced to either back away or go in together, and sometimes that could lead to disastrous results. So Dewa now, what do they answer this CC Lo Yi pick with? Novaria has been a good tool to, you know, open up and get some vision. They go for the chip instead. This pick that, hey, fight fire with fire, right? Lo Yi has diversion, I have a portal.
It's so funny if they start to like TP in the opposite sides when they're trying to gank one another.
Yeah.
That's actually going to be very interesting to see that interaction between both of these teams. But Man, give it to. I mean, supposedly this should go to Drian, and give it to Drian to be the second person in MPL ID to pick this up.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna imagine they just TP onto a diversion and Aura just peace out of it. I mean, there's gonna be a lot of moments like that. We'll just have to see right now how both teams are gonna use it. Because right now, with the presence of the Arlet, Dewa seems to be more locked in towards the more generic fight, you know, where it's like all in, big utility, big dive. For Aura, it's still very flexible. They can move in and out of engagements right here. And Dewa, I guess, understanding that, they go for the Minotaur ban. They do not want to get comboed.
Faramis also gets taken out of the board from Aura. Just in case, if they want to go in for those brawls, they don't have the Faramis to actually back him up. We do have a comment, Meta Maker from Drian. Maybe I'm the only one who dares. The others haven't.
Ooh, so that's a cool way to say it, right? He's not really attacking anyone, but he's also just saying, I'm a meta maker, but I am a meta maker because I dare to do it. The others can do it, but they haven't been able to. They don't have the confidence to do what I do.
Yeah, indirectly just saying like, hey, I mean, anyone can do it. It just happens to be just me. So subtly calling out everyone else. But for Dewa, once again, standing away big ultimates that can counter-engage into them. Looking at the pattern though, something like a Terizla does come to mind. That maybe Dewa might want to take it up for themselves. With a Novaria ban away for Aura, they're also trying to make sure that they don't get spotted out in the middle of those maneuvers around the map.
They already have the Arlet too, so I don't think they would go for the Terizla. Kaja, for Aura, and are they gonna go for the carry pick here too with the Kaja? Kaja carry used to be the combo we see a lot from Kabuki.
That's definitely an option that they can go for. Even without the carry, there's already good synergy between the Kaja and the Luo Yi. So even before, I would say at that level 4 mark, especially when the Divine Judgment does come through for the Kaja, that will be a difficult spot for Dewa, and they have to be aware of the pickoffs. And there you go, carry gonna be picked up as well. So already synergy with the Luo Yi, and now they have the carry to top it all off.
This is a composition that kind of reminds me of Rebellion, right? Luo Yi and Kaja. Especially with the carry in Tao, there's a lot of flexible ways they can play this out. And I like the fact that they're carrying the Luo Yi that can be a solo carry as well, outputting a lot of damage, together with yet another person. So now, they will be forced to kind of like focus their attention on 2 members at the same time. Definitely not an easy thing to do, especially against Aura.
Last pick for Dewa, Chip Rome, Roger, Gold. We have the Nakai in the jungle, so we're missing a mage. Just a mage here for Dewa. No Faramis, no Novaria. Is the Valentina the safe option? Oh! That's a good way to actually utilize the Luo Yi chip combo without actually having a Luo Yi, right? Have the Luo Yi be in the other team, pick up the Valentina, and technically, you have a diversion too.
Wow. That's interesting though. That's a very convoluted way of making the composition work. We'll have to see though. Overall, I do feel like in a pure fight, Aura has a lot more to say, and they have more ways to really outplay in the side lanes. The CC in particular, you know, we saw Cars perform really well on it just earlier today. I feel like they can do the same thing right here. Not a lot of single target damage to melt through that CC, and not a lot of ways to catch up or chase down that CC.
I mean, technically Valentina can take the Divine Judgment, so that is a tool that they can utilize. But with both of these drafts, it's going to be very interesting how they play it out. As we welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, into the Land of Dawn for the first game of this best of 3 series. Can the Red Dragons find redemption after that 2-0 loss in leg 1 against the Sons of Gods? Here we go. Let's get it. Aura versus Dewa.
Ooh.
Welcome to
Start the
Mobile
game
Legends.
here in game number 1. Aran, Brave Smite. I mean, really, I'm expecting fire from this matchup. Gugun versus Gary, the 2 Gs, the 2 new Gs in their team.
It's gonna be GG. Good game from both these teams. Looking at the jungle though, you're already seeing Gugun being obstructed as much as possible, but he will be used to it. Looking at the emblems, Brave Smite on Kabuki as well. He is trying to make sure he can do well against Watt, who has the Quantum Charge, but also the Purify and of course Master Assassin from both these gold laners. They want to fight fire with fire, use that aggression, try and get an edge. Yeah, skill with Inspire though means that he's trying to spam as much as possible. He wants a bit more damage, and that is in line with how both these mages usually work, especially in the mid game.
Aran opted for Purify instead of the Vengeance this time around. Wait a minute.
Bottom lane. One actually does decide to go for the all-in. Ooh, Kabuki's playing with fire. But Drian still has Flicker. Gugun might actually want to bait it out. Ooh, gets a good pull back. Even Death is welcome committed. And that's a Purify. And look at how the wave is. Never mind, Gugun just shoves it.
Well, just like that, it'll be shoved into it. It seems like Aura wants to get more prio around the map in general. But hey, Yaoi.
There he has the heavy spin. He actually will hold on to it. He knows that that the turtle will be up in just a bit, and it might not be worth it to go for that.
Do you think that going back to this lane, right? Aran on the Purify, does he have the same kill pressure as he would if he had the Vengeance?
I think he has less, but I think he's counting on not being the main target, and he doesn't want to get pinned down by Gary. I feel like that's the only really real way he's going to make use of that Purify, but now...
There you go, that's the Purify usage. He gets out of a gank, and the heavy spin is baited out. Interesting from Gary here. Doesn't want to use it to Yaoi, who has Flicker, but wants to use it on Aran, who has Purify.
And that's no heavy spin right before the next turtle, ladies and gentlemen. And here comes the contest. Gary level 4, Gugun level 4.
And Gugun wants to go for it. There you go. Death is welcome, eating him up and getting the red tree for free because Gary was inside of his stomach. He has skill escaping with the diversion. Gugun still in the midst of it all right now. The Divine Judgment actually pulls Trion back and it's going to be traded 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Kabuki's free farming. Dewa had 5 members up there.
And yet Aura was able to stand toe-to-toe against them and still get the neutral objective. This neutral objective game is just Aura's ballpark, man. Dewa, they went forward with a man advantage and still were unable to really find a decisive way to stop Gugun, to try and catch a Haskill even. Everyone just seems to be in the right place at the right time. And Yaoi with the targeting, right? This is his debut pick on the Kaja and already showing a lot of nuance here in how he wants to approach this game and who he's willing to use that Divine Judgment on.
It's going to be interesting. Now that he's level 4, what other pickoffs or what other strategies are they going for? Miracle 2-0 Aura, really?
Hey, so far I've been right.
It's a blessed week for Miracle.
It's a blessed week, a full blessed week.
Name Coachul though, 2-1 Dewa. He's the the odd one out, so maybe it'll be a big moment for him today.
Could be, definitely could be. But for the first 4 minutes, it looks like Aura still holds a little bit of a lead. It isn't as significant, but a diversion play already in the midst of it all.
Okay, they bait out Kimura to Aran. That's the bait. Aran goes to the wave. They will think there's something messy here, and he gets a 3-man. Drian teleports up top now with Kimura very low. Aran is going for the Purify, but will be CC'd in the end. Now Aran taken down by Kimura. Yeah, has kill as well now. Taken down by Gary. 2-4-0. Meanwhile, bottom lane, a trade possibly happening, but Gary uses the portal, gets there. Now brings Kabuki in towards. Oh! Gugun misses the Death to his welcome, but he does buy a little bit of space for Kabuki to space out even further. Drian goes for the stun. Case doing the same thing now as Watt can just go for the Lycan Pounce and shred them, but he's not in Lycan form. They didn't turret. They didn't juggle the turret aggro properly, and now Gugun pulls them back. He has skills back here with a diversion play again. Drian trying to get the other members out of here. Whoa! What a fight.
That definitely didn't go according to plan, though. They were banking on the pickoff in the top side, but they weren't able to get it. Instead, they traded in for 2 members for the price of 0. Another opposite play, mirror play happening in the bottom side. And it also wasn't as fruitful as they anticipated.
It's just very chaotic from both these teams. And I must say, when it gets that chaotic, I feel like Dewa has a bit of an edge. And for Aura, it looks like Yeheskiel is really struggling to really find a position where he can output a lot of that damage. Uses the diversion to actually send Aran back to his lane, but might be a bit too late. Kimura though!
Bit extended here towards his own, or the enemy turret. Aran chases him down. Kimura can go for a little bit more here.
Personal.
Purify. Before that, Aran gets the kill. And now it's Drian who's actually baited in, puts in the teleport, but Aran just gets out and yeah, Dewa do not want to take that fight.
both of those XP laners had a lot to prove.
Yeah.
Right? Aran already made bold statements. Kimura also made the same. And so you could even see that it was very personal when Kimura just really wanted to commit onto Aran. But in the end, with the CC coming through, despite not utilizing the Vengeance, was still able to get the better out of him in that EXP.
And to make things worse, the tower is still taken by Dewa, but look at that play. Already Aura piling down to try and equalize the tower disparity. And you have to remember, even though there's more kills in the hands of Dewa, the gold lead is still in the hands of Aura, and they have the better scaling towards that late game.
Yeah, they do. 1,000 gold lead for Aura right now. He's playing it slow, but this is the thing about the Chip, right? If you don't get an advantage in the early game, we haven't really seen Chip having the power to turn games around.
Right, we haven't seen a big portal moment that really made or break the game. And that's a bit of the nature of the hero, because if you make the ultimate's so situational, right? And if you make it even stronger, where you can very reliably get those game-changing moments, it might be too strong. So they're really forced to kind of tone it down, and as a result, it's very hit or miss. But now, Aura,
the diversion, and what is the target of that operation? Drian now wants to bring everybody here, puts the teleport down as Kabuki gets stunned as well.
Oh.
He's able to run away though. I don't think that trade was worth it in the end. Oh my god, Kaze with the Divine Judgment steal on the flicker, and also Kimura. Actually, Drian picks up that kill. Gary secures the purple buff. He already used Retry, and it's interesting to see that Aura do not go for the turtle.
No, they committed onto that 3-4-1 trade in favor of Dewa. That initial 1k gold lead has shrunk quite a bit, and it's now actually Dewa, the first one to control this neutral objective take. And remember, Gary does still have his ultimate. No, he doesn't actually. But here we go, Yawi.
Going forward, Gary doesn't have the heavy spin. Gugun gets it for free, and Gary's tied up to Drian right now. But Aura just utilize it to get a free neutral objective again. No, never mind. Not free. Dewa get a turret trade in the bottom lane.
Perfect turtle for Aura, but traded back in with the turrets.
Mirko, by the way, $1 more to you. Windtalker first item, second item, I guess. But it's going to be an attack speed oriented build once again for the Roger. Different from what we've seen today. The honest prediction though, heavily favors Aura, but they seem to be trying to make use of the diversion a bit too much right here. Instead of just going for what has been working, that neutral objective take.
Why haven't the pickoffs been working to their favor?
I think it's the fact that they take a bit too long, just not enough items just yet to get a very clean pickoff.
For Yehezkiel.
And whoever comes along with Yawi, right, to facilitate a pickoff. And of course, because Drian is in the area to just portal up.
Oh, the TP from Drian, and now a teleport as well. That's the pickoff. The man advantage, Gary finds a massive heavy spin, pins Kabuki and Yawi together. And Aran is forced to run away. Dewa, 5-man strong. That's the gank. The ganking possibility of a Chip.
Again, deja vu, 3-4-0 trade. Again, for Dewa. And this is what we were expecting. The creativity that Drian has on all the heroes that he's utilized. Definitely Chip can be added to his collection to just turn the tides around.
And he's able to just outmaneuver the diversion. When we're talking about the impact of these long-distance replacing tools, like the diversion and the portal, Drian is, I think, doing a lot better with the macro. And it's allowing, by the way, a lot more space to be had for the rest of the team to really look for those pickoffs, to really go into the jungle, because Aura are just a bit concerned. If you look at the gold advantage earlier on though, I think the highest in the game is still Kabuki, so he is still farming well, but from the looks of it, in the middle of a big fight, he's gonna find it so difficult to really locate a position that he can just stay in to go and output that damage.
That's the thing, he opted for the flicker as well, so there's a lot more chance for Dewa, especially if Keys plays the way that he does, the creativity on the Valentina. And that was what I was worried about, right? Like, despite face value, there's no tools that they can work with in terms of CC, other than the heavy spin from Gary. Obviously, Keys can take the Divine Judgment, and we saw that coming through for them. So it was kind of a tough spot for Aura when they picked up the Divine Judgment for the Kaja, because the Divine Judgment can be a two-sided sword for them.
Right, can work both ways. But now, ooh, look at that diversion already being activated towards where though?
There.
They conceal too. I don't know if Watt spots it. Drian does spot it though. They go for the Divine Judgment, and now it's going to be the teleport. Now it's an on brawl. Oh my goodness! Dewa have read it again. It's Drian with a massive play. Just staying idly by in that bush and then popping the TP. Canceling the proactive maneuvers of Yaoi, Hezkiel, and Kabuki.
The difference is in macro, I would say, right? Drian knew exactly that was going to happen. He gets caught quite low here, but they do have a man advantage if Dewa want to push through with this Lord.
Gugun still holding it down now. Gary doesn't have heavy spin. Gugun does it as welcome. Watu with a whole lot of damage. It's Aran in the backside now. Goes on a Drian. Good flicker out by Case. Drian very low, running around as well. That's Nabuki able to capitalize on the isolation. They want a 3v5. My goodness, what?
There's a single target damage coming in from Kabuki, man. You overstepped just a bit. And I believe Gary got knocked up by the Lord there. Bit of an assist. And that will be the Lord taken out, even though Dewa have been just controlling the pace, controlling the control around the map with those portals. There was one big misstep, and Aura is absolutely capitalizing.
What's Drian's next plan? Right, because so far it looks like he's going for the counter engage. Every time there's a diversion play, Drian understands it, is able to counter it with his own. But we do have a game fact by Gopay. Kabuki becomes a player in MPL ID Season 13 who used carry the most, who was 7 times picked and an 86% win rate.
Wow. I guess his team has always been able to secure a winning composition, and this game technically is no different. There's not a huge source of damage that can really shut down Kabuki. He needs to be locked down somehow or get caught, but oh, look at that, Divine Judgment!
Canceling the final slash, and Kabuki picks up a killing spree. Looking for the turret. This is a base turret, ladies and gentlemen. Aura, off of a 3v5, gets the Lord, gets a pick onto Kimura, and then takes a base turret.
A cascade of objectives taken by Aura. And in those team fights, I guess now they have a bit more of an advantage. They're just staying there in the base, actually. They're going for Gary. They're going for one more base turret.
Trying to trade it down now. Drian goes in. Aran's very, very low, but he has a Brave Smite, and he actually just jumps out in time. That's all just a bait for Kabuki to get a base turret. Forced errors across the board.
2 out of 3. And it's a 5k gold lead now, almost, for Aura. Looks like they're grouping up once again. Diversion is available, but they don't commit onto it just yet. They clear in the mid side. And Yasuke picks up an NOD.
NOD to ensure the regeneration coming in for our Keys, for Kimura, and for Drian as well, by the way. Some of that shielding will be mitigated, but Dewa's doing this again. They're waiting for laying a trap, knowing they can go wherever they want at a moment's notice. But Aran, unfazed, he even saw them move out right there and is like, yeah, I'm in your jungle taking your stuff. What you gonna do about it?
Yo.
Yo.
But if you noticed, if they did actually push the gas onto Aran, that might have been a bait. Yehezkiel, Kabuki, and Yaoi were already grouped together.
And that's why the Purify becomes another way for him to actually do that. If he had Vengeance, I think they would have pulled the trigger.
Well, now Wata just completed the Malefic War, so he's at 5 items. And it's still, I mean, compared to Kabuki, he's still doing pretty well, but Kabuki is 1 item off from having a full inventory. And they have to try and find a way to get Kabuki, man. I feel like this is like protect Kabuki. It's almost like an Evo's style of play, because if he doesn't get taken out, Wata doesn't really match up to him in damage output. And like we said earlier, even Yehezkiel needs to be taken care of.
Okay, here's the attempt. Drian wants to go for the trade right now, has the TP as well, but it's just going to be a 1v2. Aran has the Purify, will use it, going for the Brave Smite, but now gets torn down. He uses the Purify late, but up top, now it's going to be Gary all alone. He's very, very low. Aura decided to go for the trade right now as Gugun goes for it and finds it. Now an all-out fight in the top side when the TP's happening. That's going to be Kabuki shut down, and Aura are losing, but they get a diversion to save 2. And the minions are in the base. It's 15 kills to Dewa, but 3,000 gold lead still for Aura.
There's the objective gaining coming in from Aura, man. But trading 3 now for the Lord means that Dewa will be able to clear it out, but still a big victory. Not letting Dewa get that, not letting Dewa attempt a recovery with the momentum, with the empowered waves. And technically, once they're up, they can still set up for that bottom wave that's still pushing up. it might really work out best in favor of Aura, actually.
There's actually a cheese combo that you can utilize with the Luo Yi.
Ooh.
If you can actually utilize the diversion to get out, but with Winter Truncheon.
True.
Right.
So that is still something that they can go for if they want to commit like that. Because I think they would have saved a lot more people if they wanted to. It's a big, expensive resource to waste one item slot, but it still can work.
That was a scouting diversion, I believe, just to check how things are going over there. And Aura, once again, all they have to do really is send a run out on the push missions and then just be in one of the other bushes and set up for a direct pickoff or to set up for the diversion trip once they feel like there's an opportunity. Otherwise, they're just sitting around, and Dewa recognize the threat here. They're not venturing outside of their base because they know at any moment that diversion can come through.
They're playing very carefully.
There's a replay though by earlier. You can see that Gary was a bit too early into here, but Drian comes in and everyone else tries to pile on the damage. But in the end, Gugun is just way too reliable. And even though they lost several members, it's absolutely worth it. We might see it pay dividends now with the wave actually still managed on the bottom side.
And it's just kind of safe for Aura because, again, like, sure, they have a gold lead. They had a gold lead at least earlier. It's gone now, but their advantages stay true still. They have 2 base turrets to play with. They have super minions. And technically, they also have the threat of Aran in the bottom lane. I don't think anyone on Dewa can actually solo kill him or deal with him alone.
I think the strat that Dewa is using right now is to send Gary to the neutral objective, and he has a get out of jail free card with the heavy spin. Whereas everyone else can just pile on together with Drian and go and chase Aran, go and chase everyone else on the far side of the map. And this is how both teams are just putting that global presence, that long distance travel ultimates to just good use to try and make sure that they have maximum benefit instead of just using it for short distances.
This is literally a very similar position that we were in before. But this time, Luoyi's already in position with Yaoi. So if they take the bait on Aran here, there's got to be a counterplay that they have in mind.
Ooh. The diversion though isn't exactly fully global. It is very far. I don't know if they can reach Aran all the way from there. You have to pay attention to the map. The next time Yehezkiel activates that spell, with the glowing one, he's not going for burst, he's going for utility and poke actually. Now Aran trying to mess with Kimura in the purple buff.
Does a good job at that, man. Kimura already using the final splash. And they're still in the bottom lane. Aran is doing a whole lot right now, just distracting Dewa as the waves also collapse. In a 2v1 situation, my god, what happened to Kimura's HP bar? Aran just used the ult and shredded him down. Kimura has to recall. Now Drian, Divine Judgment only cancels it and they go for it first. No TPs, but he buys the immortality. Drian, what the hell? And now it's a full-on fight from Kabuki. He does get Drian, he does escape as well. Gugun still in the midst of the team fight as Aran tries to sustain back in. Yaoi looking to go for another. It's Gary still alone, isolated. He has the immortality now, but it's not really gonna help him. He will fall. What a play by Aura! What a decision!
Oh. I was wondering, Yaoi spent so much time in that bush for so long, not going to the top bush above it, and it was because he was anticipating where Drian would be landing with the rest of his members. He tried to take him out before he was able to utilize the TP, but either way, they were able to turn it completely around. This is yet another neutral objective, a perfect neutral objective take by Aura. 3 lords, 3 turtles, and 0 in comparison with Dewa.
The neutral objective game for Aura right now might just be the best when it comes to the full-on contest. When it comes to maneuvering, maybe other teams have them beat sometimes. When it comes down to the full-on all-in, I feel like they're just so good right now. And Aran getting the Sea Halberd as well, cutting down the survivability from Dewa even more. And with all the ways with their composition, I feel like it's going to be so tough for Dewa to defend, but here we go.
Okay, an Evolved Lord in the mid lane, and Yehezkiel and Aran around in the bottom lane, trying to just turret down. Divine Judgment on a Gary this time. Gugun, pop him to death is welcome, goes onto the chip right now, spits him out, stuns him out, and that is Kabuki who capitalizes on it. Lord still very healthy. A 3-man final slash, but Yehezkiel is able to position better again, and Gugun is in the midst of it all. Again, it's Aran shredding them down in the back. Kabuki doing the same thing as Yehezkiel, executes them. What and K's versus the world, and Aura burned them down to the ground.
Aura strike first in the first game of this best of 3 series. With a perfect objective play, mind you. It was getting very creative, honestly, for Drian. But it wasn't enough.
I think they required more momentum to really start getting a bit of a snowball, a bit of a chance for them to just be so much ahead that they can just teleport in and take over the fights. But Aura just said, no, we're not gonna let that happen. We're gonna match the team fighting. We're gonna match the damage output, the macro play as well. And just like that, when Dewa go even with a team with a low Yi and a carry, there's just way too much damage disparity. And they are forced to accept the defeat in game number 1 despite the crazy moments, the kill advantage, the gold advantage that they're able to get in game 1.
Yehezkiel, Gugun, Yawi, and then Kabuki and Aran doing their thing, right? I mean, like, they've just been so in sync here. They know exactly what to do in every situation. When the enemy team collapses onto the bottom side, they go for the objective. No hesitation. These calls have been phenomenal. And even though Dewa were able to hold on for a bit with those crazy portals from Drian, it was not enough. Still, not enough. And so Lo Yi still, I mean, with the Kajit too, it was solid.
The anticipation from Yawi in that final TP from the chip from Drian. I was wondering, he's been in that bush for so long. What is the purpose? Why is he there? Why doesn't he move closer to the Lord? And turns out it's that. He knew where Drian would come from.
This is what makes it so good, man. It's not just about how you do it, it's about what you're doing. It's how you're reading several minutes into the future to try and figure out where do you need to be here for maximum value. And Yawi has that down, man.
Who?
Yawi.
Yawi.
Why?
Huh? No reason.
You want to show them something?
No, I wanted to do it for the break later.
Okay. The mystery prop, the surprise tool that will help us later.
Surprise.
Who do you think is the MVP though?
I gotta go with Gugun personally.
Yeah, oh my God! Yawi just kissed Gugun on the cheek.
Aw.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Bro,
that was a very jealous Brone.
No, it was aw.
What does
So
that mean?
cute.
Like gaslighting on this one.
It's cute. But congratulations to Gugun, a player of the game. I'm getting tired of talking about him because he's just always so good with his objective play.
Dude, if he continues this,
Like,
he's
what
gonna
is
win
going
Rookie
on?
of the Week and Player of the Week this week.
Because the thing is,
I think so.
The thing is, last season they also had Van, right? And Van was also known for his incredible objective takes, but not like this.
Like, this is not incredible. This is invincible objective take.
Right?
And you have to remember, the Barras was picked first, the Akai after. So, you know, they were the ones that were setting up to try and counter this. They know that what Gugun is capable of, definitely. And look at some of these moments, man. It's just so insane how quickly things can go from calm to just an all-out brawl in this game. And look at that. Yawi making the play again, but then Drian just knows, bro. But then it doesn't matter. Kabuki's damage is a bit too dangerous, too lethal for them to actually match up to. And Gugun, of course, great red trees, but also deciding when to go in and when to go out. I think Gugun is doing a great job of dictating or making decisions, especially in the thick of battle like this.
It's just crazy in this situation, in this spot as well. This was the very spot that Drian actually had the immortality, and because he had the immortality, he could pop in the portal. But even then, it wasn't enough. I mean, technically, Aura, they played so well in the early game, and they, at this point where Dewa can actually go for those ambushes, they were outscaled already. Kabuki was doing too much damage. Gukun was tanking, taking too much damage. And Aran also was doing the same thing, like tanking and also dealing damage. They were all outscaled at this point.
The space that Aura was able to secure for their gold laner there. Because usually everyone going up against Aura knows that we have to shut down Kabuki somehow, put some pressure in that lane. But with the Logi threat from Yehezkiel even, he wasn't doing well in terms of kills. But the fact that Aura were all over the map again and again, that contributes to how Dewa just can't go for a straightforward dive towards Kabuki, because then they can get punished by the instant follow-up coming in from the rest of his team. Look at the items right here. I mean, Gary and Yakai, full tank, but it just really wasn't enough. And like you mentioned, Eterna, in the end, Yehezkiel went with the Winter Truncheon just in case he requires that extra bit of play, right? The Winter Truncheon in the middle of a diversion to get out of a sticky situation. And then I believe Kabuki also went for an item swap, but it looks like their builds aren't way too different, but the difference in percentage HP damage compared to flat damage coming from Watt, I think also contributed to the fact that Kimura and Gary in the front line, they just get taken out way too fast before everyone else can even react.
You know, I would have thought that like the key to victory for Aura against Dewa United was, you know, to shut down Watt. But even in this scenario, he still holds the rich guy. He still holds gold per minute, but...
And his KD is 6-1 and 4.
Exactly, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, the thing is, if you give them kills, if you give them everything, but you trade it with objectives, you win.
Especially once you make your way to the base turrets. Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, that advantage is a bit too much. And remember, Lo Yi capitalizes on map pressure. You have that much pressure on the map with the base turrets taken down, then you can control, dictate whatever happens. And they were, for the most part, even when they were winning, they were reacting to the proactive plays of Aura. Yaoi goes for a pick, and then Drian reacts to it, puts the portal down, and it worked. But at one point, they have to be the ones being proactive. They have to be the ones calling the shots. And that never happened because Aura always had the game in their hands.
That's true.
Like they had they're dictators.
But like for a moment, it was concerning
Mm-hmm.
because every time they went in for that play, because they were holding all the, what did you say? They were holding the cards?
Yeah, the cards.
The control.
Well,
the
while they were
picture
holding
of the
that, we don't talk about that. While they were holding all the cards, it looked kind of scary because they were united for the first 2 or 3 diversion plays. It looked like they anticipated it and they were able to counter it as well. But then that was counterplayed in a way.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like counter after counter after counter.
Yeah, with so much maneuver,
Mind games.
it becomes a mind games, and I think
brain games.
Mirko, like you're saying that, Dewa has always been so proactive, and the one fight that they really did do really well on is when they were actually proactive, going for the play first. And part of why that is the case, I feel like, is due to the fact that Chip kind of has to put a target, right? His portal needs to be aimed at a hero. So in a way, it's a bit more predictable, whereas a diversion can go anywhere, right? Back to your own base, out from your own base, anywhere. And I feel like Aura recognized that difference, and that's how they were able to actually be a lot more crafty and a bit more strategic with how they want to go all across the map.
They're so crafty, you might as well call him Steve.
Huh?
You know that game when you craft and I think you mine?
I see, okay.
I don't. What?
It's the block game.
What do you know,
What block
Eterna?
game?
What do you know? What are you holding, Eterna?
I'm not holding anything. I know you're the richest caster.
What? What is that? Dude, what is this change of subject, man?
What? Are you gonna call me gaslighting again?
Should I just like force you to explain something right now?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
No. Just
she has something prepared.
No, I don't.
Oh, she doesn't have something prepared.
I don't.
Right here.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing right here, right now, by the way.
There's nothing here.
Nothing.
No.
There's no picture.
No.
There's no printed picture. HD.
No.
What?
No.
Why? How did you change the topic to Richard's caster? I don't get it.
Because I don't like.
I
don't like.
I don't like what?
I use
She's
Games
quick with
Max
it. She's
Booster.
quick, man. What?
Because I use Games Max Booster, so I don't like. I'm quick. I'm on my toes. Like quick to change the subject.
I need to learn this, man. Do I need to download it or what? How does it work? Games Max Booster?
Yeah. That's all you need to do.
What? You download it, you buy the package, and you
then Arashi
activate,
knows.
and
Okay.
you activate it in the activate that booster in the
there's a-
Dunia Games app. Prices start from 25k IDR.
Where?
So
This
What is
girl
go- what is going on?
telling me to read the link. I was like, what she
I didn't want to interrupt Arashi while he was talking.
Arashi,
T-cell-
that's not my fault. It's her.
tcell.id/GM booster.
Just in case you guys can't read like Miracle.
What is this? tcell.id/GM booster. Yes, that's no, because she said I can't read. I need to show the world that I can read.
No, you memorized what I said earlier.
Exactly. Are you okay?
Bro, yo,
The
gaslighting is insane. I can't read. She's changing the subject.
He's going to go on. He's gonna think about it.
Overloading my mind with these topics, bro.
Technically, he said it.
Look, she's putting the blame to Aura. Dude, this is what Aura did. They overloaded Dewa with the information that they have, with how much they could actually go and pick, with the proactive movements. Yeah, head skill was changing the topic. He used the diversion in that way.
Mirko, can you read this?
Yes.
Read it out.
I will, dude, show it to the world. Like, this guy is such a dad. He's 60 years old. Who falls for that, man?
Guys, sorry.
It's not about falling for
Huh?
it.
What's wrong?
What?
It's a checkmate.
Oh.
Who are you talking to, man?
Oh.
What?
Oh, he says he needs a break.
Oh
it's
my
fine.
god.
It's okay. You need a break. That's okay. How long do you need? 5 minutes? Is that okay? But you'll be good to play the next game, right? Okay. Yeah. So Yaoi says he needs to go on a break, ladies and gentlemen, so we'll be right back. Yeah, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Have a quick break.
No,
Yaoi.
it's fine.
Have a
Don't
quick
stop
break.
touching him.
Jeez,
What?
man, that's impressive.
You want food later?
Percaya diri dan mau berkembang.
Penting ya. Kita sebagai wanita nggak boleh stuck. Dan menarik juga, kalau untuk Anissa, ada nggak sosok Kartini untuk diri Anissa?
Ada, pastinya mamaku sih.
Kenapa tuh Tante? Halo Tante, lagi nonton nggak nih?
Kayaknya enggak deh, udah malu.
Nanti di-share ya?
Iya.
Kenapa Tante? Kenapa mamanya Anissa?
Karena mamaku punya 4 anak, 3-nya anak perempuan, dan kita semuanya alhamdulillah disukain yang tinggi dan berkarir juga sekarang dan jadi independen umum.
Menjadi contoh yang sangat bisa ditiru ya untuk membesarkan 3, berarti bertiga
3 perempuan.
Jadi penasaran sama saudari-saudarinya Anissa nih. Wah, tapi Anissa, ini kan lagi Hari Kartini. Kalau di Anak Dewa ada acara gitu nggak sih?
Ada Bung Dea. Jadi bakal ada kejutan juga dari komunitas Anak Dewa. Waktu itu kalau misalkan masih ingat, kita pernah ngadain roadshow di United Cafe. Dan di situ kita ngadain nobar, terus juga nonton turnamen. Nah, kita bakal ngadain roadshow lagi. Jadi buat untuk update-annya bisa follow Instagramnya official. Official Anak Dewa dan Dewa United Esports.
Jadi 2 itu di sosial media mau tanya apapun di 2 sosial media itu ya?
Iya, untuk update-annya jangan lupa di follow.
Wah, itu untuk roadshow dan activity-activity di luar sana. Kalau di MPL Arena katanya juga ada kan?
Ada. Jadi buat yang kalian mau dapetin skin epic, bisa datang ke boothnya Dewa, tinggal tunjukin tiketnya. Terus kan main games Year of the Dog. Jadi permainannya itu mengambil 10 tulang tapi nggak boleh bikin anjingnya marah.
Gak boleh, jadi main game di boothnya Dewa?
Iya, main di boothnya Dewa.
Bisa nih sekarang?
Bisa banget Bude.
Bisa banget. Ini untuk hari ini ya berarti?
Iya, ada lagi.
Apa tuh?
Aku mau ngasih skin gratis epic juga buat perempuan-perempuan yang mau datang ke sini.
Berapa orang nih?
4 kali ya.
4 anak Dewa, ladies. Wah, udah pada nungguin langsung, gercep sekali. Halo, ini dari komunitas Anak Dewa? Betul? Oke, Bude penasaran gimana nih aktivitasnya atau bagaimana sih Hari Kartini untuk kalian? Mic-nya boleh? Silahkan.
Untuk Hari Kartini ya, kalau Hari Kartini sih untuk semua perempuan sih berhak bahagia.
Berhak bahagia. Kamu, aku, kita berhak bahagia. Itu. Kalau ini kan dari komunitas ladies kita juga ingin mendengar dong semangat-semangatnya untuk tim Dewa. Boleh dong dikasih.
Pokoknya untuk anak Dewa semoga bisa menang.
Semoga bisa menang. Anissa, ada yang mau disampaikan untuk penutupan sekarang?
Jangan lupa semuanya buat dukung Dewa United Champion.
Champion, akankah bisa menyamakan kedatangan dan mungkin membalikan keadaan? Mari kita cek bersama-sama ya. Ladies, thank you so much. Selamat Hari Kartini untuk kalian dan juga kalian yang lagi nonton, untuk kita semua para wanita Indonesia. Dan untuk land off down bentar lagi kayaknya bakal digoncang oleh kedua tim yang akan beradu. Apakah Dewa United bisa mengambil poin atau malah menjadi kekosongan? Kita akan langsung cek bersama-sama para caster. Let's go!
Oh, don't go now. You have to play. Okay, that's fine. Okay, good luck. Bye.
Is he visible on the camera?
He's already there. That's a fake, man.
Is it? Yeah, right.
Diversion.
Right
Luoyi. He TP'd.
It's more of like a sun clone, you know, because it was already there and...
It's... No, they can't see. It's fine.
All right, you know what? Guys, sometimes you get voices in your head. That's what Eternal is experiencing here. If you want real voices, like things that come out, like that's real, get Oraimo, because you can connect it to your amazing, awesome Samsung phone instead of connecting a random picture to a delusion, no idea in your brain. Right, Arashi?
I got goosebumps just now.
Why?
I don't know why.
What?
I just got random goosebumps.
Random goosebumps.
No, because I'm thinking about the quality. It's giving me goosebumps already, you know?
You're thinking of unleashing the unstoppable sound with Oraimo. Is that it?
Yes.
These bags are really getting in the way, man. It turned out like your thought process as well. But Arashi, 10% discount. Do you want it?
Oh yeah.
Use the promo code Oraimo MPL.
I'll spell it. ORAIMOMPL.
All right.
You're welcome.
Put that in the coupon section before your checkout, and you can get 10% discount to unleash unstoppable sound that can blast through Eterna's bangs.
What? Blast through Eterna's bangs?
What about his bangs? What about Gugun's bangs?
What about Dria? Wait. There's a little bit there.
There you are.
Dude.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Okay.
All right. I have to calm down for a bit.
A little bit, yeah.
Just a bit. But Aura, taking the first game already, has to be a bit of a mental blow for Dewa, because in some ways that game was going really well for them until it wasn't.
Yeah.
Right? So I feel like they have to kind of shape up more on like the vision from the beginning all the way till the late game, right? And know exactly what to do at different stages. Because it seems like they have the mid game down, but the early to late, a bit more shaky compared to Aura. I'm sorry. I look to my left whenever Yaoi is on screen and I see a huge grin. So I can't even hide the laugh. It's like, why is it automatic?
I was smirking at Drian because
yes. Because
it's interesting to see him unlock another hero.
All right.
Let's see if he can unlock another hero to make it. It's not 11 anymore. It's 12. He's used 12 different heroes.
Wow.
In the roam already, and it's not your typical roams as well. So I'm interested to see if that layer of creativity will come through again here in game number 2 as we enter the drafting phase presented to you by the official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Joy taken off the board. Masha will be respected away from Dewa. Aura understand the potential. Are they going to go for a similar sort of bans here? But a good thing to note is they've opted to swap sides. And there's a difference. Luoyi already banned out.
In fact, I feel like Aura got them beat in the teleportation game. So they take that away. And in a way, technically, this forces Aura to try and ban away the chip. Because otherwise, then they'll be very outmaneuvered.
There are no shortcuts in life.
And there we go. It's almost like the previous seasons, right? Where it's like, oh, there's a Faramis, ban the Valentina. There's a Farsa, ban the Yves. There's always two-sided matchup type deal in the Land of Dawn.
You know, with Loyi and Chip gone, the two TPs, the two full map pressure boys, or actually, you know, Loyi's a girl, but you get what I mean.
Yes.
Now, the Mathilda, the Nolan, the crazy picks that we are used to seeing banned out might actually be left open, right? They have to kind of fill in those slots with Loyi and Chip now. So what is okay enough to let go? I think Mathilda is a bit too expensive, right?
Yeah, I think Mathilda would be my first thought.
The falling stars brought us here.
Bavaria first for Dewa. You want to make sure that Aura doesn't get the intel advantage. You want to make sure they are the ones that are the aggressors, the one that surprises Aura.
Yeah.
But Mathilda gets banned out as predicted.
Angela's open. Xborg's open. Fredrin's open. Nolan's open.
Oof.
Boxia's open.
There's a whole lot of picks here. I mean, for Aura, they did first pick Barats in game 1.
They really like having that card control immunity on their jungle, and who can blame them with a retribution that solid? Well, they will try and take that away though. That might be a bit too expensive, right? Too costly, because they don't really have the same kind of playstyle that Aura does.
I don't know. Do they want to go for the Arlet flex again or Roger flex for the first phase? But the Angela is open.
I think that Joy is very tempting though.
No, Joy's banned, right? The Nolan is open.
The Nolan, sorry.
There you go, Angela.
Angela pick. First pick for Dewa. I think it's a good choice, because if they left the Angela open, if they go for the Roger or the Arlet, then Aura could go for CC Angela. The CC in itself has been so annoying for Aran. Like, for Dewa, when Aran plays it.
Yeah.
But you go CC Angela, oh man.
CC Angela is definitely something you do not want to see.
Good Nolan?
Oh.
We've seen it before.
Is it gonna come through? Because, yeah, Aura, they have options available here as second pick with so many quote-unquote bans forced out in this game. If Gugun comes in with an assassin, that's gonna be a bit of a fresh sight.
Oh, Barretts? They go for the Barretts first. Wow. So utilizing the flex again and taking away the Valentina from Keys, putting it on Yeheskiel. Technically, it can be utilized to take away the hard guard.
Can they just go with the Nolan here? They won't have the same kind of advantage when it comes to contesting, but they don't really have that advantage anyways against Aura and how they've been playing. They go for a Nolan and go for a more aggressive kill-centric, snowball-centric style. That might suit their needs right now.
Nolan CC?
I think CC Baksha could be a better option, right? Because the Nolan, it's going to be tough for him. Even though, yes, obviously, he has the Angela, the hard guard to help him. Against the Barats, we've seen that Aura are very happy to go up against a Nolan. They baited it out against Rebellion. Rebellion picked it up and then fell flat with it. It's a Fredrin and an Xborg though. So against the Barats, Xborg, a natural counter to these tanky, beefy heroes.
And it was respect ban in the first game, in the first phase by Aura.
Definitely, when we are dancing around near the Lord, the same way they were doing for so long in the mid-game in Game 1. Making sure that the Xborg isn't in the picture is it's a pretty good investment, I would say. And they already banned with the Novaria, so let's say the Xborg goes for like an Ice Queen's wand, then Dewa can very easily play the whole slow everyone down and chase them down type gameplay.
Keto is the choice.
Signature pick for Aran. He made his debut with this pick, and that was the game that he demolished BTR with, if you guys remember.
No flex.
No flex. Should be no flex. That's the negative of picking the Paquito early. The positive is you get a round on his comfort.
Which was very respected back then. I mean, I remember everyone banning the Paquito against Aran. Technically, he has other options as well. Surprised he didn't go for the CC though. Might hint at like a different kind of playstyle, a different kind of focus here.
Come on, Dexter.
But we're going to go straight to the second banning phase. Claude. Respected away from what?
And it's funny, right? Because that's actually a hero that can be utilized by Kabuki as well. What's the plan here? Are they trying to set up for a Harith pick, maybe?
Ooh. That's interesting. I think that is possible, especially against all these fighters. Harith now will be dealing a lot more true damage as well. right? How the items are working, the Starlium. So that can be especially with everyone targeting Kabuki, I feel like that is an option that can be explored for sure by Aura.
You don't ban Claude to set up for a Harith, but you do ban Claude for that synergy that he could have with the Angela. The Claude-Angela combination. I think the last time we saw the Claude-Angela was Bigatron Alpha. They played pure, like basically hyper carry Claude, giving all the resources to Iman on that Claude, and then the Angela facilitated the Claude with crazy healing and a shield. But the Harris still does get banned here for Dewa, and Aura ban out the Natan too.
Yeah.
Same idea. Natan Claude could be the hyper carry that Dewa need with already a tanky frontline.
I was about to say the Natan is still open for Dewa to pick up. The last time they met, they had to lose because of what's Natan.
I wonder if the carry will be banned here, because I think Aura has the chance to pick it up first. So if Dewa is concerned about one of the gold lanes being picked up right here, I think the carry can work well in both these compositions. I mean, we saw what Kabuki was able to do in game number 1.
Is Bruno no longer a viable hero to utilize in the gold lane?
We haven't seen it in a while.
Right?
Ooh.
They left it open. Carry is still up for grabs.
Roger and Carry. Those are the two gold laners that we are used to seeing in this meta currently. Usually with Claude, Natan, and Harith, but all three have been banned out, so kind of leaving us with the Carry and the Roger, just those two. Brody, Bruno just kind of disappeared from the current meta.
Remember when Brody was supposed to be the next big thing? That happened for like couple of games and then it's gone. But that's gonna be the Roger, so Dewa now.
Yeah.
They can go for that combo, right? Big hyper carry with an Angela. If they really want to though, against all the danger coming in from Aura.
And what would that be? Would it be something like a Moskov actually for
Oh,
once?
I think that could work.
Yeah, no Natan, no Claude, but if you want someone that can actually carry in the late game with this front line, I think the Moskov could work with the help of the hard guard. Makes it a bit easier of a job, no?
Can, and it lends itself to the macro gameplay as well, just the way Dewa likes it, like in game number 1. They seem to really enjoy being able to be at multiple places at the same time, so the Spree of Destruction from Moskov can be a valuable tool to facilitate something like that. But it's gonna be the carry.
Vexana?
Carry's the safest choice here.
Venusaur, so Angela mid.
Yeah.
Double healing.
But yeah, I just remembered, by the way, the reason they don't go for Moskov is because technically Cho's still up for grabs. You go for Moskov, and then Yaoi gets Cho, and then say goodbye to the Moskov.
Just like that. Well, with a Minotaur now, though, this means it's just extra security for the carry. He's like, what? This is the go-to Dewa style for the longest time, right? Protect Watt and he'll do the rest. And with everyone being so short range from Aura, they're gonna be attempting to go for like an early game, early snowball to shut down Watt. And if they scale equally, now I think they're the ones who are racing against the clock.
That's why the Minotaur pick is so brilliant here.
Yeah.
That short range, the way that Aura want to dive in, and Minotaur also wants them to dive in. It's so much easier for the catch. And they're gonna go for the signature. I would even say signature at this point. Signature Yaoi Grok.
Yep. The only choice that was left open, the Cho, no longer viable because, Purify's on the board and obviously a lot of HP bars on Dewa with the Angela. Kind of stops a pick off from happening.
Man, this is interesting now because I feel like the fighting, the brawling is still in favor of Aura, but the longer fights are going to favor Dewa. So maybe Dewa will learn from game number 1 and let go of some of these early game objectives where they don't have a lead anyways. Trade that for, let's say, a turret for more farm in the hands of Watt. And then later on, once the Lord start popping up, when they can, that gives you so much more value compared to a turtle, they can try and fight it out.
Draft Index says Dewa United. It's been accurate 100% of the way today.
Oh boy.
Yep. So let's see if this will be the moment that Aura utilize to crash the lineup index.
Or will Dewa force a game number 3 from the Red Dragons? Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome you into game number 2 of the closing match of the day. Can Dewa uphold the opportunity for them to stay as gods and turn the Red Dragons on their knees? as we welcome you into the land of dawn. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Interesting start, man. Wow, and Yaoi already making the purple buff go to a lap before anything starts. Oh my god. What? Taking the trade super early, like in process might be first blood. One more shot.
No.
But Trian has returned as well. Oh no, Kabuki goes back into turret range, pops into regen, already flickered out. And both of them will be able to recall safely. Kabuki wants to get this gold minion first though. Oh my god. Okay, he's out. Or no, he's back in.
The wave is pushing towards Watto, so I guess he's trying to get a bit more value. He will be recalling though, but on the other side, fights all across the board, but for the most part, Gary has been able to clear quite fast, rivaling Gugun's clear speed. Looking at the emblems right here, Watt with the firmness on top of the Master Assassin, trying to survive. Kabuki with a more aggressive set. Yaoi trying to be as fast as possible with agility. Emblem we haven't seen for quite a while, and so is Kimura. So they're putting a lot of emphasis on maneuvering around the map.
Around 2 with the lethal ignition, right, on this Paquito. Tied up now, Kimura. Gonna burn him down. He's actually going to an off angle here. Wants to go for the skill 1. Gets the shield 2 times and the passive to get out. Well played, Aran.
Even in a 2v1 situation, I mean, Kimura would be happy to take that kill. But even in a 2v1, he's still unable to land the final blow. And Aran walks out unscathed.
Around with the, like you said, lethal ignition, more damage, more aggression, but not a lot more maneuverability. So he'll be prone to being caught later on. And Gary has the Impure Rage as well, by the way. We've talked about this before, but that means that the mana he gets transferred into HP. So more sustained technically, and it's a different. It doesn't really scale the same way with max HP though. So that's the option Gary went with instead of the Brave Smite.
Yeah, Aura walking up again, posturing up. Aran already clearing up top side here. Kimura brought back to Gugun. He's looking for the death as well. Come on to Gary, but he has the hard guard now. Minas Fury used up. Gary wins out the retreat battle as Gugun is now caught in the last insanity of Kimura. Turtle and kill to Dewa.
First blood goes to the hands of Kimura. So we do see that the impact of this export has been seen, or maybe a reason why that it was banned out in the first game. But here it is, a 1-0, and Dewa win it out, but the gold is still shifting back and forth.
And look at the stats earlier. Gary has all wins on the Fredrin, but Aran able to get out of there with the hair skill stolen hard guard. And on the other side here, take a look at the rates. Yaoi 4-1 on the Grog, so definitely something that Dewa needs to keep in mind, especially when they're trying to dive in or group together to try and secure an objective or a kill, especially in those tight spaces in the jungle. That's where Yaoi really likes to lurk around.
I mean, he's there already, right? Already opening up vision, trying to give Gary a harder of a time, trying to give Gugun an advantage.
I think for now, we have to talk about that Impure Rage for Gary, right? Why over Brave Smite and Concussive Blast?
Well, the hero does not use mana. It restores, whenever it's proc, it restores 1% HP instead. It's on a 5-second cooldown, whereas the Brave Smite is on a 6-second cooldown, and that restores 4% max HP. So that is why it's concerned. It's interesting. I guess it gives you an extra bit of damage as well, and he wants to have that in this game to really try and poke around, especially in those Lord dances.
So the added consistent damage plus the bit of sustain.
And that does make sense, right? I mean, their comp isn't necessarily known for its damage. I mean, the damage that you would expect would come from Watt, perhaps from Kimura, but maybe with that extra layer from Gary, it does aid them in these neutral objective fights.
Yeah, a bit of poke damage technically. Looking at the EXP lane, Kimura is having a very tough time, man. Aran is just very, very aggressive in that lane, and Gary now close to half HP with the hard guard though.
Yeah, Minas Fury right now, and that's Gary who walks up, capitalizes on that. Gugun doesn't pop the Deathless Welcome in time earlier and loses out now. Gets big bonked down by the Appraiser's Wrath. And Aura again lose out on the neutral objective take. Aran might actually die here as well, but he goes in for 2 jabs and he gets a kill with that lethal ignition take. Finally, a Melfic Roar. First item for Aran.
He's aggressive, he's angry, and he does get that kill back for his team. It would have been a really bad trade for Aura, but he does level it out just a bit.
And look at the gold lane. Watt goes with a Thunderbelt, but it won't be enough. He gets taken out right there. Aggression coming in from Aura in exchange for that EXP side play. They might get a turret off it.
That's the gang potential of an Angela ult in the hands of the Valentina. Because usually, the Angela would want to stay inside of the member as long as he wants. But Yezkiel just gets there, uses the ult to get towards the bottom lane. It's like a TP. It's an arrival.
Yeah. Look at that damage coming from Aran, man. That is brutal. At every moment, that Kiraga armor just seems to get completely melted down, and Aura brute force the turret.
Yeah. And they get out. They burn out a flicker, and yeah, they're gonna lose Yaoi too. But I think they'll trade a roam for a mid-tier 1. Happily.
On the top side though, another 2v1 situation. Aran gets caught. Yezkiel is there.
Goes in for the fear. Aran now looking for the stacks again. Goes in, able to pop into skill 1, but falls to Kimura. Burns him down. Kimura now up 2-0 despite having a bad laning phase. Ooh.
Yezkiel.
Trade. One more shot. Oh, Case gets the last tick of healing from the skill 1.
Oh, that was close. And that must have been a glorious win for Kimura in that EXP lane, getting a 2-0-0 compared to an Aran at 1-1-0. He is showing a little bit more presence on the export in this second game of the series, and Aran is left to his own devices to think on how he's going to capitalize over it. But both teams are going to be posturing for the next turtle. It's already half health.
And Drian this time going to be poked down by Aran. Good job there to give Gugun a better time, and certainly does give him... I just realized Gugun is 2 levels ahead of Gary, but the first 2 turtles went to Dewa.
Aura just has been very aggressively just disturbing Gary, and he's been ganking a lot more. But now Kimura, Last Insanity's out of the danger zone. He did get the turret. So looking at the turrets, it's kind of equal in number, but the mid turret for Dewa actually has fallen. So that is space that Yaoi really usually uses effectively to try and get those pickups.
Gary?
Trying to hold his ground here. Around knockout striking. Has successfully defended the tier 1. Kabuki now flickered on. Oh, good like and bounce to cancel out the Minus Fury, but will still be knocked up. Yaoi with defensive flicker, and Aran goes in for the flank right now. Goes in for some damage with a jab through the knockout strike, but isn't able to find enough damage to take anyone down. Gugun in the midst of it all, burned down by Kimura, has the Last Insanity, but it's also Yezkiel who steals the Last Insanity with the IMU. Kabuki with like and pounce onto Gary. Oh my god, that could have very easily been a turnaround. Around with the shield, maneuvering back the knockout strike to Kimura and the lethal ignition tick. Yezkiel and Yaoi now, the layering of damage. Kimura loses the Faraga armor. Kabuki's back, baby. And here he is with a Lycan pounce to shut Kimura down.
3-4-1 trade at the moment. Gugun for all the rest. And you can see Aura pushing on the gas here, getting a turret in the top side, going for the second layer perhaps. But Aran is quite low. I don't think he should go for this. A 3v1 against Watt as well. Not the best of decisions, but now Aura standing at a 2.9k gold lead.
They're pushing the aggression, and Aran just picked up the C halberd right there. Even more damage, even more basic attack damage as well in the prolonged trade, especially if it's 1v1. And it does give him a good amount of extra sustain for him to make those outplays. So this is a very aggressive Paquito that even the tankiest of members can't really walk up to without risking some kind of damage. And just like that, Aura back to the original game plan with the level advantage and the card control immunity. They're going for the Lord.
Look at that purple buff again. It's turning around.
Yaoi
finds Watt. Purify instantly. Hard guard ready to. But that's a big resource already used up now. Kimura burning around to that bush. Now Aran goes on it. Gugun wins the retry battle 50-50. Yezkiel steals it with Last Insanity. Goes into the back line right now. Dodges away from the Appraiser's Wrath. Gary looks for it, but it's a bait. Aran is the real assassin. He executes one of the members. Drian falls as well. Now, a Last Insanity from Kimura as Case picks up a kill, but Aran! Double kill for Aran, the boxer, in game number 2. And even the Lord, man.
Somebody put this guy behind bars, man. Assault and battery from Aran, just knocking everyone out. Drian finally having the flask of the Oasis. But even then, the Angela has had the Flash of the Oasis case the whole time, had the Flash of the Oasis, and Aura had no issue just bursting through all that extra healing and shielding. With the Lord coming through, they can get at least a base turret here from the kind of pace that they are pushing onto Dewa.
I mean, big props to not just the Paquito, not just the run, but also Kabuki, right? His KDA at the moment 301. I think it should have increased afterwards, but he was also dishing out a lot of damage, also maneuvering and weaving in and out of the skills being thrown at him from Dewa. And here it is, the siege, the Lord is already knocking onto the base.
Alright. I think that Aura recognizes that they don't have a lot of long distance, a lot of sieging potential, a lot of ways to take down those turrets, so they back off just now. They know they have control right now still with the gold advantage, with the towers all taken down. They can just wait again to try and wait for a moment to see if they can find Watt, because this is what the composition is built around. If they can keep Watt alive, then they have potential. But if he's forced to use the Purify early on by Yawi, like in the previous fight, it can be a very comfortable way for Aura to just win out the fight.
Come on.
AI prediction.
This is an AI prediction, but I think we were looking at Yawi with the recalls.
Yeah.
A bit more there. He's in front of the base taunting them. Kimura flashes the Aura emote too. An ex-Aura player replaced by the very man that is knocking his team down here. Aran on the Paquito. But, okay, let's talk about the Impure Rage again, right? For Fredrin. This is the weakness of the Impure Rage.
Is it common for Fredrin to build Oracle?
Yes. Especially with an Angela. But the Concussive Blast allows you to clear faster, so you have a level lead, or at least you're able to withstand the enemy,
match their clearing speed.
Match the clearing speed of the enemy team if, you have a fast clearer like a Barat. So that's why Rogun has had the lead, even though he's been behind of neutral objectives.
And to mention that Aura is a lot more decisive with whether or not they really want to contest. So all this time, there's a lot of times where you see Gary just kind of a bit more rotating around, trying to figure something out, whereas Gugun immediately goes for a farm or goes straight for the contest. He doesn't really use a lot of time to just walk around and try and make a decision. He's very decisive how and where he decides to move in the map right now.
So what did they do with a 3-level lead on Gugun? Can they even go for the objective contest here?
Look at Aran up top. He stole the, this is just a forced error by Aura. They were able to do it against a chip. They can certainly do it against no chip. He has skill in the mid lane, no last insanity defensively. Already baits out the hard guard. Watt is low, and they reset the Lord again. They have another push up top. They'll take as long as they want.
They're allowing Aran to just make the plays happen, man. Even if Case mispositions here, Aran can immediately delete the Angela.
He's going for it, but carry is sent there too.
That's it.
Just like that.
Masterfully done by Aura. The forced error to take in the Free Lord.
That's all they needed to do. All they needed to do was create that. The distraction from Aran in the top side. They would have not been able to leave Keys alone.
Camera.
Is it another V?
Oh boy.
Again, another one.
It's so good.
That's gonna be on TikTok.
It's like
everywhere.
It's their thing now. All right, with the Heptaseas on top of the Hunter Strike he built earlier. He has a Dreadnought armor right now. But this is why earlier everyone gravitated towards Keys. They were concerned that he's gonna get taken out, or Aran's just gonna sneak in and hit the turret like 2 or 3 times. It's just so low right now. But in the end, it's for naught, because now the Lord will definitely take it out. And Keys has the Nuggets of Durance, but it might not even make a difference.
Yep, Power of Nature used up by Yawi earlier. Aura unable to siege this turret, but they are slowly building towards a slow push with the Enhanced Lord up top that they will still have yet to touch. Now, the second mini wave comes around, and that will be the wave that they utilize to try to take these base turrets down. Kimura, Firaga armor, gone. Almost completely gone. The turret also gone up top in the mid lane too. Everything just collapsing all at once. And in the bottom lane, it's going to crash down as well. Just the mini waves is enough to take it down now. Tetsun is welcome, munching on Gary. A good appraiser's wrath on the Yawi, but he still has the immortality. Just bought it recently. And now we'll put the barrier down. Trying to isolate the frontliners. Loses his own immortality. Aran, taunted up. This might be the kill back now. Aran loses a life. Case picks up the shutdown, and Aura might be in a bad spot now. Last Insanity to the back as well. The Appraiser's Wrath doing so much damage. Kabuki, 1 HP.
Ooh.
Goes to the Lycan form, and Dewa are hesitant to go for the full initiation. They'll take 2 and they'll be happy with it. Gary is literally 1 HP defending it, the base from the minions.
That's insane. That's insane. They're still able to defend, but they had to lose 3 inhibitor turrets for it.
Some would say worth it, but the fact that Aran there initially got caught out, I feel like it's a bit of a shame. Because with all that damage, he could have very easily been like an assassin right there. Here's a replay by our official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Right there. After Aran gets taken out, Yawi just had the nerves to just stand there with the recall. And Aura were unable to secure any more kills, but that one single shuriken flying towards Kabuki was quite scary.
It was close.
Yeah.
Almost took him down, and I think that would have been a different story. That would have been quite worth it. But Aura does still hold on to the gold lead. 6K. At this point, with 3 inhibitors down, with Gary catching up, is there a chance for Dewa to commit to a contest on the Lord?
Commit to a contest? I think if everything works out perfectly for them, they will have any issue doing so. But right now, I feel like their best bet is to just wait in the base and do what the comp is meant to do, right? Just have a super strong carry with a lot of protection. But look at that mid lane though.
Yeah.
Oof. That was scary.
They have to make a decision here because Gary and Kimura are around the Lord Pit. And that the carry, the guy who does damage, the main backliner, is in the base. So Aura can literally pull the trigger anytime they want now. Arana's in the bottom lane, still ensuring that the carry is there, and that's why Gugun goes in for it. This welcome and the secure for Gugun. Drian is a 3-man Minus Fury, but what is it going to do right now with Drian taken down? Kabuki walking out of the last Insanity, a good winner truncheon to get out of the last Insanity, but the Razor's Wrath still connecting, gets out for a bit. Kabuki though, just with the normal form, not even the Lycan form, gets a double kill. It's a shutdown for Case. Aran 1v1 and what? Actually wins it out in the mid lane. But now it's Case and Kimura, both sandwiched down. Yehezkiel very low. Kimura going for the kill and Case flickering forward. Now Aura, what do they do? An enhanced Lord in the mid lane and 2 members of Dewa up top. More waves coming down. That's the hard guard to get the Angela back to base. Can Watt defend 3 waves of super minions, enhanced minions, and an evolved Lord, or enhanced rather? Yes, he can, with the help of Kimura, who recalls.
They don't have enough firepower. Aura committed onto that team fight. They had to lose 3 members in the process. Sure, they were able to utilize the Paquito or Aran to distract to get the Lord, but in the end, they weren't able to push with it. Was that a worth it play?
I feel like, I was about to say before the fight even broke out, I feel like Aura would have a better time just pulling members away towards the Lord and then letting Aran go for something like a split push. But it's a difficult situation. He went for the 1v1 against Watt there and just lost. We didn't see it on camera, but now only with the Immortal, he is a glass cannon build on that Paquito. So the fact that Aura got the objective and then chased the fight as well, by the way, I feel like that was a bit of a overreach. I feel like they should have backed away knowing that they do have the Lord. And if Dewa feels like they want to try and get something in exchange for the Lord, that's where Aura can very easily oblige in a proper fight.
Yeah, I felt too greedy.
Because their chase is so segmented, right? Kabuki can chase so well, but Gugun and Yehezkiel and Yawi, they're a lot slower compared to he was. So what ends up happening is that Aura was sending one person against multiple members, at least for a couple of seconds, before the rest of the teammates of Aura can make it an even fight.
I mean, you could even see it from the Lord advantage, right? Minus 2,000. They weren't able to do anything. I mean, the base was already cracked. They should have not overstayed their welcome. They should have not gone greedy.
Yeah.
There was a possibility that they could have ended, maybe.
There would have been 100%, I think, chance for them to end there if they didn't die in that, if they didn't overchase. Because they had the enhanced Lord, right? And no base turrets. If they dove with a man advantage in that base, that 71% victory rate that you see, the AA prediction, should have been 100%, right? But now it gets a bit tougher because Dewa, the longer this game goes, actually do get scarier in these team fights.
Yep, for sure. Which is why I do believe that Aura will it's gonna be on Aran, I feel like, for Aura in particular. But now, okay, everyone's already exposing themselves here. What included? What is going on here? Hang on, Aura can go for a 5 on the top side.
Spot the Fredrin too, and Gary spot the start on the Evolved Lord. Watt's still down below, but Aura decide they don't have enough setup to actually hold it down.
What's the plan? With Haskell and Paquito.
Aura might be willing to just fight this Lord with 3 members only, knowing that there's pressure on the other side of the map. They're putting Haskell together with Aran on the other side, maybe to ensure that there's no wind of nature plays that Watt can do to try and get out of the situation.
An attempt there to stop Gugun and maybe look for an initiation, but Gugun just walks back again. He already reset Lord. Paquito's still in the bottom lane, and Aura still look for this Lord dance to continue. Haskell's back to his original position with Aran in the bottom lane.
Does he have his IMU? Is he holding someone's ult?
Don't know yet until we see him. He does have the IMU up. You can see the green dot. Oh, Aran with a flank. This is the subversion of expectation. Aran joining the team fight. Carry still in the mid lane. Aran on the Drea. Knockout strike. Gugun secures it, and Dewa now are lost. Watt is not there. Yaoi, power of nature, and they back off. They get a free Lord, Evolve this time, and they will look to end the game with this.
That was a much more disciplined play by Aura. They didn't fully commit to a team fight. They understood that they already achieved the objective they wanted to go for. Aran instantly adapted as well to the opening of vision onto the lower side jungle bush and immediately went in for something different. Oh, Haskell has X-Borg's ult.
Now, I think he just stole it earlier. Before, when he was in the bottom lane, I don't know what he had.
Okay.
I feel like Aura will definitely go straight for the crystal right here. Maybe use Haskell to zone away Watt for making anything happen. Let's see how this plays out, man.
So far, Lord still relatively untouched. Aran with 2 shots and the Farag armor is gone just like that. Minus Fury onto Yaoi, but he has the power of nature. Now it's a knockup, and that's welcome. Aran going straight for the base with the help of everyone here. And they end the game 2-0. Clean sweep up against Dewa United.
A complete turnaround here for the Red Dragons. In leg number 1, it was a 2-0 for Dewa. But they show the improvement that this team has undergone. They have shown determination, they have shown perseverance, and it's now a 2-0 for the Red Dragons instead.
2-0. Even though it looked kind of sketchy, even though Dewa had the late game composition, Aura just knew what to do, man. Went for the Lord, went straight for the base, no fights whatsoever. That's the way it's done. Textbook performance at such a high level. The all-new improved Aran, man.
The all-new improved Aran who can play with the team fights, who can also go back to his old style of split push, but also understand that, hey, there are more to minions in this game, because the old Aran would have stayed in the XP lane, would have stayed in the far lane. This new and improved Aran went for the Lord assistance. After knowing that Watt would not be joining, use the advantage properly.
A clean sweep, Aura avenges their leg 1 loss against Dewa. And unfortunately, Kimura unable to gain revenge once again in this particular matchup. But I'm pretty sure if both of these teams make it to the playoffs, it could become a different story.
An interesting prospect for sure. It's crazy to see how both these teams actually, Aura and Dewa respectively, have improved. And you can see at least the cogs turning whenever they're in the Land of Dawn. Trying to problem solve, trying to predict their opponents, trying to find solutions for the problems they have. That's just the kind of Mobile Legends gameplay that we love to see.
And with that, we are going to throw to an interview with Aura and Bude Clara Mongstar. Take it away.
Aura, mereka membakar permainan Land of dan hanya dengan 2-0. Aran balas dendamu sempurna. Sempurna nggak?
Ya lumayan.
Lumayan. Tapi dari tadi tuh sebenarnya tuh HP-nya udah pada keluar semua, smartphone-nya. Samsung-nya udah dikeluarin semua. Kepada pengen tahu, apa yang kamu persiapkan? Tadi kan bilang, nanti Bude, Aran punya sesuatu.
Ini XP Dewa emang gak ada yang lebih keras lagi apa Bude?
Keras. Kelas ya ini ya.
Jadi kelihatan kan XP Aura kenapa sekarang Aran bukan Kimura?
Waduh. Berarti nggak salah ya waktu itu di Streets ya? Sampai sekarang.
Ya.
Menarik. Tadi udah dikantongin, dirobek-robek dikantongin. Mau diapain lagi tuh? Di kantongnya hari ini ada sesuatu
aku
nggak?
ada hadiah buat Dewa.
Ada hadiah buat Dewa? Apa nih?
Ada kunci buat kunciin Kimura di kamar mandi lagi.
Nanti dikasih ya. Jadi
Nanti aku kasihin.
Biar kunci aja?
Ya biar kunci Kimura di kamar mandi.
Ini lucu banget sih. Dia sekarang nyiapin kunci. Besok-besok mau nyiapin apa lagi nih di kantong. Kalau bisa kayak kantong yang gede sekalian ya nanti ya. Tapi puas gak sih melawan Kimura hari ini?
Karena kita leg satunya kalah jadi kayak lebih puas aja sih bisa balas dendamnya.
Lebih puas?
Ya.
Kalian yang improve sudah bisa membaca permainan dari tim Dewa? Atau ada sesuatu dari Dewa?
Kayaknya emang mereka lagi underperform aja sih.
Oh,
Ya.
mungkin kalau underperform berarti ada yang bisa kamu kasih tahu dong. Mungkin ke Kimura khususnya mungkin.
Kayaknya mungkin ya.
Kasih tahu sesuatu gitu.
Tadi ya di laning cuma diem di tower doang udah.
Dan kamu solo kill tadi ada sempat ya?
Ya gampang banget lawannya.
Pedas. Berarti harus latihan di laning ya?
Nah, tryhard lagi Kimura.
Tryhard lagi dari sobat yang dulu bersama. Ketawa aja nih 2-0 lagi. Minggu ini bersih banget dengan 2-0. Apalagi ada King Gugun. Bah, kamu satu rookie yang terlihat begitu stabil di MPL. Dan bahkan minggu ini kalian juga ngebersihin match kalian. Menang juga dua-duanya. Top 2 di depan mata Gugun. Gugun sebagai rookie, kayaknya nggak ada rookie yang seperti kamu loh di season ini kah?
Mungkin rookie yang lain timnya nggak ada yang segege aku.
Karena tim.
Ya.
Apa yang membuat timmu berbeda dengan tim lain nih? Kasih tahu dong.
Mungkin karena ada juara dunia kali.
Udah. Juara dunianya di tengah-tengah nih.
Iya.
Terpancar aura juara dunianya ya. Superstar. Coba kata-kata apa yang... Icon, what do you give to your friends as a world champion? Apa yang kamu kasih tahu ke teman-temanmu nih?
Di Aura gak ada superstar, semua superstar.
Semuanya superstars. Dan tapi gimana sih kayak now you're on top 2 in MPL ID and the score is really close each other. How do you see in this week especially?
Kita pasti senang banget, tapi masih tetap fokus.
Tetap fokus. Fokus untuk apa? What you guys focus on?
Lebih improve lagi.
Improve lagi. So you guys still can improve?
Ya.
Scary. Takut ya, serem ya. Aura yang sekarang aja udah ngeri dengan 2-0-nya, dengan game yang sangat bersih. You know what? My friends, you know Eterna, right? She asked something for me. Dia titip pesan, dia bertanya. For you ya Wi, spesial. Mau makan apa katanya, kata Eterna.
Pasti nasi padang dong.
Nasi padang, Eterna nasi padang ya. Oke, Eterna udah kasih jempolnya tuh di ujung. Nasi padang, your favorite food?
Ya.
Oh, ini menarik. Tapi dari bahasa Yawi udah nggak ada kendala ya. Seperti komunikasi is not a problem for Aura.
Ya, menurut gua ya.
Lancar.
Belum, masih belajar.
Siapa yang paling ngajarin kamu bahasa Indonesia sekarang nih di minggu-minggu ini?
Nah, tim gua setiap hari.
Setiap hari. Gugun ngajarin?
Yang ngajarin gua toksik.
Gun?
Enggak. Dia bohong.
Gugun.
Enggak.
Kamu berani-berani sama juara dunia ya. Memang begini nih ya. Namun menarik di minggu ini bersih semua. Kayaknya nggak ada kendala sama sekali ya buat kalian di minggu ini ya. Ada kendala nggak minggu ini?
Ada chip.
Ada chip. Tapi kalian counter dengan tadi Lui.
Ya.
And it works.
Ya.
Gimana tadi Battle of Teleportation? Ada yang bisa ngasih tahu nggak? Ada yang bisa mungkin sharing ke kita gimana sih ini Battle of Teleportation? Luoyi kita? Yes, yel dong.
Itu semuanya diatur Yawi sih. Mau teleport kemana-kemana.
Wah, semua ke Yowi.
Ya, soalnya dia ikon aura.
Ikon aura. Kayaknya lama-lama di print nih ya, wajahnya ditaruh situ ya. Apa nih? Rebutan mic. Oke.
Mereka selalu gitu terus, selalu gitu. Tapi gak ada icon di aura semua, Cok.
Gak ada. He said nobody is the icon. But it's okay. Tapi ngelihat tadi mendebarkan gak sih? Tele-telan kayak gitu kayak harus main game, harus fokus kah? Beda gak dengan mungkin Loi yang gak ada chipnya?
Gak terlalu mendebarkan, soalnya diatur Yawi.
Ada Yawi, semua don.
Yeah.
Dan kita akan melihat nih untuk update kelas sepertinya ya. Ada sesuatu, ada perubahan gak sih? Pending sementara, apakah aura bergerak? Kalau kita tadi lihat top 2 dan, buset. Berada di nomor 1. Aran pernah ngerasain di top 1 gak sebelumnya?
Belum pernah sama sekali.
Belum. Mungkin yang lebih lama lagi Kabuki pernah gak di pucuk situ Kabuki, Aura?
Lupa deh, kayaknya pernah.
Pernah?
Season 9 kayaknya.
Cukup lama ya, berada di pucuk. Lebih jadi challenge nggak? Mempertahankan sama memperjuangkan Kabuki. Lebih baik mana?
Lebih baik apa ya? Memperjuangkan sih daripada mempertahankan. Lebih susah mempertahankan soalnya.
Dan sekarang kalian harus mempertahankan Kabuki.
Iya.
Gimana kamu melihat sekarang lawan-lawan akan memandang kalian semua nih?
Ya kita bakal lebih terahat lagi lah untuk apa ya, untuk siapin strategi yang lebih lagi daripada yang sekarang.
Strategi lebih lagi. Apakah fighter Kabuki akan ada di season selanjutnya? Bukan season, week selanjutnya. Akan mencobakah?
Itu tergantung coach.
Tergantung coach. Dan kalau kita lihat sekarang kalian ada di top 1 next week untuk pembukaan. Di week ke-6 di hari Jumat match kedua. Lawan kalian ada di mana ya? Surprise. Di posisi 9. Lawan kalian adalah nextnya RRQ. Posisi ini, jadi kalian melihat RRQ berbeda kah? Sebagai lawan kalian karena posisinya tuh jauh banget.
Mungkin gak sih, kita nganggap lawan sama-sama kuat.
Sama-sama kuat.
Ya.
Nah, kalau Gugun bilangnya sama-sama kuat. Kalau Aran, leg 1 sebenarnya udah ngantongin sesuatu. Dia tuh udah suka ngantongin tuh dari lama. Leg 1 nggak bisa keluar ya.
Nggak di interview soalnya.
Itu dia. Masuk kantong terus ya.
Masih disimpan sampai besok, sampai minggu depan.
Minggu depan.
Ya.
Posisi 9 RRQ. Kamu pernah membayangkan gak sih lawanmu RRQ akan ada di posisi itu?
Enggak juga sih. Kalau menurut aku soalnya kayak semuanya emang timnya improve kan. Jadi kayak walaupun di bawah kayaknya masih kuat aja sih. Jadi kita pandang sama.
Dipandang sama?
Ya.
Dan masalah pisang yang kamu kantongin?
Kayaknya nanti ada 2 buah next ya.
Oh, 2 buah?
Ya.
Untuk Aran?
Masih rahasia tapi ntar apa.
Rahasia ya, nggak tahu tuh apa ya. Kira-kira apa ya 2 buahnya ya? Coba tulis di kolom komentar buat kalian. Dan penutupan hari ini, begitu manis Aran. Untuk nextnya, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan?
Nggak ada Bu deh, lagi kedinginan di pucuk.
Dingin. Kalau mungkin ada untuk Aura fans? Oper-operan semuanya nih, 2 orang ya.
Makasih yang udah untuk dukung kita. Week 1 kita lost streak tapi sekarang kita win streak. Tetap dukung kita terus.
Udah 3 win streak untuk tim Aura. Yawi, please. You can use Tagalog though if your fans all around the world is watching you right now. Our icon.
Selamat yang udah datang, sehat-sehat terus.
No Tagalog? For your Filipino fans.
Thank you sa mga nanonood dyan na mga supporters ko galing Pilipinas. Mahal na mahal ko kayo.
Yang artinya thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Udah bisa loh. Dan itulah dia Aura yang membakar panggung MPL Arena dengan 2-0-nya. So caster, semangat Aura masih akan membara sampai week selanjutnya. Tapi apa yang terjadi dengan 2-0 yang terjadi? Please break it down.
We're actually breaking it down.
What?
Nothing.
What? Eterna?
Nothing.
You talking about that number 1 position that you saw?
Nothing.
Are you talking about that?
Nothing.
I mean, no. It's well played, well played. I think in leg 1 beat tier did beat Aura though. So,
There's always leg 2.
That's true. We'll see.
We'll see
So
in leg
we are
2.
tied right now.
Man, I'll just get a bit further away from this discussion.
If you want it to be accurate, way for I'm joking.
Bro, come on.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
But let's crown our player of the match, ladies and gentlemen.
Who? Who would it be?
I have no idea. Who is it? It's King Gugun, Rookie of the Week 3 times? Is it?
Yeah, 3-time Rookie of the Week. Maybe 4-time Rookie of the Week here. Maybe dethroned by a few rookies that have shined as well. Evo's got 2 wins as well as Rebellion, 2 wins. And now Aura, 2 wins.
Wow. It's just so consistent. It's unreal. Like we saw it earlier, right? Even though he wasn't exactly getting all the kills, having a great KDA, even now it's 1-4-4. But when it comes to that neutral objective, when it comes to that farming speed, when it comes to where he is at what point in the map, he doesn't hesitate, man. He just keeps going for very efficient routes. And if you just slow down your farming speed by just a little bit, you start falling behind purely on clear speed and farming patterns alone.
How is this
Two-level
kid?
lead.
How is this kid? How does he do it?
Well, when you have a good leader, when you have someone that gets you so much space, when you have a team that's already so full of potential from last season. We were talking about this team when they had Aran, when they had Van, when they had Hai. And they were already really, really good. They showed glimpses of that. But unfortunately, there were some moments where they couldn't hold their consistency.
Yeah.
And Yaoi kind of, I think, brought that to the team, the consistency.
He's the consistent adhesive that glues them together. But in these fights, again, I think it's just so good from Aura to just know exactly what they want to do. And like you said, everyone just seems to be on the same page, on the right page. And even though earlier on they were losing some of the fights, it wasn't really going as expected, they made adjustments, man. I think that's what's very impressive from Aura right now. Between one fight and the next, sometimes they immediately change how they approach and view some of these fights. And I think that's a very great skill or habit to have. And Kabuki there almost gets taken out. This was one of the only moments in the game that was quite close, quite risky for Aura. Aside from that, especially in the Lord fights, in the turtle fights, Gugun is just so good, and that allows the rest of the team, of course, there'll be some backup. Yaoi will try and give some space, but the rest of the team can really focus on doing what they need to do, on who they're targeting in the middle of those fights, instead of going to try and help Gugun out.
Oh, that's what happened.
Man, that was razor thin. The outplay that Watt was able to do against Aran that we missed in game earlier.
Yeah, that was the moment when he got taken out, when we were like, he shouldn't have committed onto it. So there was a misplay, perhaps, from Aran.
I would say it's an outplay, not a misplay, right? I mean, like, Aran played it well already. He used his skills properly, but Watt just spaced really well.
It's the experience.
The mechanics.
I mean, it's classic Watt. Crazy plays every single time, win or lose. Fortunately for today, it's a 2-0 sweep for Aura. And man, this team, you have to wonder what exactly is the way to try and go up against them. Because even if you try and trade away from the neutral objectives, Aura has shown that they can counter that too. So that even that isn't exactly a surefire way to really beat them. So I think so far teams really have to try and solve this Aura puzzle, because it's looking a bit a bit too solid.
Well played, really. I mean, for both these teams, they tried their best to force the issue, tried to play fire with fire in the early game. That's why they went for the Fredrin, the X-Borg, the Hardguard, Angela, and also the Minotaur. They were able to contest for the neutral objectives with the Minotaur and the Fredrin, but Barats kept on farming, got the lead, and in the end, in the 50-50s as well, towards the end, we saw Gary and Gugun go for 50-50, and Gugun won it in the end. It's crazy how I thought, with the start of this game being so Dewa, I thought Dewa might have actually done enough to at least get a game 3. But Aura's recovery is something special, man. Behind in kills again, yet winning the game, yet having such a massive gold lead.
And so the index is wrong.
Oh, first time today.
They broke it.
First time today that the index was wrong.
It was supposed to be Dewa.
So execution is still more important than the draft.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we're talking again about Gugun just farming and everyone finding moments. Same can be said for Aran on the Paquito, man. We weren't expecting this. We thought it's the signature split push, elusive sprint, quantum charge Paquito. But no, it's a lethal ignition, full damage Paquito that he was able to just use to flank, to split push, to assassinate, and even occasionally to set up for his team with the knockout strike, knockup to really help his team get in position and get full value. So we said earlier, like before, he just lost his identity and now he's back, and now he's more flexible than ever as well. That has to be such a threat, man, against any team that's trying to go up against Aura.
I also want to give a shout out to Yehezkiel. I don't think his name gets mentioned too often. And mostly it's because he doesn't make outworldly plays. He's not like a Sans player. But his consistency in terms of damage, in terms of utility, as we saw that as well on the Valentina. His decision making, when to use the hard guard, when to use the last insanity, it really did facilitate the victories in these team fights. So big props to him as well. Only caught out once in this entire game.
And we saw earlier the hard guard play as well for that global presence. And yeah, in the mid game, the issue with what was trying to participate and trying to carry his team towards the mid game when he has some of the item power spikes, but Yehezkiel was a big problem for him. He had his eyes on the target, and he just knows how to use different ultimates in the right time. I mean, even in the end right there, he went for the last insanity and he used it to try and zone Watt away, or at least burn some of his utility so that the team can have an easier time going for him or zoning him away. So I think that's fair to say that Yehezkiel is in a way underrated due to how everyone else just gets all the flashier moments.
Yeah,
He even gets 2 categories here.
You're right. I mean, like, I think he was a close second for the player of the game for me, but in the end, we were also going for player of the match. In case you guys don't know, we have player of the game and player of the match, so that's why Gugun got player of the match. Very consistent in both games here. But also, I actually just realized something. Aran, he already has a sprint. He also went for rapid boots. This man has speed, bro.
Initially he didn't. He switched into that in the later stages of the game. So
speed.
He wants to go fast. We'll have to see him go up against Cars, man. See who's faster.
Well, he definitely needed it, right?
A Cars versus...
Oh, come on.
Ran.
Oh!
Oh, man.
Drop the mic. We got him.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah. That matchup will be a marathon. The car versus the guy who runs. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So Johnson versus... Who's the guy that just sprints?
I don't know. But let's take a look at the golden moment by UBS Gold.
Wait, you just stay situ dulu, bro.
Oke, bro.
Kalau gua bilang kam ya.
Oke.
Boleh
dia bimbang juga, Cok.
Sini.
Oh, CP di sini. CP nanti pokok nanti bisa reset ya. Yuk, gua reset. Aman.
Cip tele. Gua join.
Kasih chip, guys. Chip dulu, dia enggak bisa ulti. Dia
Gua makan volen, boy.
Sabar ya.
Gua jajan semua. Flicker alot. Arrow flicker.
Guys.
Aman. Gas.
Aman.
Nodes Sakai. Bisa tele backdoorin dia, man. 5 detik.
Santai, bisa lot.
Valen no flicker.
Gua makan chip dulu.
Mati.
Nice. Sampai ya, Buk. Valen, Buk. Buk, Valen mau flicker.
Valen no flicker guys, Valen no flicker.
Masih penuh, Valen.
Mati Valen. Rata dong.
Mati Valen. Ada Roger. Ada Roger. Respect.
End double. Rata bos. S1.
Did you see Haskill? I couldn't see him. I saw him through Kabuki's
He was in
cam.
Kabuki's cam. But man, who won the bid? Because that was an auction, man. Yawi and who was that next to him?
Oh, I think it was Gugun or
I think it was Gugun. I think it was
Yeah.
Gugun. That was one of the most chaotic comps we've seen today from all the teams, I think.
And yet the cleanest macro performance.
Yes! Wow!
So, hey, chaotic comps is fine as long as you understand, I guess, right? Especially with Yeheskel. Hey, that is the, I don't know if we'll have an award for this or a special shout out, but the most unique seating position or gaming position, right? Because we've never seen that. We've seen people get their like legs up and stuff, but we have never seen someone actually go to the side like this. So, an interesting, I actually want to go backstage to ask him if that's actually like, if that's a natural kind of gaming position that he likes, that he's comfortable with, or if he's just, you know, trolling.
If it's a meme.
Maybe it's just
and I wonder if how
he looks
Kabuki
so
feels about it.
serious.
It's like, bro, space. Bro.
Yeah, because like, you know, when you're playing and someone's watching you, it's kind of, you know, it's in your personal space.
Well,
kinda.
he's not watching.
Yeah.
I know, but
And
when he's
they're
there...
used to each other. Are they not?
I'm just saying, you can see it from the corner of your eye. Sometimes it can get distracting, so...
But he's still here, you know? Like, Kabuki's still here. The guy is...
Yeah, so I'm wondering if Kabuki, you know, is like used to it, or initially if that like spooked him, or he's like, no, all good, calm, cool, collected as always. Kabuki.
Yeah, I'll come with you
What?
to ask.
Yeah, we'll have... No, you will come... You don't want to come with me to ask Yeheskel. You want to come because you want to see a very, you know...
Don't bother. He's sleeping.
She wants to see Facehugger. We all know that.
Yeah.
She also wants to hug face. She wants to hug faces as well.
Facehugger. That's why his name is Facehugger.
So you got an opponent booked, by the way, right? Through.
You're right.
through the
During the
Monster.
interview, see, she's too shy to say this, but thank you, Arashi, for pointing it out. During the interview, Bude Clara Mongstar asked Yawi something, like a question that was from Eterna. Eterna asked Yawi, technically, through Bude, what food does he want? Because Eterna will order it for him. And he said, nasi padang. If you guys ever come to Indonesia, go and taste nasi padang. That's the food that we always get, you know, the international casters whenever they come to Indonesia.
It's
nasi
a staple.
padang.
It's a tradition.
So Eterna gave him a thumbs up. So we will be waiting for that Eterna nasi padang to be delivered to Yawi. And it better be to all the Aura members, right? Because then why particularly one member? I thought you were an Aura fan, or perhaps are you a Yawi
Because
fan?
I'm afraid that they could be allergic. Is that a bad excuse?
That is the lamest excuse.
They can just ask the manager, right? Like, you want me to ask? I know the guy.
I don't think we need to talk about this anymore.
Oh, why not?
No, it's
why not?
done.
This is the most important topic
Wow,
of the
did
day.
you know that there was a TV below us this whole time? Like, I just realized.
The Samsung TV?
Wow.
It's always been there, man.
Yeah, I never realized.
There's a conception of time that TV has been there.
She's been
I've never been there before.
Maybe it's the bags. I'm sorry. You wanted to change the topic.
I mean, like, RQ's number 9.
Why?
What the heck?
That is a violation.
That is a offensive. No, I mean not offensive, but
It's like I'm tired of being the butt of the joke. Can we shift it over this side?
Yeah, but like, do it subtly, man. You just went like, RQ number 9.
That's a way to change the topic, right? I mean,
No lag.
no lag. Games Max.
Shout out.
Booster. Shout outs to Games Max.
So how are you feeling actually about number 9?
You know, all things said, Arceus has a lot of games. I don't know how many games they have played so far, but I recall checking, and they still have quite a few games. So, being a true fan, I ain't gonna lose hope just yet. I think there's a fair chance they'll recover.
How many games do they play?
In total?
18? No.
Wait.
How many games do they play
No, they
in the
don't-
season?
They don't play against themselves.
They have 2 legs against every single team.
So 8 plus 8, 16.
Yeah, 16. 16 total matches.
RQ has played.
I think every single team has played 9 or 8 matches so far.
Wait, I cannot math right now. 8 games.
Yeah, so some teams have gone 8, some teams have gone 9, but we have passed the half-season mark already.
But there's absolutely so much room to catch up,
So
though.
much. There's still 4 more weeks. Week 6 all the way to week 9, because if you guys don't know, MPL Indonesia Season 13 will be all the way to 9 weeks. No longer the 8 weeks that we are used to before.
This is so volatile.
It is. I mean, the standings
Exactly.
can still keep on going back and forth.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
What's
so,
wrong? Are you okay?
And now, because people are saying like, oh, dude, you're in the bottom. It's time for you to despair. It's like, no, of course not. Right? Fingers crossed.
I'm saying it. When it was another team,
I will throw this pennant.
When it was another team,
calm down.
I remember Aura was like 9th last season, and I think Eterna got a lot of smack talk for it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh yeah, but Eterna has mental of steel.
I thought you were going to say Eterna's used to it.
Oh, that would have been a good one. No, that would have been a pretty good one.
Well, she has like strong mental because she's used to it.
You used my joke. It doesn't
Yeah.
work. Sorry.
I'm agreeing with the joke.
It's like
0 points for authenticity.
it's like Eterna switching the topic. It's just
No.
cheap, you know. It's cheap. Is it not, Arashi?
I wonder if there's a discount for nasi padang on Gojek.
For what reason are you asking?
I'm just wondering. You want nasi padang, right?
Just uses you as a stand.
I'll figure it out. I mean, there's like a 10% discount using the promo code, so I can definitely make it work.
Hey, there you go. You know, I thought you were gonna hide it, and she was gonna like, oh my no, where is he? Where is he? But you just went.
I saw him through the camera.
All right.
Yeah. I was really like surprised. How did she catch it so fast? Like she just looked to the picture and started talking. I was like, wait,
Games Max, bro.
Games Max.
Games
booster.
Max.
And Saturday.
Saturday's
I
right.
want to use it actually.
But you weren't even wearing
Does it
the glasses
suit me?
earlier.
It
But I
has a
guess-
debuff. You wear it once, you know, lasting benefits.
Does it suit me?
Do you want to ask him?
I'm done.
I don't know. I'm confused now. Whenever you ask a question, who are you talking to, Eterna?
I'm asking the viewers.
The viewers back at home, what do you guys think? Does it look good? Like, set him down real quick. Don't look, man.
I'm sorry.
What's going on?
But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're still waiting, by the way, for the results of Rookie of the Week and Player of the Week. So please be patient with us while we get that done, while we get that asset up and running for you guys. Meanwhile, you guys can comment down below on what you guys think. Who you guys think is the Rookie of the Week and the Player of the Week. Who do you think is the Rookie of the Week?
Who are the categories?
No candidates.
The
You just have to
nominees.
choose.
What? Player of the Week or Rookie of the Week?
Rookie first.
I don't know. It should be between Gugun and D, I believe.
Arashi?
Gugun and D, I think, is fair. This is the issue with like Gugun and his consistency, right? After a while, we're like, oh yeah, I mean, it's Gugun. Of course he's gonna win these retributions. Of course he's gonna do well. But you know, if you think about it, he's up against quite significant opponents, and he's still able to pull it off. So after a while, it kind of loses the novelty, you know. So I think D's one is a bit fresher in everyone's memory because it's more recent.
Okay. So D, your choice.
What's your choice?
No, wait. So is D your choice?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. For me, Rookie of the Week, I was thinking D or Gugun too. It was either one. But I think D, as a rookie, and again, low play time, he really proved that, you know, he can stand with the rest here in MPL ID. On the Natan, on the Moskov, amazing performances.
I agree. That's why I think for Player of the Week, Gugun.
Okay.
Like, I don't want to say that he's not a rookie. I mean, he is still a rookie.
Yeah.
But I think he already deserves that title. He's like on that level already. You know what I mean?
True.
Yeah, and this is everyone's stepping up here, regardless of role in season 13, right? The roamers are a bit more aggressive, a bit more mechanic heavy, a bit more flashy. EXP leaders like Aran earlier. So everyone's doing all these crazy things, and yet Gugun is still maintaining that high mutual objective security. That is just insane, man.
There you go. Like I said, Eternal, look to the screen behind. So when the asset played in the interview, ladies and gentlemen, Aura were #1. And through my calculations, I've had these calculations before the match in my own head on how it will turn out if Aura win 2-0 or 2-1. And the head-to-head still says BTR beat Aura. So when they have the same match rate and the same game rate, this is what happens. BTR will still be ahead.
Nerd.
If Aura beats BTR in the second leg, then it'll all change. If BTR continue their loss streak and if Aura continue their win streak, it'll all change. And Aura, if they win this MPL, I'll have to go buzz cut.
But MPL, not regular season, right?
MPL. Season 13. If they become champs.
I mean, it's looking very possible, buddy.
Fine, though.
What do you mean? Have you seen them play? Hello?
Yeah, but like...
Hello?
Onic as well?
We'll see. Only time will tell
Here,
at this point.
I am willing to sacrifice my hair for a new champion. So I'll be happy if any team that hasn't won before wins.
So shouldn't it be the opposite? Shouldn't it be if a team other than Onic wins, I'll shave my head off?
Wait, shave your head off?
I mean,
hang on.
I don't know if you want to do that, you know.
I mean hair. But if we do want to recap a little bit on the Rookie and Player of the Week vote mechanism. So for the Rookie of the Week, we have their definitions. You guys can read it there. But the Rookie of the Week candidates will be determined based on their performance statistic on the current week. And then, based on the candidates, there will be a voting process that is conducted. And the votes do come from the observer team as well as the casters on site. So as a whole, it's 6 votes. 3 from the Indonesian casters, 3 from the English casters, and there's also 2 votes from the observer team. And then the exact same process is done for the Player of the Week.
It's as simple as that. So
it's numbers.
That's for the Player of the Week too. It's for Rookies of the Week and also for the Players of the Week. The only difference is the criteria. For Rookie of the Week, you obviously have to be a rookie, and there is a definition of rookie for MPL rookie and MDL rookie as well. Has never played in any previous seasons of any MPLs or official leagues. Just so that it is clearer to everybody who have questions on how what criteria does rookie go by. But here it is, the reveal.
I had a spoiler.
Me too.
From Ranger Mas, but it's D! That's how he said it. But he does and will get the Rookie of the Week this time around, and I think he deserved it. The fact that he's in... Oh wait, there's a quote by Arashi. Solid gold laner that displays great mechanics.
Let him read it. It's his quote, no?
No, but I read your quote.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Go for it.
Making great plays and split second decisions in the midst of chaotic. I love it.
I love it, man. I love it. Especially in the midst of chaotic, right? Like, because it's basically what D does. He doesn't finish his sentences. He leaves it up to interpretation for the enemy team.
Really?
And then he carries the game.
What?
The continuation of that, by the way, in the midst of chaotic fights where rookies usually falter. That's why I think it's just extra impressive, because the games he's been in so far, they're pretty messy, man. And usually, we've seen a lot of rookies come in and they kind of get stage fright, and they're concerned when everything happens so fast. What decision do I do? Yet he seems to be very comfortable coming back after quite a while.
And the thing is, after he was chosen, in comparison to Moai, despite whatever Rebellion is facing right now, I mean, they were number 9 on the standings before, but they were able to break that lose streak as soon as D came in. So that really does have a statement in itself for this particular person.
And start a win streak for them too. 2-0 this week with Aura and with Evo's Glory. All 2-0 this week. But these Onic Prodigy members have all been popping off. Naya last season, D this season, and Lutpi on Onic.
Agree. But who is the Player of the Week?
Oh.
Ding, 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 ding. It's Gugun. With a quote from Mirko. Who's this? Doubted for his hero pool, doubted for his carry potential, doubted for his consistency, And he answers all of the doubts with class. Class.
It was classy.
Could not have said it better, man.
Right? Because he was doubted for his hero pool. Everybody's like, all right, yeah, you're a Fredrin one-trick nerd. You play Barat's cool, utility. And then doubted for, yeah, okay, if you get Assassins, whatever, you still can't carry the game. Pops off on Joy and Nolan. And then, okay, but you can't do this every week. You know, you can't get Rookie of the Week every week, and that's true, because Hazel got one, and then D got one. But I think he's shown through these weeks that his consistency has been spectacular on top of his carry potential, his flexibility, his hero pool. It's great.
I think it's rare, no?
And he's a young guy.
For a rookie like this to perform at this level and stay consistent.
The consistency part is what makes it so impressive for me. Because even Aran, he also made a big difference when he stepped in. He did really well for the first 2 weeks, I believe, and then afterwards...
He dipped.
He dipped. Exactly.
We haven't seen that dip coming from Gugun or anything close, so it's interesting to see how far he can take this for sure.
And for those of you who might have forgot, these are the lists of MPL awards during this season. We have the regular season MVP, we have the finals MVP, first team awards, and the second team awards. We have Rookie of the Season, Most Improved Player, Coaching Team of the Season, ID and English Best Talent, we have the Best Teammate, and we also have 2 fan vote awards available to you guys, which are the Dream Team Awards as well as the Outstanding Media Contribution Awards.
Shoutouts again. This is the full awards list for Season 13. And so, for the first award all the way to the 9th award, it will not be fan vote, only 2.
That's a big change. It's a big change from the previous season, so just to update you guys. And
oh my.
For next week.
Oh man.
Same reaction, yeah?
Are you on duty on Friday? Next week?
No, I should be on Sunday.
Oh, but we want to have like
Unfortunately.
a day where all our teams just play
Yeah.
once more. But yes.
But Sheffin will, I mean, BTR Geek, RRQ. Sheffin.
Oh.
All right. Well, Bigatron versus Geek on Friday, April 26th. And Aura versus RRQ. Almost, well, technically earlier for a while. Number 1 to number 9 is sandwiching the entire standings. That's the match that's going to happen on Friday. So, whew, looking forward to that for sure.
You also have the Chaos Derby.
Again, part 2.
On Sunday, part 2.
First leg, Ultra Ego actually took the dub 2-1. So,
it could be different.
Based on what we've seen, has leg 2 been the opposite of leg 1?
No.
Not, okay. No, but we have seen a lot of revenge matches. Aura did beat Dewa. Dewa beat Aura in the first leg, I believe, remember? And it was Kimura who was on Classic Arana in the first leg.
But Onic still. Right? Onic won, right?
Against?
Geek? Yeah.
Yes.
2-1 today, but it was 2-0 in like number 1. But it's 15,000 for the discounts that you guys can actually retry for yourselves if you guys utilize this app. Click Indomart. There's a discount code here, Discon Click 15. DISKONKLIK15.
It's as easy as that. Become a new member and get a discount with Click Indomart. If you guys shop all around Indonesia in Indomart, which is everywhere in Indonesia, you guys can get massive value with the discount codes, with the points that you can accumulate through grocery shopping as well.
You know, fun fact.
Okay.
I was house shopping, right?
Okay.
And then I passed the street with literally 3 consecutive Indomarts. Like, they're only like 5 or 10 meters apart. It was interesting.
Did all of them have Point Cool coffee?
I think so.
Did you find a house?
Damn.
Because you were house shopping?
I found Point Coffee. That's for sure.
Eterna, if I was you in that spot, I would be pretty bummed out in a good way, because then I could just get coffee, finish it, and by the time I finish it, hey, it's already another Point Q coffee.
That's true.
While walking, while finishing the drink, and then I can refill, and then refill again for the third one. Unfortunately, there are not, it's only 3?
Only 3.
There should be more, honestly. I want to have a billion stores just back to back to back to back so I can refill that Point Q coffee. Right, Rashi, what do you think?
I think that's a lot of coffee, but hey, if you need that caffeine, that's the way to go, man. That's that accessibility that Indomart just provides for you, man. Point coffee.
I just realized those glasses were on the whole time.
Really?
I'm
Are
trying
those
it
the
out.
Saturdays glasses?
It's the exclusive collab, right? You can see
the MVP collection?
Exactly, on the sides.
Oh my. I mean, that looks real good. The glasses from Indo as well. I believe they get the sunglasses variant of that. The black sunglasses. We get the pink glasses here. But where can they buy it?
Super easy. You guys can check it out at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays stores. So if you guys want more information, like where are these stores? What type of things do they have? You can check it on their Instagram and TikTok at saturdays.lifestyle. Check it out.
They're like IRL ways to express yourself, you know? Because in-game, we have emotes to do that for us.
And they're permanent.
Now.
Exactly.
Thankfully.
Because limited
So glad.
time, you get attached to the emote.
Yeah.
And then it's gone. You're like, no.
But now it's permanent.
But now it's permanent.
We don't like getting attached.
Serunya mabar pakai battle emote. That means
the excitement
Having
of playing
fun.
together with the
together.
battle emotes.
Exactly.
Yes. Buy it now. Period is from the 31st of January to the 1st of August.
Are
That's
you a
long
student?
time. I am not a student anymore, no.
Are you a student?
I graduated way back.
You know who's a student though?
I am. So for us students who are interested in esports,
say
let's
Sheffield.
register now for the MDL CSR program 2024. Guys, go get the opportunity for mentorship with expert mentors in esports. Get internship opportunities at partner companies of MLBB Esports Indonesia, as well as an internship opportunity from Moonton Cares. If you guys want more information on what internships are available, what kind of programs you guys can register for, you guys can just scan the QR code for
A
that.
student?
Yeah, for students like us. Me and my fellow students.
We're students of the game.
You're that young?
What's that supposed to mean?
No, okay, I'm sorry. This is the last roast. But if you're still, I'm a baby, you know. I'm sorry, Turna. It's just that I wanted to do that because, you know, THR, berbagi THR bersama. I wanted to share the fun with Arashi. Because, you know, he's been the butt of the joke for a while. He needs some THR. Do you need some THR, Arashi? Or are you fine with being the, you know, the butt of the joke for today?
I'm okay. But the hair will be nice.
And the thing is, there's diamond giveaways, but he doesn't want it. There's a Samsung Galaxy A series phone, but he doesn't want it.
Arashi.
Even though it's so simple, all you need to do is buy tickets for the 5th and 6th week period. Okay, 5 is over, but you guys still have a chance for the 6th week. And the winners will be drawn based on the booking code sent via email. So don't forget to check your email out. The booking code is not limited per person, so the more tickets you buy, the more chances you have. So just buy 1 million tickets. And for those of you guys who have purchased tickets but do not attend the venue, you guys can participate, so you still have to come. So don't buy 1 million tickets and don't come. Otherwise, you can't get it, because the winners will be announced on April 21st and 28th, 2024 via a live stream on YouTube and TikTok MPL ID Season 13.
Yeah. And if you guys realized earlier, we actually had that Bagi THR segment with Bude Clara Mongsa outside with a spin the wheel for the account, you know, IDs. So we already had that earlier. We will have that more and more as we go through with that period. What was that laugh?
I'm just so happy today.
Me too.
Because Moonton Cares
And Hope Cup.
will be organizing a fundraising event for the Garudaku Academy. And remember, like we keep mentioning, the funds to be given will be calculated based on the in-game gold achievement during all the matches from week 4 to 6, and it will be multiplied by 30. And this is the total accumulated amount that we have gathered so far, that you guys have gathered so far, and that they have gathered so far. 131 million.
Yup. It's a whole lot. 131,487,600 gold. Moonton Cares and Hope Cup's contribution here. Let's witness it to the development of Esports Academy in Indonesia with Garudaku Academy.
Amen.
Esports Indonesia,
Jaya, Jaya, Jaya.
That's the Esports Indonesia chant.
It is.
Yeah. That we've been using since season 11, I think.
Okay.
That long ago, huh?
But thank you so much for all of you guys who have watched us today, tuned in. This is the last and final match as well as day of the week. We will be seeing you next week.
Next week.
So don't worry, there won't be a 2-week break again. So on behalf of me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Arashi and Yawi, we want to thank you all, the viewers, for tuning in. And we'll see you next week for another action-packed week of MLBB. So with that, thank you so much. MPL ID Season 13. We own this.
Take that away. Take that away from me. I missed it.
MPL Indonesia Season 13 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Turnamen Smartphone Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold, dan juga partner ini Esports ada Dunia Games, GamesMax, Oraimo, Telkomsel. Bersama dengan partner ini Esports ada Indomaret, Point Coffee, Samsung Neo QLED Super Smart TV Plus, dan juga Saturdays. Last but not least, our government partner PBSI. Semuanya pun bertanya bersorak-sorai, akan seperti apa perjuangan 9 tim di minggu yang ke-6? Jadi buat kalian mohon maaf untuk minggu ini kalau ada salah kata, tetap semangat, mari kita bersama untuk mendukung semua tim. Dan tentu saja untuk minggu yang ke-6, kejutan apa yang akan diberikan? Mari kita bersama-sama menjadi saksi di MPL Indonesia Season 13. We own this!
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani